You are done making boring websites. Today, you are making a site that is gorgeous like this, and dark, polished, and modern like this. This website trend is exploding, so you should learn how to build a site in this style. You're gonna land more clients and job opportunities if you know how to build modern websites that follow the latest trends. I've studied dozens of these trendy new sites to break the style down to its essential elements, and then I crafted a brand new site for us to build. This is the website for Glisten AI, a design tool that has this captivating modern branding. We've got hero animations like raycast, scroll effects like linear, glassy borders and gradients like WAP, slick line animations like particle, gradient text and flashy buttons like authkit, and bento box cards like, well, pretty much everyone. This site will impress people and look stellar in your portfolio for years. Not only will you build a flashy new site, but you'll also learn several popular technologies. We're using Next.js and React for our framework, Prismic for our CMS and page builder, Tailwind for our CSS styling, GSAP for performant animations, TypeScript for safe, reliable code, and we'll host it all for free on Vercel. Other tutorials show you how to make a UI, but leave you without a CMS to manage all that content. It's like giving you a car without an engine. In this course, we'll easily hook up our CMS and get a headless page builder that updates with live editing. You can then pass this site to content teams and marketers, allowing them to independently publish new pages with ease. We'll build 6 of these page components that can be reused and rearranged to build tons of different pages. So let's take a closer look at the final site and each component we'll create in this course. When it first loads, each element in our hero animates in smoothly. The brand uses this star icon here, so we have a grid of stars in the background that ripple in from the center. After the image loads, we get a nice glow that comes in from behind it. I'll show you how to style all of this with Tailwind and then animate it with GSAP. When we hover over the button in the center, the color changes and we get a slick glow and pulsating effect. For this, we're just using some clever Tailwind classes. Next is the Bento Box grid. Here we're adding a subtle gradient to some parts of our heading where it punches up the text a bit. We're using CSS grid and subgrid on this component, so if you haven't used subgrid yet, you'll learn how to use it and why it's useful. Each of these bento items has our glassy border to keep them on brand. And on mobile, this grid shrinks down to just one column, so it looks great anywhere. Next, we've got a great scroll animation on what I call our showcase component. At first, it's behind some cloudy glass, so it gets a little blur, and as we scroll down, our text slides out from behind the glass, and if we go back, it hides it again. GSAP's scroll trigger plugin makes this a breeze, and I'll show you how that's done. We also have an image that's offset to the left with an icon and text and a button at the bottom on the right. Plus, we're gonna make a variation for this component that flips the text to the left and puts the image on the right. Your content team will be able to choose which one they wanna use. Our next component highlights and links to case studies on companies using and loving Glisten AI. The link has a subtle hover animation and alternates which side the image is on as you add case studies. With this component, we'll focus on learning how to create and fetch content from other data types within Prismic, and we'll also build a case studies page that I'll show you in a moment. Our next component is our most complex animation, but it's still just a couple of timelines that I'll walk you through. To show how Glisten is the center of a rich framework of integrations, we have the Glisten logo pulse. A signal shoots out on either side, and each logo lights up before fading out again. Each of these logos are selectable in our CMS, so your team can change them out as they need to. We also have an SVG background with these arrow shapes, and there's a gradient background even behind that. So you're gonna learn a few cool techniques on this one. And last but not least, we've got an essential component. This is our call to action. We've got a glow in the background, our company logo with a glassy border here, a heading, and our stylish button. Pretty simple, but a must-have for a site like this. And of course, we've got our footer here, and we've got a header at the top, and yes, the entire site is responsive and has a mobile nav. Last but not least, let's check out that case studies page. If we click here, here's the Nike case study, and as you can see, we're reusing the Ripple star grid from the homepage. Looking at the case study itself, the typography is really nice, and usually that will take a long time to get all the values just right. but instead we're going to use the Tailwind typography plugin. The plugin will give us beautiful line heights and other values right out of the box. We don't have it here, but if you wanted to add bulleted lists or lots of other typical elements, those would be styled in a really beautiful way as well. So the typography plugin gives us a lot for a very little amount of work. Now that we've seen the site, let's go check out what that looks like in Prismic itself. So here we have Prismic, and this is the homepage that we're looking at, and we can see how this slice here corresponds to the hero. So we have our hero, we have our bento, we have our showcase, our case studies, our integrations, and our call to action. That thumbnail's a little big, but that's fine. And the cool thing about Prismic is that as we edit this, so if I want to say designs that are awesome, you see that it updated live as I typed right over here. So it's a really nice thing that we're using a CMS that gives you this live preview so our content team can know exactly what their site's going to look like. We even have a preview the page feature that we will set up, and it just makes a really wonderful editing experience for any kind of content team. So we're using Prismic for our CMS, and we are using Next.js for our actual framework. Next is an incredibly popular React framework used by huge companies, and it allows you to build really great web applications and websites, all by using React components. Next is going to handle a lot of things like image optimization and routing and other things for us. We're also going to be using the new app router. The pages router is kind of the old way of doing it. We'll be using the newer app router. So if you're not familiar, this is a great way for you to learn how to build with the app router. We'll be styling our website with Tailwind. It is a utility-first CSS framework, and you have a bunch of these individual utility classes like Flex that adds display flex to your elements. And we're going to be building everything out through Tailwind. There'll be a couple small parts with just regular CSS, but for the most part, it's going to be a Tailwind built website. And at the end, we're going to be coming through with GSAP to animate all those lovely animations that you saw. We're going to be using timelines and scroll trigger and lots of other things. It's not going to be too heavy on animation. As you saw, there's only a few animations throughout the site, but you will learn a bit of GSAP and especially how to use it with React and with Next.js, which is something that a lot of people don't really know. So you'll get the benefit of that. And throughout the course, we are going to be using this Notion document that has a bunch of things added to it. We have some assets, some links to documentation, if that's helpful. There's going to be a couple components that we're going to copy from here because they are like big SVGs that we're not going to type out. It would be a pain to get otherwise. And there's also some extras here. So make sure you check out this link in the description. This is going to be something that we're going to return to, and we're going to start off by getting the assets in just a minute. Also, if you have any problems throughout the course, or if there's anything that needed to be fixed, I can't update this YouTube video, but I can update this Notion doc. So please check here to make sure that, if you're running into a bug or there's something wrong with the code or something it has been updated, that I will put a note here and you can get that correction that way. So the YouTube video will stay the same, but this doc will be updated. So let's not take any more time. Let's head to Prismic to get started. We're actually going to start from Prismic. If you don't have a Prismic account yet, go ahead and sign up. If you don't have an account, you'll see something like this. You can sign up with either, it doesn't really matter. Once you're logged in, head to your dashboard and you should see a page like this. Here I'm going to create a new repository and I'm going to choose the framework of Next.js. And here we're given 3 options, and it says ideal for new projects, ideal for exploring, or connect your own web app. So if you already have an app, or if you want to start from a brand new Next.js project that you have, you can go ahead with that one. This has a whole bunch to it that would take way too long for us to clear out. So this minimal starter is just the perfect middle ground for us. So we're going to go ahead and select this. Now, repository name, this is just what you want your project to be called. Does not really matter. I'm going to call mine Glisten AI, just like that. This will now be taken, so add your own. But you can call yours Glisten AI for the display name because that doesn't need to be unique. You can leave these two the same because that's what we just selected, and you will use the free plan and create your repository. All right, we're dropped in, and it asks what's the main language we want to write in. We go English, or I'm choosing English. You choose whatever you would like. And it has a quick start guide here. So it says launch your starter. Your starter has everything you need to get started, including Prismic's development tool, Slice Machine. Run this command to download and install your starter. So we're going to copy this and go to our terminal. So I'm in my terminal, and for me, I like to put my different projects in the repos folder. It's just a folder that I have on my hard drive. And I'm going to go ahead and run that command. Okay, it asks me if I want to install. I hit yes or Y. All right, so what did that just do? We just ran this command, but what exactly is it doing? So that is creating the Next.js starter Prismic minimal TypeScript version on our computer. It's connecting it to the Glisten AI repository. And as you see, it goes through, it knows that it's using Next, so it starts to add some packages that are Next specific. It installs those, it connects to the Glisten AI repository, it configures Slice Machine, it logs me in, it syncs all my data, and it initializes the project, and we have a Next.js adapter set up. So now it says, do we want to run Slice Machine? We could, but right now I'm going to say no. And we are dropped back to the repos folder. So instead, I'm going to CD into my Glisten AI folder that was just created, and I'm going to, I use VS Code, and I'm going to be using VS Code throughout this tutorial. So I have this set up so you can go code period because I'm inside the Glisten AI repository. If this doesn't work for you, you can go ahead and just open up VS Code and open this folder manually. But as you see, you can see I'm inside Glisten AI. You could also just go to open folder and find the folder that you just installed. And I'll type npm run dev right in that Glisten AI folder. Make sure you're in there, otherwise this will not work. At least it won't work in the way you expect. So what is happening now is we see this concurrently, npm next dev, npm slice machine. Because we're using this minimal starter, what we've done at Prismic, we have set up two things to run at the same time. We are going to run npm next dev, which is the Next.js server, as well as Slice Machine, which is the developer tool for Prismic that we're going to be using a whole bunch to create our slices. Those, the hero component, the Bento Box component, the call to action component. Slice Machine is going to be the tool that we use locally to build those components out. So we can see here we have two servers up and running. We have localhost 3000 and localhost 9999. Yeah. So I'm going to control click on localhost 3000, and that should open it up in Chrome browser here. It doesn't matter if you're using Chrome or not. You should get something like this. So it should say, welcome to your new website. And it's just a simple one slice here that has some information. And you can see that there is a different page. If you click on this one, it will load another page and you can go back to the home page. So this is our site up and running, very minimal at first. And then we also have Slice Machine. If you click into localhost 9999, you get this. I have Glisten AI here, and you should have a page. You shouldn't have any custom types yet. We will create one, and you should have just one slice. It's this rich text slice here. So we just want to confirm that everything is running, that we have our local host and our slices. I'm going to drag this over here because these are the two things I'm going to be using the most. So now that we know that our project is up and running, let's actually take a look at what was installed. Here we have our dependencies. We've installed Prismic Client, Prismic Next, Prismic React, as well as Slice Machine Adapter Next and Slice Machine UI. These are the Prismic packages that we will be using both to locally develop and as well as to fetch our data and to do things like Prismic preview so that your content team can see things before they're published, and also to do things like render rich text and images and things like that. These are types that are for TypeScript. We have, of course, Next.js, React, and React DOM, and yes, there is TypeScript. We are using the source folder with Next.js. So here we have our app folder. Like I said, we are using the app router. So we have everything inside our app folder. And then here is the slices folder outside the app folder. And this is where those slices like hero are going to be put. So right now we just have that rich text slice. As we build each one out, this will fill up and we'll put lots of our stuff in here. Then inside app, we have both a layout and a page file. So the layout is going to wrap around every page that is inside this folder. So this is going to be where we put our header and our footer. This is also where the Prismic preview goes, and everything else goes in this nice little middle sandwich here. And then here is our page. That's going to be kind of the default home page. And as you can see, it is fetching the page that is home, and it is querying that data from Prismic so that nothing is hard-coded and it is all coming in from our CMS. And all of this is already set up for us. The slice zone is a very important component that we will get into a bit more, but basically this renders out the slices that we have in our project. Like here on the Prismic homepage that I showed you earlier, these slices get sent to that slice zone, and the slice zone is what is in charge of rendering those out. Basically it gets this array of slices and matches each slice with the proper component, and you don't have to handle anything. This is all handled for you. Here under UID, we have page.tsx, and this is very similar to the page that we saw here, except this allows your content team or anyone using the CMS to create a brand new page without having to have a developer come in and create more files. This page takes in any UID coming from Prismic and basically renders out that content, once again, using a slice zone. So Prismic is very versatile in that you can create pages within Prismic without adding any more code. So once again, your content team can just build and build and build and never need to bother you. You get to work on a lot more fun stuff. All right, so I'm going to close out of this. That was the finished version of the CMS. I'm going to come to the brand new project that we have within Prismic. So I launched my starter. I did run that. And I ran my project. So my project is up and running. That's done. Edit a page. Now, I haven't done that. Should be able to refresh this page. And yep, here we go. Another page and home page. I'm going to close out of this quick start guide and it'll be right there for us. But don't worry, I am your quick start guide. You don't need that. So we have home page, and we can see that, yep, we will set up the visual editing experience very soon. It is one of the best parts, and I already showed you a little bit of that. But as you can see, welcome to your new website. That is right here. Welcome to your new website. Let's remove this and say, hey, it's me. I'll say, hey, it's Alex. And publish. I just hit save and publish. And then in the homepage, if I hit refresh, there we go. Hey, it's Alex. So we can see that we are already wired up to a CMS. We didn't have to do any fetching, any looking at the data. I didn't have to figure out what this object looks like. Just like that, we are already wired up with a very simple slice. Yeah, but at the same time, it is something that we had to do just about zero work to wire up. And we can put all kinds of stuff in here. I can go ahead and use a heading 1, hello. And I can do a bulleted list or whatever you want here. It's very similar to the way that Notion is if you're familiar. So I just wanted to kind of show you that, yeah, we are wired up. Hello world. And hit save, publish, all set there. Now, live editing here is really best when you have your site deployed, but we can go ahead and kind of hack into that right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my localhost 3000 and I'm going to come here. I'm going to say get the live preview. Yep, there we go. So add your URL to set up live editing. So it says your website url.com/slice simulator. I'm pasting in localhost 3000. Oh, it added slice simulator for me. Perfect. And so I'm going to hit save. Yours should look like that. No S here, just in case you're typing it by hand. But localhost 3000/slice-simulator. Go ahead and hit save, and we should see a little tiny hello world over there. So it's actually rendering the slice live. So you can go hello world, and you might be able to see it on my screen. I'm not sure. It's really tiny, but it is rendering that live. It's using my code in my project because I'm telling it to check out localhost 3000. Now, this will break if you stop your server. When we deploy this live to the internet, and it's on Vercel. It's not going to break like that, but right now we're just in development. So if this is saying error, it's probably because you've stopped your server. It's not because Prismic is broken. All right, now that we saw Prismic a bit more, let's go ahead and install Tailwind CSS for our styles and the font we're going to be using on this site. So I'm going to start, or I'm going to create another terminal window here. I'm going into Glisten AI, just because I would like to not stop my server every time I want to install something. So I've got one right next door. It's the same folder. And I'm going to go ahead and install Tailwind. Now to do that, let's head to the Tailwind docs. We have docs here. And I do want installation, but I want to use a framework guide. So I'm at Tailwind CSS docs installation framework guides. And right here we have a Next.js framework guide. So I'm going to follow this. We already created our project. You can skip number 1. Number 2, install Tailwind CSS. I'm going to copy that first line, paste that in. It's going to install Tailwind, Post CSS, and Auto Prefixer. Great. And then Tailwind CSS init, or npx Tailwind CSS init -p. Don't type it. Just go ahead and go to the docs and copy paste it. And what that's done is created this Tailwind config.js down here. And we will be tweaking this a little bit because, as you can see, it's currently empty. And we need to go ahead into Tailwind config.js and add some module exports. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this content bit right here and replace that content block there, just like that. Now, they have created one that is kind of guessing at what the shape of your project is. And it says, or if you're using the source directory, we are using the source directory. So ours is going to look a lot more like this. So we can go ahead and actually delete the first 3 just like that. And you're going to, right after source, hit a slash and type app, just like that. All right. And if we click at the end of the line, you can Command C and Command V, we can create 3 lines like this. So we're going to type components, and we're also going to type slices. You'll be creating those files, or sorry, those folders very soon. Or we already have the slices folder, but we will be adding components shortly. This just tells Tailwind where to look for our classes. So we need to make sure that it's searching within the app folder, within the components folder, and the slices folder. Go ahead and hit save. And down here it says add the Tailwind directives to your CSS. So I'll copy that, and I will come back here, and under app, I'm going to create a new globals.css file and just drop those 3 lines in there. Hit save. But right now, we are not importing this anywhere, so we need to make sure that these lines get imported into our project. Because this needs to get imported on every single page, we're going to go into layout, which gets brought into every page, and type import / and globals.css, just like that. All right, so you'll know if it worked if the styling on your H1 or whatever you have here completely goes away and you're kind of stuck with more bland styling here. That's part of what Tailwind wants to do. It wants to reset everything. That's what the base does. It just wipes out all of the default styles so that you can build up from that. So if you start seeing TW here, or you can check it out by actually going here, class name, and doing like something like BG red 500, save that. And if your website turns a bright red, it is working. Now, if it's not working, what might have happened is that your terminal didn't update. So you might need to actually stop your server by hitting Command C or Control C and then start it up again. Now that we have Tailwind up and running, let's go one step further and actually add something that's pretty wonderful to this setup. Go ahead to the Notion doc that we have. The gold icon is for the Notion doc. The blue one is for the finalized website. So go ahead to the gold and grab the Tailwind Prettier plugin, or you can just search on Google for Tailwind Prettier plugin, and you will get this blog post and grab this Tailwind Prettier plugin. Basically what this does, this automatically sorts classes based on their recommended class order. Go ahead and copy the code right here, npm install, go to your terminal. I'm going to go ahead and actually stop my server because that might cause some problems. I'm going to close that second tab and that'll install. Great, it's installed. And then I need to add the plugin to my prettier config, which we need to create a prettier config.js. So let's go ahead and set that up. So prettier, we have a prettier or a .prettier ignore, but we need a prettier.config.js. So I'm gonna right click in the root folder and type prettier.config.js, just like that, paste that in, and that's all we need. Now, we will see that as we type in our Tailwind, it'll rearrange, and yours will look just like mine because it's the same order. All right, once that's set, you can close it. And I know it's been a whole lot of setup. We only have a little hello world. We have one more thing to do before we start creating slices and everything. We need to add our font DM Sans. So we need to figure out how to add fonts to Next.js. So you can go to the doc that I have, adding fonts to Next.js, or once again, you can search for just adding fonts to Next.js. We have the docs for adding a Google font, and here they're using the example of Inter, and we can copy a good amount of this code over. So I'm gonna copy the import Inter from Next Font Google, and it's telling me right where to put it in my layout.tsx. So right here in layout.tsx, I'm gonna drop that right there, but instead of Inter, I'm gonna remove that, and if I hit Control or Command Space, you'll see that it shows us all of the Google fonts that we have access to, and I'm gonna type DM_sans, and there it is, DM Sans, just like that. And now it says if we're loading a variable font, you don't need to specify the font weight, and yes, DM Sans is a variable font, and so we don't need to specify, but right here we have with Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to go there because that's what we are using. And it has this different example where it actually has a variable, and this is going to be a CSS custom property that we're going to be adding to our Tailwind config. So go ahead and copy it from the Tailwind CSS part. We could have copied it all, but like they're using two fonts here, so it's the same. So go ahead and copy const Inter, and we're going to paste that down here, and instead of Inter, we're calling DM Sans, and instead of this, we're going to just name it DM Sans, like that. Font DM Sans. So make sure you just swap out the Inter parts, and we don't need Roboto Mono. That's if we're using two fonts. And down here, we see that we have class name Inter.variable. So we're going to be copying that. And we'll copy the whole thing, and we'll just remove the Roboto Mono variable part. Or you know what? Actually, we don't even need the other parts. We can just say class name equals Inter.variable. So go ahead to HTML, class name equals, and we need to use curly brackets. Type DM Sans dot variable, just like that, and it's going to be referencing this. So now hyphen font DM Sans, just like that. If we copy that, we can use that in our Tailwind config. So if we see here, scroll down to where it tells you to add it to your CSS Tailwind config, theme, extend, font family, sans mono. So let's check out our Tailwind config. So we have theme, extend, and then I think it's font family. Yep. Let's go ahead and sans. And we see var font Inter, like that. Gonna do var font DM Sans. A lot of setup, but that should be exactly what we need. So let's check out our homepage. Do we have a different font setup? I was wondering why we didn't have any update here. It's still the same font. That's because our minimal starter actually does come with a little bit of styling. So let's go into our rich text slice, and you'll see that there's an index module, and that's what's stopping us right there. So if you go ahead and remove that, we can delete that file in just a second. But we see it's subtle, but the font did change. We can confirm that by inspecting and seeing it is now DM Sans. Cool. And we can go ahead into index.tsx, and we're actually going to rip out this, and I'm inside the rich text folder. Going to rip out that class name. The rest is good there, and we can remove this styles part here as well. The rest looks pretty good. Yeah, all right, so now we have no styles that are leaking in there. Go ahead and delete that index module CSS. We're not gonna be using any CSS modules. That's just for that default slice. And now we are up and running. All right, so what we're gonna do first is we are going to build out the header and the footer as well as part of the layout for this site. So we got the header with some links over here, and we've got our footer. So to do that, make sure your servers are up and running, and we're going to go into Slice Machine that's running at localhost 9999. And we're going to come in here and go to custom types because we're going to create a settings custom type. So go ahead, click create. And this is going to be a single type. You can see like side menu, testimonial, author is for reusable, but we're making a global nav / footer single type. So it's going to kind of take care of all of those things. And so we'll just call it settings and we'll hit create. And we get that it is saved successfully. So this is where we are able to add fields to build out this settings custom type. Go ahead and add a new field. And we're going to come down here to key text. And we're going to call this site title. And click add. We're going to add another field. The button's now up here. So we're going to do another key text and call this meta description. Click add. And these two are going to be used for our SEO purposes and for the title and everything at the top of the page. Next, we're going to create an image that will act as a fallback for the OG image. Fallback OG image, just like that. So individual pages will be able to have their own OG image, but this will be a fallback for the whole site. Now we're going to get into actually creating the navigation part. So we're going to create a group right here up at the top, choose group. And inside this, we're just going to call this navigation. And inside this, we're going to add fields. So you can see a group is something where we'll be able to create instances of this. And I'll show you this in Prismic once we push it. It'll make a bit more sense. But each of these, there's only going to be one site title, one description, one image here. And then anything inside this group we can repeat, but each of the three are going to repeat. So add a new field, and we're going to click link. And this will be called link. And this is just what each of those links will link off to. And then we're going to choose another field for key text, and this will be the label. Just type label, hit enter. And then last, we are going to determine whether or not the CTA button style here gets applied to the link. So we're going to actually add a Boolean for that. We have the Boolean right here. It's just a true false kind of thing. And this is, we're going to call the CTA button, just like that. And the great thing about working with Slice Machine is that everything is auto-saved, so we don't have to worry about any of that. Right over here, we have review changes, and we can click on that. And we see that we have a new settings type. We have this types 1. We can go ahead and push those changes. That's going to push it up to Prismic. And all slices and types have been pushed. So now we can head to prismic.io in our repository, and we can click Create New. And you'll see it gives us the option of, do you want to create a page or do you want to create a settings document? Because we haven't created a settings document yet. That's what we're going to do. We're going to call this site glisten.ai. In the meta description, you can just type a cool site for now. We'll get that information later. Fallback OG image we can fill in just a second, but I want to show you the navigation here, where this is how a group works. We have an individual item that is built out as a default right now. And we're able to add more items to that group. But you see each of those fields gets added each time I add a new item. So right now, this would be 3 links, and each of those links has, it's confusing because it's a link with a link field. I get how that can be confusing, but each of these 3 fields will be added every time we add one of those. Right now, we don't need to add any of those really. I'm just going to hit save with the title, and the description is fine for now. And I'm going to give this a name of settings, just like that. This name doesn't change anything on the actual site. This is just for organizational purposes so that you and your content team can see what that page is called. And you'll see that it says settings right here. And I just wanted to come back here to show that we do, in fact, have 2 pages already. As we showed before, the link to the other page, this is that another page. We can change this later, but we'll just call this features right now. So this is going to be the slug for this page. So as you navigate around, you'll be able to go to /features and get this page. So I'm going to call this features, and let's just call this cool features. This is the title that will appear at the top of the page here. But I'm going to click save. And we can actually go to the SEO and metadata and say features as well as, glisten features. We will come back and edit some of this. The features page, I'm not too worried about. This is really just going to be a placeholder for the most part. And you can leave the fancy roller skating person. But if we go ahead and save and publish this and change another page to features, that automatically saves. You see its title has been saved. We'll go back. And now in our settings file, we can link to that features page. So I want to choose a link type. I want to link to a Prismic page. And that allows me to then choose any of my documents. Really, I just want to link to one of the pages. The settings file is not going to have its own URL, but we can link to the home page or to the features page. I want to do features page. I'm going to call it features. And the CTA button, let's leave it false for now. I'm going to also add another item just so that we have our button getting used. But if you actually look at this site, it's linking to the same page in both instances because we're not going to build out a whole bunch of different pages for this example site. You will be able to on your own, but for the sake of this course, we are just building out the basics. We're just going to link to features, but we're going to label it something different of get started. And CTA button will be true so that it gets that cool styling. And now we hit save and publish, and no change happens back on our page because we're not actually doing anything with our settings file yet. We're still just saying hello world. So let's dip into our code. As we said, we want to work on our header and footer. So here in the layout is where we want that to show up. We are going to be using a couple of plugins to help us throughout this course. So as I create components, it's going to be a lot easier if you also have these plugins. So let's dip into that super quick. So in extensions, I have a great React Redux snippets extension. And here, so it's ES7 plus React Redux, React Native snippets. So this one's going to be really handy. I'm going to show you how to use this in just a second. But while you're here installing extensions, go ahead and grab Tailwind IntelliSense. Should come up. There you go. Grab this one as well. It's going to really help us see the values of each of these classes, and it's going to just be huge, huge assist. Don't do Tailwind without one of these extensions. So back in our source folder, we want to go ahead and right click and create a new folder called components. Told you we would build that. And in components, I'm going to create a new file. This one's going to be called header.tsx because we are using TypeScript. Now in here, as I said, we are going to be using that snippets package. So type RFC and hit tab, and it just like that creates a nice little component for us. It doesn't do a ton for us, but it is nice not to have to worry about that. And you can go ahead and remove the import from React because Next.js doesn't need that. It takes care of that for us. So it doesn't save us a ton of time, but at the same time, I just really like doing RFC rather than having to type this out. So go ahead and save that. And then we also want to create another one that's just called footer. And do the same thing, RFC for React Functional Component. There's lots of different ones that you can check out. The snippets has a whole bunch of them. It depends on what kind of function you want to create. I like RFC, that's what we're going to be using. Remove React. And there we go. So we have our header and our footer. We can go ahead and import them right here. So inside the body, above children, I'm going to go ahead and start typing header. And you can see it starts to recognize, you have a header at components header. If I click that or hit enter, it will import it just like that. I want to close header. And right here under children, we're also going to put our footer. In the same way, we can go ahead and import it from components. Make sure you close it. And we are set there. And around children, I want to wrap that in a main element. So it's nice and semantic. And there we go. So you should have header, main, children, and footer. Let's check out. There we go. We have header, hello world, footer. And we're seeing header come in because those components automatically just return a div with the name of the component. That's the nice little thing about RFC. It's built out for us. So we see that our header and our footer get added to our page just like that because it's in layout. Now, one last thing we're going to do before we actually build out our header and footer is we're going to grab the logo that we will be using on the site. So this little logo is going to be inside the documentation. We have Prismic docs down here. or not the documentation, but inside the Notion doc that I provided to you. So this is the wordmark.tsx. If you copy this, and I even have the comment here that shows you exactly where we want to put it and what we want to name it. So if you go ahead inside your components and name it wordmark.tsx and paste that in, we should be in good shape. And so I'm not going to go through what this is. This is just an SVG, which is a type of image that's been exported from Figma and compressed and everything and has some values in there. So this is the logo that we can then import into our header and into our footer. So if I just come in here and we say wordmark, just like that, I'm going to import that. I do like changing, even though they're right side by side, I like changing this to @components. Just like that, or @/components, just in case we ever move header into something else. This makes it so that the import's never going to break. And then make sure you close your word mark and save that. If we check out our site, we should see, yeah, that's white on white, so that's why that's happening. But if we go ahead and copy that same thing to our footer, we should see we need to import this. If you have an import that you need to do, you can click on the word and hit Control period or Command period and say import from .wordmark. So @components, just like that, and that should fix. And now we have AI, and hello world. So that's exactly what we want right now. Let's quickly fix that light background issue. Our whole site's going to have a dark background. So go ahead and embody, type class name. And we're going to say BG hyphen, and then in square brackets, this allows us in Tailwind to use any value that we want. So we don't need to use the built-in values that Tailwind has. We get to put our own color in here. And this is one of the few times we're going to be doing this. So you're going to do a hash and then 070815. This is just a custom color that we have for the background. We won't be doing a lot of that. Once again, that's 070815. And then we want text hyphen white. And this will just set all the text on our site to white. So if we go check that out, boom, those logos are looking a lot better. And we have our hello world on the black background. Awesome. So now we need to get our settings data into our footer. And the cool thing is that with Next.js app router, you can make calls from pretty much any component and it's not going to hurt the performance of your app. Where before it was best practice to do fetching at the page level and then pass that down to components. Now you want to do fetching as close to where you're going to use it as possible. And for us here, that's going to be in our footer. We'll be fetching the settings data from both our header and our footer, but Next is smart enough to realize, oh, they've already requested this. We're going to cache it and just give it to both components. So to fetch data from Prismic, we're going to need to create a client within this component. So we need to instantiate that. We're going to say const client is equal to create client. And we want that from not @prismic.io/client, but @prismic.io, just like that. So that's going to automatically import this, which is a local file that we can check out. Make sure you close this because this is a function. And let's hit save there and actually check out where we're pulling this from. This is this prismic.io.ts file. And this is one of the files that gets set up for us automatically that handles things like our routing, as well as fetching our data and previews and other things like that. Really handy file that does a lot for just a few lines of code. So this is the create client that we are importing. It knows our repository, so it knows where to fetch from, and it handles things like caching for us with Next.js, as well as dumping that cache when we need to. When we change the routing setup, we will come back here to this config and change that, but right now, this works just fine. So back in our footer, with that client instantiated, we can now fetch our data. So we're going to create a new line and say const settings equal to await client get single settings, just like that. And then it says, oh, you can't say await because we're not inside an async function. And that is true, but luckily it's really easy to make this an async function just in between export default and function footer. So you're going to say export default async function footer, and then we are all set there. Now settings is coming back and it's just complaining that, hey, you're not actually using this. So let's use it. First, we're going to change this div to a footer, so it's nice and semantic. Underneath the word mark, we will come back to that for sure, but we're going to create a nav. If you just type nav and then tab, that creates that new element for you. And we are going to make an unordered list, UL, just like that. And inside, we're going to map over the data that we get back from our settings request. So we're going to say settings.data, and you see that as we type, it knows what we have here, because this settings object is actually typed for us automatically by Slice Machine as well as by the Prismic client. So this is all handled for us. So you can type and you know that there is going to be something there. So navigation, we see it right there. These are the different things that we created. That site title, navigation, meta description, fallback, OG image. We want the navigation, and then that is going to be an array, and it should tell us that. Oh, it's yelling at us because, yeah, we're not doing anything with it yet. But if we go map, we're able to actually then iterate over it. So we're going to create an arrow function inside here. I'm going to say item, and then create that arrow. And I want an implicit return, so use parentheses there. All right, and inside we're going to create a list item just like that. And we need a key here. So we're going to say key is equal to item.label. If you're familiar with React, you know that anytime you iterate over something like this, you need a unique key. So that's what we're going to be using. And then inside here, because we have a link and a label that we're using, we want to loop over and create a Prismic next link, because this component will help us read the specific format that comes back from Prismic when you're using a link. So if you start typing Prismic next link, there you go. It's from @prismic.io/next. Go ahead and hit enter. We're going to be using a lot of the auto import features so that we don't have to like do it at the top. I really prefer that. So get used to that. And then we're going to say field is equal to item.link, just like that. And we can be sure that we're passing the right thing because it's right there. We can close that. And then inside here, we want to use item.label. And that is what's going to be passed inside the Prismic link. And yeah, that should be it for now. Let's go check our result, features, and get started. Awesome. That's exactly what we expect because we have those as our items. And just like that, if we look at the actual markup that we have, I'm going to make this nice and big for you. We have our links here. Yep, li, an anchor tag, linking to features, get started is the text that we passed in. Excellent. We're not doing anything with the button CTA just yet. In the footer, I'm not actually triggering that. We're only going to do that in the heading. So, or sorry, in the header. So it makes sense that it's not doing anything just yet. Now it's pretty typical to also have this word mark, the actual site logo, to link back to the home page. That's a pretty typical pattern. So let's go ahead and do that. Now, we are not going to use Prismic next link. This is specifically for if you are using links that are coming from Prismic. For this is just going to be a link to home. And I'm doing this kind of like hard coded. I'm doing this manually. So go ahead and type link, and you'll see we're importing this one from next link. And we're going to say href is equal to /, close that, and then wrap word mark with that link. Now here's the thing, we're going to get accessibility issues if we leave it just like it is, because this is essentially just a picture. There's no like actual text in here. And so if anyone's using a screen reader, they won't be able to know what this is. And so inside here, we're going to type a span, and I'm going to say glisten.ai homepage. And we could make this more tied to the CMS, but right now we're just going to hard code that. You can definitely pull in the title from settings and everything, but for us, this is okay. All right, now we don't want this to actually show up though, all right? This needs to be just for screen readers, and luckily Tailwind has a great class that helps with that. Class name is equal to SR only, and you see that our Tailwind IntelliSense is kicking in. SR only is position absolute, and it does all these fancy things to just make it so that this is only seen by screen readers. You will not be able to see it when we toggle back. But now we see that this is a link that would take us home, and it is also accessible. Great. All right, while we're here, let's go ahead and style this out. So in your footer, go ahead and say class name, And we're going to say flex hyphen col, just like that. Items, center, justify between. I'm going to say gap with 6. So that's going to give us 24 pixels or 1.5 rems between each of these items. Border T for top. So it's going to give 1 pixel border at the top. Border slate 600. So I was going to color that line for us. We also are going to say PX8, PY7, and on medium, it's going to, or on medium screens and above, we're going to do a flex row, just like that. So go ahead and save that, and we should see a nice little difference. There we go. So I'm going to make this the normal size. You can see we have our justify between is kicking in. So it's spacing out these items so they're on opposite sides. On smaller screens, we're going to get a flex column, but right now on this large screen, we have flex row. We can check that out to make sure that that's working. And we're not going to do this a ton, but just for the beginning, if you open up your dev tools and click the little responsive icon there, you'll see that it indeed stacks to be a row. So we still have a little bit of styling to do like within this list, but overall, that's what we're looking for. Now, for accessibility, we want to make sure that our navs, because we're going to have a couple of them, our navs have an ARIA label. So type ARIA label, and this one's just going to say footer. Oop. For our unordered list, we're going to say class name, and we're going to say flex and gap 6. So it's going to put them in a row and give it a little bit of space in between each item. Then in Prismic next link, go ahead and put a class name in there as well. And we're going to say inline flex, min height 11, and I'll explain that in a sec, items center. So for min height 11, that's just my way of making sure that on mobile devices, these are going to have an appropriate height that fingers can actually tap them. I believe the size is 42, or maybe it's 44, that you want to have as a minimum height so that you see, like, as my finger gets close, it is tappable. If something's too narrow on screens, people can really struggle to click that. If you could put a quick border on it, you'll see that, yeah, it's a bit bigger than it would be if it wasn't for this min height. So that's why that is there. And it's just a good accessibility tip to make sure that anything that someone needs to click on is big enough that they can't miss it. So just like that, we have styled our first component. Give yourself a nice little round of applause. I mean, not only did we style it, but also we're pulling in this data from Prismic so that this can be changed by anyone using your CMS. Now, the reason we started with the footer first is because the header is actually going to be a little bit more complex. And that's because of the fact that the navigation, let's go to the live site. The live site has this bit of JavaScript that it uses. So without JavaScript, we can make a version of that actually does work, and we probably should. But this menu uses JavaScript in order to open and toggle. So we need to use a client component. Now, inside of the header, we want to fetch data here and then pass that through to a client component. We would like for this to be rendered as a React server component, but parts of it need to be interactive. So we're going to break this into actually two components in a sense. So go ahead and create a new component here. We're going to call this navbar.tsx and RFC tab. And there we go. We have a new navbar. We're going to go ahead and save that and then import that into our header. You can remove the word mark part. That can go into the navbar. Let's go ahead and pop that in there. And I'm going to control period to import it at /components, just like that. Cool, so that's inside our navbar now. And then header can just import navbar, just like that. Cool, and I'll steal this part to replace the period. You can keep the period. It's just, I prefer the @components part. Like I said, in case we move things around, it's just not gonna break the import. Also a very quick fix if you do break the import. So first thing we want to do is actually copy what we have over here in the footer. We have this client and settings line. Go ahead and copy those and drop those right in the header, not in the navbar. because the navbar is going to be a client component. And it's saying, whoop, I don't know what this is. Go ahead and hit control, command period, and import from @prismic.io. Remember, we want to import it from that one. And then await, same problem, async. Just like that. So that's fixed. Now we are going to actually pass these settings down to our navbar. So settings. Now this might seem a little bit silly. Why are we doing all this? Because the navbar is going to render on the client side. And so we're at the very, very top, first line, you want to say use client, like that in quotes. And go ahead and save that. So this will render client side, but luckily this fetch will happen server side. That's the benefit. And right now it's saying, hey, you didn't tell me about settings, so please don't pass that. So let's go to our navbar and tell it all about that. Underneath our import, we're going to say type and then navbar props, just like this, equals curly brackets and then settings. I'm going to say content with capital C, just like that. And it's going to suggest this import of @prismic.io/client. Go ahead and hit that. And we're going to say content.settings. And you see it starts to autocomplete settings document, just like that. And once again, the beauty of this is that this is all coming automatically for us from Slice Machine. Prismic takes care of this for you. You don't have to create these complex types. It knows exactly what it created for you and what it's giving you back. So down here, we're going to open up our props and say settings. And you're going to say colon, and we are typing this now. Oh, actually, we don't want to open a second curly brackets. We're taking just navbar props just like that, because the entirety of this is the navbar props, and what we're pulling off of that, what we're destructuring, is just the settings. So it should be curly brackets settings, colon, and then navbar props, just like that, because we typed it so that settings is inside. Now we can go to our footer and actually grab some of this code here. So first, we do want to make sure that our header, I just realized as I saw footer here, I'm like, oh, right, semantic HTML. So return to your header and just make this div a header, just like that, easy enough, hit save. And then in our footer, we can go ahead and copy, let's say, the link to the nav, copy all of that out. Then back in our nav bar, we can paste that in. Just like that. It's going to have a couple of imports that it needs. So go ahead and hit control period, import from next link, and then Prismic next link, import that from @Prismic next. And then we should be set there. Now remember, we're getting the same settings bit, so that like all of those should work just the same way. Let's go look at our page. And we see that, yep, it is working the same way. We just don't have the footer styling like we had before. So it's a little bit funny. We don't have the flex between and all that stuff. So I want to do a couple of things here. We want to actually move our nav up so that it is the parent element. So I'm going to remove this div and that div at the bottom. And we're going to change the ARIA label to main. We don't need to say header or anything. It's just going to be our main navigation there. And we want to give this parent nav some style. So say class name is equal to px4, py4, on medium and above, px-6, md, py6. So a little bit of responsivity there for just our padding on this nav. Then inside that, we want to put a div. And this will wrap around everything. So div. And we're going to move this all the way down. So it's just inside the nav. So we're going to style this by saying class name, just like that, mx auto flex, max width 6xl, flex col, justify between, py2, font medium, text white, like that, md flex row, and MD items center. Hit save and let's take a look. There we go. So we have it side by side, or not side by side, but spread across, kind of like we are seeing here on the finished site. Now, we installed that Tailwind Prettier plugin earlier, and I want to show you exactly what that does. So if I get rid of flex here, and I put it here, flex, just like that, and hit save, nothing happens. Wait, did we not set up prettier? Oh, wait, hold on. My server's not running. That's why. All right, after some hunting around, I figured out why the prettier plugin was not working for us, and I think it's something about the setup that they recommended. So instead of prettier config JS, rename this to .prettier RC. So PRETTIERRC. And yours is going to be different from this, but you're going to have just open object, plugins in quotes, colon, and then prettier plugin Tailwind CSS inside of square brackets and quotations there. So go ahead and save that. And then my experiment of showing you how if I move flex to the end and you hit save, see how flex pops back into order. So whatever order you put things in, it's going to, upon save, run prettier and will automatically shift things around for you. So now that that's working, and it hopefully yours is working. Funny that the directions were a little different, but that is a very, very handy plugin to have for an additional reason. Watch this. If I mess up spelling justify between and hit save, it moves it to the front. And so I can quickly go, oh, okay, there's something wrong there because I know that that shouldn't be there. And also, if we put our own custom class on that, that'll get shifted to the front so we can kind of see that, okay, anything that it doesn't recognize gets moved to the front. So it helps you spot typos and not sit here going, why isn't this working, right? Anything that it recognizes will get put in a certain order. Anything it doesn't gets moved to the front. All right, now let's do something if we have a button. If in Prismic, we decide to toggle CTA button true. We want this get started to look kind of cool. So first, let's work out the logic of it. I'm going to come in here to the arrow function, and I'm going to change this to not being an implicit return. And I'm going to say return, just like that. And up here, I'm going to say if item.cta button. So if that is true, then we're going to return, we can say, let's call this button link, and we can just put that there for now. Let's create that component right over here. So new component, button link.tsx, RFC inside this. And just like that, we have a button link up and running. Before we do anything here, I'm going to go ahead and create children because we know that we're going to be passing children through, so that you can put something in the middle of this and that will render out. We will type that in just a minute. And now we want to go ahead and import button link. I can go ahead and change that from @components. That we can sort this so that I like having components on the bottom, anything from like the framework on the top and everything else kind of in the middle. So button link is now complaining because it's saying, hey, I'm expecting children. Congratulations. And here we can just pass through the item dot label like that. And we're also going to pass on this the key because we need to give it a key. So I'm going to say item dot label. Like I said, anything that anytime you're iterating in React, we need to do that. And field is going to be an item dot link. And this is going to be very similar in how it works to the Prismic Next link. And it's actually going to utilize the Prismic Next link. So let's go ahead over here. And oh, you know what? Actually, we are not going to use children for this. I have a better idea. So Prismic Next link, just like that. Go ahead, hit enter, and we can import that. And this will instead, let's go ahead and take class name. Like that, and then we're going to spread everything else. And we're going to say ... rest props. And luckily we can type this as a Prismic Next link props. And we can import that from the Prismic Next package right alongside there. So in our return, we have a Prismic Next link. We're going to remove the children, and that whole part, we can have this as a self-closing component. And right here, we can say ... rest props and spread that there. And what we can do is have class name it's equal to, and let's just for now, just make it text red 500. And we will soon style this much, much better, but let's go ahead and just see if this is working. So our button link is getting past the field as well as the label. And if this doesn't return, then this should return. And let's actually wrap this in the same LI so we can move, whoops, didn't mean to paste that in between. We can move that label off of the button link. Let's go ahead and do that so that we are doing an LI in both instances. And let's see, that did not work. Oh, no, it did. There we go. Cool. So we have our get started just like that. And that is when there is a button selected. Now, this one's actually pretty complicated in terms of its styling. We've got a lot going on. This is like one of our biggest Tailwind classes in the whole entire course. So I put this in our Notion doc. Go ahead and grab this and we can talk about it. And as we can see, we have a library that we have not installed yet. So go to your terminal, close that down, and we're going to run npm iclsx. Just like that. So what this is going to do is this little package allows us to quickly concatenate or combine classes. So you can see that we have all these built-in styles, and then at the end, CLSX also combines it with whatever we get passed in. So we're going to be using this a bunch. Just it's a nice way to functionally combine strings without kind of worrying about spaces in between and all that kind of stuff. It's just a healthy helper function. So if we save this, we should see it over on our home page. Let's go ahead and refresh that. And there we go. We get this nice little pulse animation. Yours should be pulsing with a nice little like glow and a nice little fade in, fade out. So let's talk briefly about some of these styles. There's a lot here. The ones I really want to focus on are the after ones. That might be something that you're not too familiar with. Basically what we're doing is we are using a pseudo element. We're using specifically the after. You have a before and after as two of your pseudo elements. And as soon as you hover over the element itself, it sets the background opacity of the pseudo element to 15. And so then the pulsing that it's doing, which is the built-in animation in Tailwind that we are using, the pulsing then is visible. And you can see that it has some transition and it's a bit blurry. You can remove any of these and kind of play around with it and see like what exactly is going on. If you remove the blur, you see it's just kind of like a solid rounded div. Yeah, so this is just kind of a bunch of button styles that you can tweak and play around with. This transition is what gives us that nice, smooth fade into the gold. So yeah, got a few things going on, and we brought our blur back. So there we go. So that is our button. Any other things we might touch on here? I don't think so. You can hover over any of these to see what it is that's giving. Oh, focus ring offset. You see, this doesn't seem to do anything. So we can get rid of that. I believe so. Yeah, and it also has a focus style so that when people tab over it, it is clear what this thing does. So with our button link set up, we are going to kind of call the header and footer not done, but we're going to put it on pause for now. I don't want to get too deep into navs and mobile navs and all that kind of stuff just yet. We can save that for a little bit. I want to get rid of this hello world. So we've got a header and footer up and running. We are fetching data from Prismic. Let's get some slices going. Hey, before we get into the next part, I know it sounds silly, but hitting that like button actually helps us build more great courses like this one. We'll be making more courses on portfolios and e-commerce stuff, so definitely subscribe if you don't want to miss out on those. And if you finish this course and deploy your site, I would love to see it. So please post it in the Prismic community forums, and if you post it anywhere on social media, tag me. I want to check it out. All right, it is the moment you've all been waiting for. We are going to build out our first proper slice. We are starting off with this beautiful big hero section. So we're going to go into our Slice Machine UI, go ahead into eSlices, and we are going to create our new slice. Go ahead and call this hero, hit enter, and it should build that slice for us. Great, it says save successfully, and we can check out our project to see exactly what that did. We now have a hero slice. It generated some template boilerplate component code for us, as well as pretty much empty mock file because we don't have any fields yet, and the model, which is also pretty empty because we don't have any fields just yet. But as we continue to build this out and add some fields, that will update for us. So we're going to start off in the non-repeatable zone. All of these fields that we are creating here, we only want them to appear once on our slice. So in the non-repeatable zone, go ahead and add a new field, and we're going to add a rich text field. We're going to call this heading, just like that, and click add, and then click the little edit button, and we're going to say unselect all, and we're only going to want this to be an H1. We can uncheck allow multiple paragraphs, and we are done there. Then we want to create the little body paragraph right here. So we're going to go another rich text field. This one's called body, and we're going to go hit and edit and unselect all. And we want this just to be paragraph. You can also allow for italic or bold, but for us, we're just going to say we want it to be normal text, and we're going to click done. For add a new field, we're going to then create a button link and a label for our button. So go ahead and choose a link. Let's call this button link, hit enter, and then add a new field. We'll call this one. So sorry, we're going to go for a key text. This is our button label. And the key difference between a key text and a rich text is going to be both in what you can enter and what you can get back. A button label, you can only ever enter just regular characters, and just returns you a string, where rich text, you have a lot more options. So for something like a button label where I only ever want a string, I go for a key text. Something like a heading, it's going to look a lot better in the Prismic UI if we use this, and I'll show you that in just a moment. And last but not least, we have the button link, button label, and we need our image. So go ahead and add a new image field. So we'll call this image, and we are good to go. We can review our changes. We don't have a screenshot, but actually we do. So if you go ahead and open up this folder from the assets that you have, so under assets, go ahead and download this zip file. And once you open up that folder, you'll see all these different assets. These two images are from Unsplash, but the slice thumbnails here, I've gone ahead and taken pictures of each of these slices on the final page. You can also take them from Figma, up to you, but we're going to grab this hero and drag it in. So under changes, we can say update screenshot, and I'm just going to drop that right in there. And there we go. So that's helpful for selecting your the proper slice when you're both here, but also within the Prismic page builder. So I can go ahead and say push changes, and that will then push both the screenshot and the model up to Prismic. Now, we might expect that we could go back to the home page and add that slice, but we are not going to be able to, and I'm going to tell you why. See how it only has just this rich text slice that we launched with? That's because we get to specifically say whether or not a slice can be used on a certain page type. So you can have several page types, and we're going to have another page type for our case studies, but we won't have all of our slices available on that case study page type. So we get to add slice, we're going to select existing, and we want to activate that hero for our page type. So say add, and then we're going to review our changes and just push those changes. Now, without even refreshing, we should, yep, there it is. We should see that we have access to this hero. I recommend you going to the final site and copying and pasting in that text. It's going to be the easiest way for you to get it. I could put it in a doc or something, but this way it's all in context. The button link will be download now. We're going to just keep linking to that same feature page for the rest of this course. And I'm going to say download now. And the image, upload media. All right, we're going to select all of these images just like that and click open. And there we go. We are now uploading all of the images. We have our OG image. We have some things for our case studies. And I'm going to select the hero image just like that. You got a whole bunch of stuff in here now that we can just work off of for the rest of the course. And that should work well. Hero image, go ahead and we can add some alternative text here. So this, we can say the dashboard of glisten.ai. And now this will get added to any place that we use this image as the alt text. We're only going to use it here on the hero, but it's nice that we can kind of centralize that. And we can go ahead and hit save. And we can publish. Now, we're not seeing it over here in the hero section because the component right now still looks the way that you kind of expect it to look, in the sense that it only has, let's find it, it only has this placeholder component for hero, variation, slice variation. So in Slice Machine, we have a great feature where when we build this slice out, as we're building this hero out, we actually can simulate it locally. So if we didn't put in that data that we just did, we can actually build it before any of that text gets put in, because Slice Machine creates this dummy content for you, this mock content, and it's really, really handy. Now, we can see that there's just this text here, and it's coming out white because that's what our styles say to come out, but it's not picking up the dark background. So we need to make that happen. So in our Slice Simulator folder right here, so app Slice Simulator, go to the page, and this is where Slice Simulator lives. This is where we're able to edit this simulation of our slices. This is also what gets used in the CMS. So we really want to change the background color. So if we type background and we just say 000 like that, that should, I think, yeah, change it to black. So that's looking good, but we're not actually using black. So go ahead and grab this. I just wanted to make sure that that was working, and go ahead and we just need the color. So I'm actually going to edit out the rest. So just type background and then hash 070815. And that's the proper background color, and that's looking a lot better. And it'll also update over here. So looks good. So now we want to render this content onto our slice, and the quickest way to do that is by grabbing the code snippets that Slice Machine gives us. So go ahead and hit this little toggle here in the hero slice, and we see that we get Prismic Rich Text, next link, and it shows us exactly the location of all of this data. So I'm going to copy the heading to start with, go ahead into the hero, back to the hero, and we're going to get rid of this placeholder content. We can keep the section part for now, and go ahead and paste that. As you know, Control or Command period, update that import from Prismic React, just like that. And if we hit save, we should see aught. Not a lot going on there, but at least we see that our data is getting piped through. Go ahead and do it for the rest. So grab that body, paste that in. We're going to grab the button link, and we're going to paste that in, just like that. It's another one we need to import, period, and enter. And then here in the middle, we see link. We're actually going to place what this one gives us. I want to copy this out so that we don't get the React fragment in there. And I'm going to paste slice primary button label right in between. So that is our Prismic next link. And we can actually convert this real quick. We're actually not going to use next link in this. We're going to use our button link, just like that. And then that's going to swap out nicely. We can actually remove this. I kind of forgot. And then last but not least, we have this image. And so copy that, and we're going to need to import that as well. All right, save that, and let's take a look at our simulator, see how that's looking. And there we go. So we see a lot of mock content because this is all coming from right here. This isn't what we entered into the CMS. I'm just showing you how Slice Simulator allows us to kind of build out quickly, and it gives us an image. We don't have to worry about all that stuff. But and we have our little button there that's working just great. But we can hop over to our homepage, and we see, woof, it is kind of messy because we don't have any styles on this. We don't have any like containers or anything like that. We can slap a quick container on the section. So you go class name, just container. That'll at least give us some kind of bounding box, but we see that we have our, let's inspect, we have our H1 coming through for hello world. We should have more in that section. Sorry, that's our rich text slice that we can get rid of now. Let's go ahead and get rid of this rich text default. Go ahead right here and click delete. And there we go. There's our hero showing up. Hit save and publish to remove that rich text slice. We're going to reuse that rich text slice in a different way later on. If you refresh your homepage, there we go. So if you inspect, we have H1 designs that shine with dynamic intelligence. We have our paragraph, we have our link, and we have our image with the alt text coming in automatically along with lazy loading and all of the other things handled for us thanks to Prismic Next image. All right, so now that we're passing all of our data in here, the next thing to do is to style this component. It is not looking so great right now. What we want to first do is grab a couple of the components from our Notion doc. First, let's grab star grid. This is the fancy little grid in the background here that eventually will have that little wave pattern, but right now it's just going to be what it sounds like, a grid of stars. So go ahead and copy that. We are going to put that right in our components folder. So create a new file called stargrid.tsx and paste that in there. If you ever wonder where it should go, I've put that at the top for most of these components. And go ahead and save that. Like before, this is in SVG. The only difference here is that we're using actually a little bit of JavaScript to create the grid. You can see that it's only about 44 lines of code. That's because it is using the same icon over and over and over again, and just we're just using that use feature of SVG. It also has a little bit of Tailwind in there just to make it absolute, to move it up and to put it in the background behind anything else. We're also going to grab this bounded component, and I will talk about it. It's not too interesting, and it just takes a little bit of time to type out. So go ahead and create a new component called bounded.tsx, just like that. And we are pasting in this one right here. So we can talk about this briefly. We have a couple of props that this component bounded receives. And we're going to be using this component in place of the section to wrap around each of our slices. So if we put bounded here and import it from @components_bounded, we can see what it does, and then we can talk about what it's actually like, what each of the, oh, it doesn't like that. Let's see. I kept that container class on. Make sure you get rid of the container class, and then you should be set. Now it should be centered. Perfect. There we go. Glad we figured that out, because that is not what we wanted. I'm also going to turn off. Here we go. Had a little flex thing there. So now it is centering our content, and that's exactly what we want. And as it scales down, it'll give us a little bit of padding. It's a nice component that we're going to wrap every single one of our slices in to get a nice centered layout. All right, so now we want to add that star grid inside here. So we're going to actually create a new div. I'm just going to put period relative and then hit tab, and it'll create a div with class name relative. Wrap everything inside that relative div, and we're creating that because the star grid is absolute, and we want it to kind of bind to that or be contained by this div. So star grid, just like that. And if we save, we should see, ta-da, we have our star grid in the background there. So that works great. Next, we want to actually check before we go ahead and start to render out things around our heading, our body, our button, all those things. We have a great way of checking with Prismic to see, hey, did anyone even fill this field out? Because every field in Prismic is optional, giving content teams full flexibility there. So on our end, it's our responsibility as the developers to check, is this even filled in? So we're going to use curly braces and start typing is filled, and we'll see, it's saying, do you want to import this from Prismic client? And I say, yes, I do. And I say isFilled.rich text, and we're going to pass this, it's a function, we're going to pass this the slice primary heading. Like that, and we're going to say, if that's true, because this is going to return a Boolean, it's just is filled, right? And so if that's filled in with anything, then we are going to, parentheses, return this Prismic rich text. So that's how we check to make sure that something's actually there. And especially the reason we are checking for that is we want to make sure that what we're about to render doesn't render as just an empty H1, because we want to style the H1, and I don't want to send this if there's nothing here. Now, right now, Prismic rich text is going to render out its own H1. So if I were to save this, it would be H1 and an H1 inside. So to just get back a string, I'm going to say Prismic text, and it's a different component. We take the rich part out of it, and suddenly we are just going to get some text. So if I save that and go inspect, we should see that it's an H1 with just a string inside, and that's exactly what we want, because I want to toss some Tailwind classes on this H1. So go ahead and say class name, and we're going to say text balance. It's a great little CSS trick that I can show you in a sec. It only works in Chrome, but it really makes a difference. Text center, text 5XL. It's going to be on mobile devices. Font medium. Opacity. Oh no, we don't need opacity yet. We'll get into that for animations later. MD text 7XL. So just like that, and we should see nice. It's looking great. And then if we shrink our screen to be smaller, it's going to shrink down a little bit. So that's what we are looking for. Now, if I remove this text balance, I just want you to kind of see the difference without it. As I go and actually, it might not be too bad on this one heading, but I recommend it for all of your headings, because what it does is it actually checks and makes sure that it is as balanced as possible. So you're not going to get like one word at the end that's just small and it just looks bad. So for most of our headings, we're going to be putting that text balance on there, because it's just it's really nice. It's a bit of typography flourish that you're going to appreciate. So we're going to do kind of the same thing. We are going to first make sure that we have something filled in here for slice primary body. So I'm going to say is filled dot rich text slice primary body, just like that. And if that's true, we can go ahead. Oh, I need to use parentheses and return that. Oh, I'm getting a little bit funky. Hold on one sec. I accidentally used curly brackets for that return. There we go. Let's hope the formatting saves me there. It does. Sorry about that. And we are going to wrap this in a div to style the content inside this body. So I'm going to go ahead and say .mxauto. This is a nice little hack to get your div and classes started all at once. So got mxauto. I'm going to put some more classes in there. MT is 6. Max with, let's go MD, text balance, text slate 300, and that is it for that component. Let's see, that's looking pretty good, but we want actually our text to be centered, and we can toss that centering on all of our components for this slice. So let's actually style it up here. We can toss on the bounded go class name and say text center right there, and that should impact everything in this slice. All of our text in the hero slice needs to be centered, so it's not that big a deal. Cool. So let's get into our button link. We're not going to do too much here. We just want to make sure that it is actually filled in before we start to render anything. So is filled dot link slice dot primary dot button link we're going to check for. And if that's true, return this button link. And then on button link, we can give it a class name. And we're going to say hero, MT8. So I'm getting ahead of myself. There's some animation stuff that we'll get into later. So right now, it's just MT8, and that'll just give us a margin at the top. And you can see it gives a little bit of space between itself and the body text. Great. Last but not least, let's get to this image. So first we're going to do is filled, and we're going to check for image, and we're going to pass it the slice.primary.image. If you're using something like Copilot, it'll probably already pick up on the pattern and it should be filling these in for you. When I use Copilot, it runs really fast. And yeah, this is a whole lot easier. On the actual image, I'm going to say class name, and we're going to say rounded LG, and that's going to round the corners pretty substantially. Let's check that out real quick before we get into it. And you can see it has, oh, I mean, you might be able to see it has some rounded corners, but we're going to add something right now to make that even more dramatic. So go to your Notion doc. We had that bounded TX. Right underneath it should be globals.css. So right now, this is what our CSS looks like. We're going to add a few things, and I'll talk about them as we get into it. Let's head to our globals.css and paste that in, and yours should look like this. So we're using a glass container class that I made, and I'm going to explain to you what this does. Basically, on the glass container element itself, it's just going to set possession relative because we're going to come in with a pseudo element. I'm going to say before, and then this at apply actually applies Tailwind classes, and we're using that because we're using some of the Tailwind colors. So I figured why not go for it. And you really can in a CSS file use either, but I figured if we're using some of these colors, just go for the whole thing. And what this is going to do is going to position this pseudo element absolutely. Inset is the same as having top, left, bottom, and right all set to to 10 pixels. Apologize. Oh, no. I was correct because that dash at the beginning. So 10 pixels. The Z index is -10. We're going to round it. It's going to have a light little border, and this IntelliSense thing is really handy because it shows you exactly what value you're getting back. So it's making a light color, 20% opacity, and then a background with 10% opacity, and we're going to blur anything behind it with a blur of 12 pixels. We're not going to get much behind it for this one, but we're going to use this glass container over and over again throughout the course. So back here in our hero, we're going to go ahead and wrap this Prismic Next image in a div that we're going to start with glass container. And just like that, we can wrap that around it. And let's see how that looks to begin with. Nice. So you see, with just a few styles and that one class, we have our little glass container effect there. We still need to add a couple classes. So next to glass container, say MT16 and WFit for width fit. And there we go. We have a little bit of space. And only thing we're missing now is this light little blur effect. So how do we get that? Well, we're just going to use a div inside the div. So next to Prismic Next image, before it, we're going to say .absolute, hit tab, and you can just self-close this div because it's not going to have anything actually inside it. It's just for its styling purposes. I'm going to say inset 0, and that's like having top left. Let me see. Yeah. So inset is not a Tailwind thing. It's just a shorthand for doing top, left, bottom, right. As I said, negative Z-10. So that's going to put it behind this Prismic Next image. BG blue 500 /30 /30, and that drops the opacity to 30%. Blur to XL, and we're going to say filter. Although I don't know if filter, filter is necessary because of the blur. So go ahead and do that. And there you go. You should have the same kind of a blur that we have on the main page. If you want to customize this site to your own liking, go ahead and, you can say green or any of the Tailwind colors that they have, and you can make this site completely your own. But for our purposes, we're going to be following and building out the Glisten AI site just as you say it. But please, I encourage you to change fonts, change anything that you want. Make the site yours. So this is all suggestions from me. But look at this. We have our slice all set up, and it even looks good on mobile, or at least it better. It should. There we go. Nice. So that's looking real slick. Well done. And yeah, just like that, you have a hero slice built out and ready to go. Now for animations, we're gonna come back at the end of the course after we've built everything out and add those animations. We're gonna build all the slices. We're gonna deploy the site just in case animations aren't your thing and you don't wanna kind of get caught up in that. If you just want a good looking static site, that's totally great. But if you wanna add those cool little flourishes and the entrance animations and all that stuff, we will get to that at the end. GSAP is coming in a little bit later, but I really suggest you stick around because that's just really nice. The difference between the two, right? Like, I'm excited for it. All right, it is time to build out our next slice. We call this one the Bento Slice because it has this bento box grid that you will see on a whole bunch of sites. And we also are going to be doing this cool little gradient effect on just some of the text, and you'll be able to change that within Prismic so that it's completely customizable. We are also using our little glass container class around here, so we'll easily get these nice little borders to stay on brand with the rest of our site. And we will use CSS Grid to align these in the way that they are. So to create this slice, let's go ahead into our slices folder here and hit create. I'm going to say Bento, B-E-N-T-O, hit enter. And there we go. We have our new slice. Now we have our two options for the non-repeatable zone and the repeatable zone. In slices, we don't have groups. We just have the repeatable zone and the non-repeatable zone. So we want to look at this and see, okay, what parts do we want to just happen once? And which are the elements that we want to happen as many times as our editors want. So here, our heading, we just want that to happen once. It's going to go in the non-repeatable zone. We have a body that will also go in the non-repeatable zone. And then, of course, we have these elements. We have the heading here, we have the body, and then we have an image. And those three will go in the repeatable zone. So let's go ahead and add a new field. It's a rich text, and we'll say heading. And go ahead and click the little pencil, unselect everything, and say H2, but we also want in italic, and that's what's going to be how we style that gold text. We will have them say italic, so let's have a placeholder here that just says italic for gold text, just to remind our editors in case they forget. And hit done there. All right, now we need a body. So hit rich text again, say body, typing fingers, there we go. And we're gonna unselect everything. We'll just bring back paragraph. You can add bold and italic if you would like, but for me, I'm just keeping it as simple as we can. So those are the two things that aren't gonna be repeated. Now we need these three. So in your repeatable zone, add a new field, and we get the same options here. Say rich text. And we're gonna say title. It's pretty much the same as heading, but I just want us to be able to like determine the difference. The difference for me is just like, this is the title of this box, where this is the heading of the slice. I don't know. It's just something to make a little bit of difference. And this is going to be an H3 because it's gonna come after the H2. Deselect multiple paragraphs and hit done. Now we're gonna add that body. I know I'm reusing the name body, but oh well. You can use whatever naming conventions you like, but I would suggest to stick with mine just in case you need to compare your code to mine later. It's a lot easier that you're not having to switch a whole bunch of stuff. And then last but not least, we want that image. So add a field, click image, and type image. And while we're here, you can go ahead and add the screenshot. So say update screenshot, and I'm going to drag in from our slice thumbnails. I have the bento here. I'm just going to drag that in there. It doesn't look like this yet, but it is wishful thinking, and it will soon. So for this one, we can see how far we can take it with the slice simulator. Go ahead and click simulate at the top right here. And this should open up the simulator for our bento, and says placeholder component, and that's what shows up every time we create a new component. If we head over to VS Code, we see we have a new bento folder, and we have our index, our mocks, and our model. Basically, what Slice Machine is creating is just a simple JSON file here, but it's just nice that you don't have to type any of this. You don't have to remember how this whole thing works. It's just all done for you. And quickly, I just want to touch on a bit in this index file in the actual slice component. I kind of skipped over the type here. So this is just pulling in automatic types for you that are created by Slice Machine. So you don't have to do that. And it's already added here in TypeScript. So
If you're not familiar with TypeScript, this might seem like a lot of weird stuff going on, but it's basically pulling in the type from the automatically generated types, saying that this is type bento props, and then we say that what this is going to get as its props is going to match this type. And it's true because Prismic is going to be passing in this prop, so we know exactly what this is getting, so we can make it really easy to set up. So all this stuff is just TypeScript stuff. If it looks a little weird to you, don't worry about it too much. You don't have to do much there. So if we head back to Slice Machine, we can grab our code snippet. So go ahead and start copying these in. We might change some of these to be a Prismic text or a Prismic rich text. A Prismic text instead of the rich, but it's good to start from this at least. It takes care of the field and everything for us. So go ahead and grab the heading and you can start to paste that in. I'm gonna import everything at the end. So I'm gonna copy the body and going to go down to the repeatable zone. Now, definitely pay attention here because the snippets aren't going to be what you might expect. So if you copy this and paste this in, I'm going to give it some space. If you paste that in, it's going to complain not just about it not being imported, but it's going to say, hey, I don't know what this item is. Can you tell me what this is? And we will address that in just a second. I'm just going to finish copying so that I'm not jumping all over the place like I am known to do. Copy and paste. So you should have 5 different code snippets here. So first, let's go ahead and import everything. Let's take care of that. Update import. There we go. And one more. Great. So we have everything imported. Now we need to deal with this item.title issue. And if you look here, it actually says slice.items I for the index .title. So items is what we are looking at here in terms of the array that we're getting back from Prismic that has these actual items on it. So we need to go ahead and say slice.items.map, just like that. And now off of that, we could do an arrow function and with an implicit return. So use parentheses like that. And you can put everything inside there. And here we just need to say that we are getting item off of that items array. And I'm going to go ahead and wrap everything in a div. I'm going to actually do period glass container, just like that, and wrap everything there. And of course, because it is React and we are iterating over something, we need a key. And that's going to be item.title, because that should be unique for everything. But we see a problem here because item.title is actually a rich text. So we need to turn that into a string. And this is one of the benefits of TypeScript. It's saying, hey, this isn't what you think it is. So I want you to go ahead and type as text. And we might need to import that. Yeah, we definitely do, but I thought it might pick up with the auto import. So control period, and it's going to be from Prismic client. So your import from Prismic client should look like this: content and as text. And this is just going to turn it into a plain text string, which is one of the many helpers that we have with so that you can deal with Prismic content and data much easier. So we don't have much here, but we should be able to go over to our simulator and take a look. You might have to refresh. But there we go. Now it's not looking good because this image is coming in nice and big. You see the image original size that they're giving us is 5,600 pixels across. And yeah, it's just going to be real large, and without any classes or styles to constrain it, it's just going to go real big. We see our glass container though, and we see our content coming in. Here's our heading. I'm going to go ahead and just copy over the new gold standard like that. And I copied it over and it kept the italics, so that's good. And right now it's coming out as italic, but we will be able to style this in our component in just a second. I'm also going to copy this over. We could probably do the full, like we could bring this into Prismic now, but I want to see how far we can get in the Slice simulator because this is a really handy tool so that you don't have to push everything to Prismic. You don't have to go change your document, because if your team is working on this homepage, they might not like you going in and just adding data and everything and messing around in what they've got going on. So we can save mock content there, and we will take care of the enormous size of this image in just a moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide the editor, and I'm actually going to change this from desktop to maybe mobile and move this off to the side so that I can have these two kind of side by side. So here, I'm going to just set it up so we can maybe see as we're styling. Let's see if this works. There we go. So we've got that set up now. First thing we're going to do is change this section to bounded. Go ahead and import that from @components bounded, just like that. And saving that should, yeah, there you go. You're already looking a lot better. All right, good progress just importing that one component. Now, we are going to be changing the output of this Prismic rich text for our heading here. So go ahead and open this up a little and pass it a components prop. And this is going to take an object, so do double curly brackets like that. And this is how we can customize what is rendered to the DOM whenever Prismic gets a certain type of content back. So if you hit Control space or Command space, we can see the options that we have. So an M, an embed, heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, all of those, an image, a label. So if any of these come back from your rich text field in Prismic, then you can change what outputs. So if you're using something like Chakra UI and it has a special heading component, you can make sure that all of your headings output as a Chakra UI component and not just a typical H1. By default, these will output as what you would expect them to, right? Like a paragraph is going to be a P, heading 1 is going to be an H1, that sort of thing. So note that this title can give out two things, heading 1 and italic, or M in this case. So go ahead and choose heading 2 to start with. We're going to pass this an arrow function, and this is going to get children, because we're going to pass that in between, and this has an implicit return. It's going to return an H2, oh, not an HTTP2 server request. That's my autocomplete not working for me. So an H2, and inside is going to be children. Nothing too wild here. This is essentially the default return. This is what we're getting anyway. But we want to style this H2. So go ahead and say class name, and we're going to say text balance. Talked about that before. Text center, text 5XL, font medium, and MD on larger screens is going to be text 7XL. Cool. Go ahead and hit save. And there we go. Just like that, we have much better text there. Now, the only thing is our gold standard is catching that default EM, and it is not, it's not the look we're going for. So we can go ahead and style that EM. So right after heading 2, say EM, and we're going to do the same thing. You can actually copy this whole bit over so that we just need to change the critical parts. Children will stay. Change your H2 to an EM. And we can wipe out this class name part because this EM is actually going inside the H2. So we only need to style it for the things that are specific to that gradient. So I'm going to say BG gradient to B. And what this does is says the fact that we're making a background gradient and we are making it go from top to bottom. That's what that means. And then from yellow 100 to yellow 500, and then BG clip text, and then we're going to say not italic. That's how we get rid of the italics, and text transparent. Now, I'll explain this, but first let's make sure it works. And nice, it does. So the trick to doing gradient text is essentially to give your element a background color and then use BG clip text to make it so that the text actually acts as like a mask on that background. So if I remove BG clip text or just I mess it up with like a erroneous letter, we see what's actually happening here. Without the mask of that text, we see that it's just a gold gradient behind. But as soon as we bring back that BG clip text, it clips to just the text, and we also need to make the text transparent. Otherwise, it will be on top of our gradient and kind of defeat the purpose. So that's how we do that. We just worked with gradients real quick, and we also did a nice, cool little gradient effect. And in just that bit of code, you can have a nice gradient, and you can do this in all different directions. Like, the world's your oyster with this trick. All right, our heading is looking great. Now let's go ahead and style our Prismic rich text here for the body. What we're gonna do is wrap this in a div. So I'm gonna start by saying period MX auto, just because that's our first class that we'll be adding to this. And then in there, I'm gonna go back in and say MT6, max width MD, text balance, text center, text slate 300. All right, save that, and there we go, looking much better. And let's see if text balance makes a difference here. I kind of want to, there we go. See the difference? That looks terrible compared to that. That is so much nicer to look at. So that's why we're using text balance. It really makes a difference where you, when it comes down to like things that you can't really control. It's tough to manage this any other way, and text balance just takes care of it for you. Not available in every browser yet, but it will be eventually, and it is nice. And on the browsers where it's not supported, it just doesn't, like, it won't break anything. It's a progressive enhancement. So we are good there. That is handled for us now. So let's come down to our items, and we're going to wrap this entire thing in a div. I'm going to say period MT16. Hit tab. I'm going to move that div down. And by the way, I'm holding Alt as I move around with my arrow keys to shift that down, in case you were wondering. So on that div that's wrapping around our slice items, we're going to say MT16 grid max width 4XL. I'm going to say grid rows. Now, let me see, grid rows, but we're going to do auto. So say auto, and you have to have underscores there. If you put spaces, that becomes a different class. So go ahead and type it just like that. We're using the square brackets so that we can say whatever value we want. I'm gonna say gap 8 and MD grid cols 3 and MD gap 10, and that should be it. So right now we only have one item. We can go ahead into the editor here and add another item. Unfortunately, when we add an item, it just enters blank. So we can just say lorem ipsum, and we can, for the body, just copy what we have up here. And for your image, let's go ahead and let's grab a horizontal one, because this element is going to be a horizontally styled one. Most of these are vertical. This Clementine one looks fine though. There we go. And so now we at least have a couple of items in here. So save mock content, and I'm going to shift it back over, close the editor. So now we've got this, this second item. And I want to talk real quick about what we just put in here. We are going to be using grid, as I said, to handle this bento box thing. And the first box, let me pull this back open. The first box is going to take up one of the three grid sections. And the second box, didn't mean to view source, I meant to inspect. The second box is going to take up 2. So as you see here, we have that taking up 1, and then the second item takes up 2, the third one takes up 2, and the fourth takes up 1. Now we are going to change that based on a Boolean that we can add into the actual model here. But right now, let's just go ahead and finish styling up that component. So that's the finished one. We want the simulator. There we go. We are going to style the heading, the body, and the image and finish that up. So in addition to glass container here, we want to add a couple more classes. So I'm going to say row span 3, grid rows. Grid rows. Okay, now subgrid. And I'll talk about this in a second. Gap 4, rounded, LG, BG gradient to B. So it's going from top to bottom. From gray, we're going to say 900. You can click on that right there. And to gray 950. So it's just going to be a really subtle, like from dark to just a little bit darker. And then we're going to say P, or padding of 4. let's see, there we go. So we have this like inner div now that gives a little bit of padding, and it's looking pretty good. Let me zoom in. Oh, that doesn't work for the Slice simulator. So let me try desktop. There we go. Still can't zoom in because this is an iframe inside. So we see that that works well. But I want to talk about why we are using subgrid and, in fact, what subgrid even is. You might not be familiar with it. It is a pretty recent addition to CSS. So what subgrid allows us to do is it allows us to determine the position of internal elements based on the parent's grid. All right, so here I have the finished version, and let's take a look at what we have. So we see that we have grid rows, auto, and so that takes care of these actual rows here, and those are going to repeat. So as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3, and those are each set to auto so that they fill however they need to. And then the only thing that changes when it comes to responsivity is that on large devices, it's going to have grid cols 3. When it shrinks down, it's going to be grid cols 1 as a default. But here we see that we have 1, 2, 3 rows. And then as we add more elements, that's going to repeat. So we have another 3 rows. And then you can see here, subgrid, that allows each of the elements inside to say, hey, we want to follow exactly what my parent is doing. So if we turn subgrid on and turn the grid off, we see that each of these is getting the same subgrid, and this allows us to make horizontal alignments that we couldn't otherwise make. So if I were to go in here, let's just quickly go in here. I want to inspect this. I'm going to reduce this and just say, hey, you see that that doesn't shift around, that this image would normally shift up and fill in this space and the alignment would be thrown off. But now we don't need to worry about that. And if I put in a whole bunch more text, so if I undo that, there we go, and I can just double this up or triple it even, you see that this item moves down to align with that. So that's what we want. Obviously, we need to be careful about how much text we put into these elements, but that's on your content team. But for us, we can make it so that subgrid aligns these items the way that we want them. So that is why we are using subgrid. That is where subgrid is really fantastic. Otherwise, this is a very difficult problem to solve. All right, so back to our code and back to the simulator. We want to take care of this title now. So instead of Prismic rich text, we're going to say Prismic text, and we're going to import that. Now around that, we're going to, because Prismic text is going to render just a string, we're going to use an H3, and we can say period text -2XL, and if you hit tab on that, we get an H3 with that as a class name. So that is set, and we see that that's looking good. That's exactly how we want it. Now around this, the body, we're going to have another div, and we're going to say max with MD, and hit tab. And we could just chain all of our classes with Emmet in that sense. Like if I were to do period max with MD, actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and do that just real quick. So max with MD, period, text balance, period, text slate 300, and we hit tab. We get all of those added as classes. Sometimes I just like to do the one and then handle the rest inside. Totally up to you, but just trying to show you some tricks along the way in case you're not familiar. So next on the image, oh, I can go ahead and save that, and yeah, it looks good. All right, on the image class name, we're gonna say max height 36, and just to clarify, this is going directly on the image, and width is auto. So we're setting the height, and we're making sure that it doesn't get too huge. As we said, this image can get kind of big, but we wanna make sure it has a max height, and then we can handle the rest from there. So that's looking pretty good. Now the only thing is these aren't taking up different sizes. These are each taking up one column. So we want to go back into our Bento and enlarge that. And we're going to add one more to the repeatable zone so that each of these items gets one more thing. We're going to add a Boolean. So it's going to be like a true false. And we're going to say wide. So WIDE. Just like that. And so if that's true, then we want to make this wide. So in order to handle that, let's go back to our code, and we are going to add a ternary right here on our class name. So go ahead to class name and wrap that in curly brackets. I'll zoom in a little bit in case that's too small. Curly brackets, and now we want to call in CLSX. We haven't used this much yet, but right now we're going to see how this becomes really handy. So I'm going to close the parentheses over there, and at the very end, I'll close this over here. At the very end, we want to say comma, and we can put anything else in here. As many arguments as you want to pass it, it'll just string them together and output a solid string that then Tailwind will take care of from there. So we want to say item.wide. So if that's true, we want md col span 2. So on medium and up, it's going to take up 2 columns. Otherwise, so we do colon. So if it's false, we just say md col span 1, just like that. Let's check it out. Let's see how that came out. Our simulator here, we don't have either of these being wide, so we want to set the second one to wide. We could set the first, but for the style that we're going for, we are setting the second one. Now, it looks okay. It's just that the text and the image styles, or rather, this text is too long, and this image is too short, or not wide enough, I should say. So if I cut a little bit out of this, that should already look a little bit better. And then if you look at the final site, you see that this image is intentionally very wide. So that's the design, and this just isn't exactly there. But we are seeing that it works, and if we were to add more items, this is looking great. So let's go ahead and push this up. I don't see any other reason to delay. Let's push these changes. And in our homepage here, I'm going to refresh. That error might just be because it's been hanging out on localhost for a while and haven't reloaded in a bit. We see we have our hero and our rich text, and we don't have it actually added to any page type. So that's why we're not seeing it here. So if you come in here and you go, where's my slice? It's because we need to decide, hey, this is available on this page type. So select from existing, choose Bento, add that, and we need to review that change and push that up to Prismic, because once again, we are on our local host here. Slice machine runs locally, and Prismic is in the cloud, as they say. So we can go ahead and add a bento, and we see our little hint here, italic for gold text. I am going to go ahead and copy, like we did before, the new gold standard, copy that over, paste that in, copy the body. I'm gonna just do this real quick. And you can go ahead with all of these, and we can speed this up a little bit so that you're not waiting through this. All right, so I've added each of those items. I have 4, and I've added a little bit of alt text so that we make sure that this is accessible. And I'm gonna go ahead and publish that. And back at our homepage that we have over here, we can go ahead and hit reload. And there we go. That is looking fantastic. So we did a couple tricks in this one. We have our glass border like from before, but we did some really cool grid tricks here where we're not only using grid in a smart way, but we're using subgrid, which is new just last year. And we're also doing this cool gradient effect with the text. So well done. There is our bento slice. All right, it is time for our next slice. We're going to build this slice that I call the showcase. It's eventually going to have this cool little animation, but for now, we're just going to focus on the straight up design of all of this. And we're going to have this image hanging over the side, icon, all this good stuff. So let's jump into Slice Machine. Go ahead to Slices, and we can click Create. Or if you want to skip that part at the end where you have to add it to your page type, we can go into Page Types and create the slice from here. So add slices, create new to start from scratch. So we're going to call this Showcase. Hit enter, and it will build that slice, and it's already tied to our page type, but we need to click into it. So you can see there's showcase, and here we are. So let's check out what fields we need to add to our showcase slice. We see we have a heading, so we're going to add that. We also have this icon here, and we're going to use a select field to allow our content team to pick from a few different icons that we want to add, or just allow them to have. You could do an image field for this, but I like having it as a select so we don't get like just wacky emojis and stuff like that. It stays with your design system that way. We also have this little subheading here. We have the body text here. We have our button text and the button link, and of course our image. We'll probably put the image second. So let's go ahead and start adding those fields. None of them need to be repeated, so we're just going to go all 100% inside the non-repeatable zone. So let's start with rich text. We're going to call that heading, and we will edit that to be an H2. Go ahead and click done. Add another field. This is going to be the image. Let's call this image. Add another field. We are going to use a select this time. So a drop-down field of options for content creators. And we're just going to call this icon. And we need to go inside this and customize this so that the options aren't 1 and 2. We're just going to do 2 here. So gear, and we're going to do cycle. So these are going to be the 2 icons that we give access to. You can add as many as you would like, but for the sake of this course, we're just going to do these 2. It's going to be pretty simple there. Next, we're going to create another rich text field. We're going to call this subheading. And we're going to edit that to be just a heading 3. It's going to come after the H2. Disallow multiple paragraphs, and actually go back to heading and take that off as well. And for your next one, this is going to be a rich text. We can call this body. I pretty much call any paragraph-like thing body. Unselect, we'll go paragraph, bold, and italic for that one. Give them some options. And then we want our button text. So choose a key text. We just want that string. So button text like that. And we also want a link. So say button link like that. And of course, we want our screenshot. So go ahead and say update screenshot. And we will drag in the, where is it? Integration showcase. There we go. Showcase default. Now we're going to make a variation of this soon. So that's why you see the showcase reverse. And I'll walk you through that in just a little bit. But first, we need to build the showcase default. You can go ahead and close the simulator from the Bento, and we can open a new Slice Simulator version for our new showcase slice. And it looks exactly how we would expect a brand new slice to look. So let's go ahead and open this up in VSCode. And here's our showcase slice. Come down here, and you know the deal by now. Go ahead and wipe out the little bit there. Change section to bounded. Can do a few of the things that we've done a few times now. Sometimes autocomplete doesn't fill out the bottom, so make sure you're handling that. And yeah, it's yelling that we don't have any children yet. So let's get it some children. Go ahead and grab the code snippets from here, copy and paste. Go through that. That's going to be what saves you a whole bunch of time every single time we go out and work with Slice Machine. Trust me, this kind of thing with other CMSs or just other data in general is always like kind of a guessing game of just figuring out like, all right, does this make sense? What is the shape of my code and everything? So going in, body, button text. Sorry about the flashing. I know it's it's tough going from light to dark, so apologies for that. And we are back here with Prismic next link. So go ahead and update your imports, just like we've done several times now. Not going to walk you through that, but that's command period. And I am set here. I'm going to save this, and we're going to go over to our simulator. I'm going to hit refresh real quick because sometimes it just doesn't take on that potatoes. The mock content that's automatically generated can sometimes be a little bit silly. I'm going to change the icon to gear, and we see that the icon changes. This will obviously feed into an SVG in a little bit. But yeah, we are seeing that we're getting back pretty much what we expect. We have a link here. Date is the button text. So it's looking good. Well, it's looking like something, right? It's at least there. We can grab your glisten, your workflow. And, oh, actually, you know what? I made a mistake. So go back to your heading. I told you to go in and disallow multiple paragraphs. We need multiple paragraphs here because we are doing this little style bit where it says your glisten, return your workflow. So go back there, change that, and now, does this update immediately? It does. So we didn't need to reload or anything. But yeah, have your glisten, your workflow. This image is fine for what we need it for, and the rest is fine as well. So head to your code. we just want to slide this button text. I'm actually going to not grab the fragment. I'm going to remove that and put that in there instead of link. So now our, so let's change date to sign up, or something like that. Great, so now our link says sign up and the rest is good to go. We're going to start with some styling. We're going to put a quick little class on our bounded component and just say class name relative. And that is because we need something to contain this glow. So that's going to be positioned to absolutely. We need the entire component, the entire slice to be positioned relative so that it doesn't go outside of that. So let's go ahead and create that glow right now. I'm going to put a little class on it that's just called glow. That doesn't do anything, but it is going to just let me know, hey, this is your glow div. That's what's going on here. I'm going to make that self-closing, and let's add some styles. So absolute, negative Z10. So it's going to bring it behind everything else. Aspect square, width full, max width XL, rounded full. Let's go rounded full. There we go. BG blue 400 and then /20. So that's going to be only 20%. And then blur 3XL and filter. The blur won't work if you don't add filter at the end. That just kind of triggers all of the filters that you might add to something. So we can barely see it. Hopefully you can see it back there. If you can't, go ahead and remove the opacity just to check. And there you go. You see it nice and bright, but we want that to be a more subtle kind of gradient because that's what this style of website that we're going for entails. And a nice 20%. It's going to look, just like that. You can make it as strong as you want, but kind of like the more subtle, the better for this sort of style. So we have our little glow back there, and really all that is just a square that's blurred to all heck. So if I remember if I remove the 20 and the blur, we'll see that it's just sorry, I said it's a square, but the rounded full makes it a circle, and then we blur that. So it's just a circle back there. That's all it is. Fun tricks like that, you can go really far. So now we want to go ahead and style our heading. We have our Prismic rich text. We could change this back into a Prismic text and wrap it in an H2, but here's the reason why we're not doing that. We would lose, if we just turn this into a plain string, we would lose that enter that we have here. So we want to make sure we retain that line break. So we need to keep this as a Prismic rich text, otherwise we don't get that. So go ahead and type components, and we do the double curly braces again because we want to pass it the object. And when we get a heading 2 back, heading 2 is going to take an arrow function. So let's go ahead and make that. This is going to get children, so we'll destructure that like that. And then in here, we go in H2, and we'll pass our children in. And here we want a class name, and we're going to add text balance. You know how much I love that. Text center, text 5XL, font medium, and MD text 7XL. And that, let's go check it out over here. We go. So we keep that return. That's looking really good. All right, there's our heading. All right, now for these elements here, we want the image on the left and all of this stuff kind of as its own thing on the right. And for the reverse, we're going to switch them. So we want a div that wraps all of this, and this image will kind of be on its own. So back in our code, we want to go ahead and I'm going to slide the image all the way to the bottom, just at the bottom of the bounded element. And I'm going to wrap all of this in a div. Just like that. And that div is going to get some styles. So actually, no, I'm sorry. The parent div that's going to wrap everything in. So we need to make this div first, right? This div here actually needs to get created, and that contains all of this. This is going to push out of it a little bit, but we have this parent div, we have this child div here, and then the image. So we need 2 divs. So we have this div that wraps our text, And then we need a parent div that we're going to say grid, and I'm going to wrap everything in that grid div there. So you should have two sets of divs, one that wraps the icon and all your rich text fields, and then the image can be inside that parent div along with the rest of it. So sorry about the confusion there. Let's go ahead and add some more classes to what's going to be that glossy, classy div. All right, so we're going to say margin top, or MT16. And we're going to say items center, rounded XL, border blue. It's going to seem like it's blue, but it's going to be 50, and it's going to have an opacity of 20. So 50/20, BG gradient to B. And we're going to go from slate 50-15 to slate 50-5. We're going to have a PX of 8 and a PY of 8. And we're going to say backdrop blur. And you can see here we have SM, LG grid cols 3, and LG PY 12. So on larger devices, we want a bit more padding there. So that's the finished version. Let's check out our simulator, and there we go. We have something like what we're kind of expecting, right? It's not perfect. It's not exactly what we're looking for, but we see all of our stuff, all of our text over here, including our link and our icon grouped together. We see that this has a border, but we need to figure out why it's not showing anything inside. And we have this image here. All right, remember before when I said that the Tailwind prettier config, or the plugin, will help us? See how this got moved to the top? That shouldn't be there because it should be along with the rest of the gradient stuff, but it immediately lets me spot it. I always look to the top here of my class to see, all right, what's going wrong? I had a typo, and as soon as I hit save, it fixes, and there we go. That's looking how we expect it to. Now we're going to come back to the icon itself. Let's go ahead and style everything else in here. We can go real quick and just change this Prismic Next link to a button link, and that should take care of itself. And already come out looking nice. See how easy that is now that we have that? Cool. Next, we are going to style the subheading. So we're going to say period MT6. I'm going to open that up and move inside, and then continue to style text to XL, font normal. We kind of have a default of most things being font medium, so that's why we want to specify when we go font normal there. So that's looking good. Next, we have our body. Now, most of the style is going to come from a Tailwind plugin that we're going to install in just a minute called Typography. And it's going to help us with our styles, but we can still add a little bit here that just helps us space things out. So I'm going to say period MT4 and period max width XL. So pop that in there, and there we go. We get a little bit of space, and it's also going to stop it from just like stretching out forever. Looking good. Now our button link is already styled, but we can add a class name to it so that we can add some spacing above it. So MT6. And also we can add some default button text just in case they don't add any in the CMS in Prismic. So learn more, we can just put there. You can add whatever you want there, but that's what we are adding for now. Now, last but not least, we want to hit this Prismic Next image with some styles. It already has the field. So let's go ahead and say class name. And instead of quotes here, we're going to back up and do curly braces just to prepare for later. This is the thing that when we change the slice variation in a little bit, this is what's going to kind of have a class change on it, and it's going to make the whole component just kind of flip over to the other side. So for now, just do CLSX parentheses, and we will say quotes opacity 90, so just a little bit transparent, shadow 2XL, LG col span 2, and LG PT 0. Go ahead and import CLSX, it's going to be yelling at you, And right now, that's all we really need. I know that CLSX is a bit overkill right now, but it'll come in handy in just a few minutes. So if you go ahead and look at your component, it looks pretty good, but it's not exactly what we're looking for, right? We want this to hang over the side, and we also want it to be on the left side. So right now, it's kind of failing at those two things. We need another couple of classes on here. And what we're going to do, because once again, it's going to become a part of our conditional, we're going to put it outside of the actual quotes because we will use it in just a little bit. So hit comma, have a new set of quotes, and we're going to say LG minus order 1. So on large screens, this is going to go as -1 in the order of things. And LG translate and X, and then you need to put brackets -15%. So it should be LG translate X dash brackets -15% inside those brackets. So if you go ahead and save that, we should see it flip, and it hangs over the side on the left now, looking pretty good. And you can see a little bit of opacity there. With this little weird dog thing, it's just not going to look as cool. But yeah, we are seeing the effect that we are indeed looking for. If your image doesn't have rounded built into it like ours does, you could also throw a rounded on there to get kind of that effect. But we already have that built into the image that we're going to be using, so I'm not too worried about it. All right, so let's install a couple of packages that we're going to be using throughout the rest of the course. One is going to be to handle these icons. It's going to be React icons, and the other one's going to be Tailwind typography, which handles our typography. So we can go ahead into our Notion doc and we can click the Tailwind typography plugin and the React icons link. So we're going to be grabbing both of these. Might as well install them both in one fell swoop. We'll go with Tailwind typography first, and this just gives us a nice prose class and a couple of other helpers on that class that we will be using for our rich text and other things like that. Like I said, we're getting great typography out of the box thanks to this plugin. So go ahead and copy this, and we're going to open up our terminal. I've already stopped my server. Going to hit enter, and we're going to install that along the rest of our packages. Great, that's all set. And now we need to also add the plugin to our Tailwind config.js file. Just go ahead and copy this line. And in your Tailwind config, you should have an empty plugins array that you can just go ahead and paste that into. And now we are set with that. So it gives you some documentation here if you ever need to kind of come back and learn more about it. There's a whole bunch here. So go ahead and read up, but don't worry, I will be walking you through it as much as you need. So now we're going to grab React icons, come down to the installation for a standard modern project. That's us. We're very modern here. So go ahead and npm install React icons, just like we did for Tailwind typography. And the great thing about this is that it is a ton of different icon packages that we have access to, but without the bulk of all of these. It's going to tree shake and only give you the size of the icons that you're actually using. So we have quick access to these, but we don't have the downside of being stuck with all of the weight of having like 10,000 SVGs in our project. So with both of those installed, go ahead and run dev again, get your server back up and running. And we are going to start out by trying that prose class out for size. Right here on our body, we're going to pop another class on here. We're going to say prose, and I'll just hit save so you can see the result of that. And we're going to need to come back pretty quickly. Hit refresh if it doesn't update just because we stopped our server. But we're going to see kind of a downside here. And yep, that's exactly what we're expecting. We are seeing that it is dark because this is adding some styles and some spacing and lots of different things, but it's also adding a color. But we can come in here because luckily they thought about, you know, dark screens or dark backgrounds, and we'll say prose invert, just like that. And so that is basically for dark mode. So that's looking good. We have much nicer styles now. If you remove those and save, you'll see how it just doesn't look as nice. And there's a lot of other things like headings and block content and quotes and everything that Pros just automatically styles lists for you. It's a really great class that we're going to use in a few spots, and it just looks so nice. Next, we're going to need some icons. So I am using PI, which I believe is Phosphor. Yep. So I picked a couple of icons from this Phosphor package, and I'm using gear. So I'm using PI gear, and I'm also using, oh, I didn't mean to click that. I'm also using arrows clockwise. Where's that? It's up here somewhere. So as you can see, Phosphor icons has thousands to choose from. And I'm using this like arrows clockwise kind of thing. So if you click this, it will open that up, and you can see it has the import, it has the component for you, has everything you pretty much need. We're not using the thin one. We're just going to use arrows clockwise. If you can't find it, don't worry. As I'm saying, they have a bunch of variations, but I'm going to go ahead and copy this line, this import PI arrow clockwise fill. You don't need to grab that exactly. We can always type it out together. So import PI arrows clockwise. I'm going to remove the fill, and from React icons PI. And once you get that in fact, we can wipe that out. And I can just start typing PI arrows clockwise, and we get all these results here. So autocomplete's your friend. And we're also going to do PI gear, PIGEAR, just like that. Not the bold, just the regular. And make sure it's coming from React icons /PI. If you do anything like bootstrap icons or something, that's going to be different icons. So make sure it's PI. If you want to import from several different packages, you have to have another line. So that's what we need there. Now we're going to make a quick little object here. I'm going to say const icons right underneath the import, and we're going to make an object that says gear is gear, just like that, because that's actually PI gear. See, it's yelling at me. We're going, we don't know what that is. And then we're also going to do cycle is the other icon that we named. I'm going to say PI arrows clockwise, like that. And there we go. So now we can reference this object and each of these names down here with this slice primary icon. So let's create a div to wrap around this icon. I'm going to say div because this needs that blue background that you see with the icon. And we are going to add a class name on this div, say class name wFit. So it's going to fit the size of the contents, rounded LG, BG blue 500 /35, P4 and text 3XL, just like that. Now that's still going to just be text here, so we need to actually reference that object that we have up above. But we're going to say slice primary icon, so if that exists, and icons, which is the object above, slice.primary.icon. And just like that, we should see something. There we go. So cycle is what's chosen here, and it's referencing that cycle. There we go. And that's how we can give our content team a set of icons that the designer has determined is the right set of icons, and not let them just go wild with any icon they find on the internet. You can pull in as many as you want from any of these packages. You could, as you saw, there are thousands to choose from. You can add them to this object and also add them to the select in slice machine. Here it is. As you add those options, they will become available to your content team. So now that we have this version, let's also make the reverse. So come on in here, and we're going to click this add a new variation button. Now, variations with slices can do any number of things. It's better to make variations of a slice rather than having a ton of slices cluttering up your slice selector in here. So if you have a hero and the hero can do like a few different things, it's nicer to organize it under the hero and have a few variations of that here. So if you have like a side-by-side or something like that, better to make it a variation than to make an entirely new slice. especially because you can reuse the code, and we will see that the only real difference we're going to see in this variation is that we get a property that we can then do anything we want with. So come on over here to Showcase, click the Add New Variation, and it's going to give us a couple of fields to fill out. So variation name, I'm just going to call it reverse. Hopefully that's clear enough, right? Variation ID is going to be reverse, and that's generated automatically, and it's going to appear in the API responses, and our types will update to show that. And we're duplicating the fields from default. Now, in this variation, we could change as many fields as we want. We could delete all these fields. We could add a whole bunch of new fields, and that's totally fine, and it's not going to affect the default fields. So if I go ahead and add a field here, and you know, we're going to delete this. I just want to kind of prove it to you. Delete. I'm just going to call it that. That color field has been added to reverse, but if I go back to default, there's no color field here. If I go to reverse, there's that delete color field. So as I said, we're going to delete that. The reverse is going to be the same. It's just going to be flipped. We could make this a Boolean that you know, it turns that on and off, but for the sake of teaching you about a variation, I wanted to make this a variation. So go ahead and add a screenshot. It's also nicer because your content team gets a different screenshot so they can see exactly what they're doing rather than just flipping a switch. They get to see, oh, right, the image is on the right. That's what it's going to look like. Looks pretty good. So we have reverse and default. Now we need to handle that in our code. So if we head to our code, as I said, it's going to be down here in the image. We had this string by itself. That might have been curious to you, but we did that for a reason. So go ahead, just before it, type slice.variation. And if you hover that, you should see that we have default and reverse now. So even if you forget, like, what are my variations? It's going to be in your types thanks to Slice Machine. So if slice variation is equal to reverse, and if I type this wrong, right, it's going to say, whoa, reverse F is not one of your options. So just like, this is why TypeScript really does help you out. So if the slice variation is equal to reverse, I'm going to copy this because we're going to pretty much do the same thing. We're just going to change some of these things. So instead of negative order 1, if it's reverse, we're going to say it's order 1. And instead of negative 15%, if it's reverse, we're going to say it's 15%. And then in between these strings, we need to have our colon to say otherwise, do this stuff. All right, so I'm going to try to make this a little bit more clear. Let me put these on different lines. There we go. So slice variation equals reverse, question mark. If yes, then order 1, or order positive 1 and translate 15. Otherwise, negative 1, negative 15. So that's how yours should look. Going to go and hit save. And let's take a look. In our slice simulator, we can toggle between our two variations. Reverse looks like that. And it's using a different image, but don't worry about that too much. That's just the way that this mock data works. We're just looking to see, hey, is it doing the thing that we are expecting? And yes, it is. So go ahead to Slice Machine, review those changes. We see that our page type has changed, as well as our showcase, which has two variations. We can say push changes, and that should be pushed up to Prismic. And here in Prismic, we see that, yep, just as expected, showcase has two variations. I'm not going to tell you which variation to choose. You pick your favorite. But go ahead and bring over the content from that variation, and we will have our page looking just like the one that you see live on the site. Choose this showcase image, by the way, and add a little alt text. I lied and said it was a code snippet for Glisten AI. You can do whatever you'd like. Choose an icon, I choose the gear, and go ahead and add the subheading and all the rest. All right, I've added all the text, and I'm linking to the features page again. I'm gonna hit save and publish. And now we see that, yep, it's updated right here, and we can go ahead, in case you weren't noticing as you were typing, it's updating right over there. But check our homepage out, refresh this, and you should see a snazzy new showcase slice right underneath. And later we will animate that little heading so it peeks below this little glassy background. Great job. This is looking excellent. Let's continue on. All right, it is time for our case study slice. Now, this is going to link off to separate pages in Prismic. We're going to learn not only how to just, create a new slice, but how to pull in data from other page types and custom types across Prismic. So here is a case study about Nike. It's obviously fictitious, but this is a separate page type that we are going to build out together. And this could be, if you have a site, this can be a blog post or something like that. But for Glisten, it's a nice little case study. So to do that, we're going to go to Slice Machine, and first we're going to create that new page type. Go ahead and create. And we're going to make this a reusable type because we want this to be something that you can make as many case studies as you need. And we're going to call this case study. Just like that. Click create. And there we go. Just like that, we have our new case study. Now, it starts by encouraging us to add some slices. We can go ahead and select existing. We're going to grab this rich text slice that we've been kind of ignoring for a little bit now. And we can add that to this case study slice. Now, it gives us the full UI for this page type. And you see here in the static zone, we automatically have this UID, and that's going to be the slug for our page. So the UID here is Nike. And we're going to add a couple more fields to this so that we can query that data and pull it into our case studies slice and display it here. So you can see it says Nike, designers at the legendary sportswear brand. And we have Nike, designers at the legendary sportswear brand, as well as this image. So these are the things, Nike, this bit of body description, and this image that we're going to want to show off on this slice. So we want those to be built into our static zone. We don't want to have that as a slice. We need that data available for query. So I'm going to start off by adding a new field, and we could do a key text for this, but so that it shows up nicely in the CMS, I'm going to choose rich text. And I'm going to call this company. So this is going to be where we put the word Nike. And for company, we want to unselect everything and just push H1. And we don't want to allow multiple paragraphs for that. So click done. Next, we want to create another rich text field. And this one's going to be a description. So I'm going to say description, just like that. And for this, we only want it to be a paragraph and not allow multiple paragraphs for that one either. Now we want to add the little logo image here. So go ahead, add an image, and we're going to call this logo image, just like that. And the nice thing about adding page types is we automatically get this SEO and metadata tab that comes with the description, the image, and the title. So I'm going to move the title up there. That order makes a lot more sense. So we are set. We can now create a slice that references these page types specifically. I'm going to go to review changes and just push this so it's up there, but we don't really need it just yet. Head to your slices, and we are going to create a case studies slice. Case studies. I think I might yell at me. Yeah. So if you see this, it's not super clear, but it's because you need to have it as one word. If you have a space here, it's not going to tell you, but you need to name it like that. So go ahead and click create. And let's look at the actual slice and see what we need. We need a heading, we need a body, and then we're just going to have this part as a reference to a case study. So it's going to be a content relationship. So in the non-repeatable zone, we're going to put that heading. So go ahead, rich text heading. Done that a bunch. Make this just an H2. I don't need multiple paragraphs there. Add another field. This is going to be our body. And we're going to unselect everything but paragraph. And now, because we want them to be able, and by them, I mean our content team, to be able to add multiple, we go and add that to the repeatable zone. We're not going to choose any of these, not any of these except for a content relationship. This is what we're going to use to link to this case study. So I'm going to say case study just like that. And now they will be able to pick case studies to link to. So let's go ahead and review our changes. And we're missing screenshots. Sure, we can go ahead and update that screenshot. Thank you for reminding me, Slice Machine. And I'm going to say the case studies one. Going to drop that in there. And like we said, it's an aspirational goal, that screenshot. It's not what it looks like just yet, but that's all right. So now we want to create a couple, we want to create those case study documents really quick. So let's go back to the documents list here. I'm going to zoom in a little. And I'm going to click create new, and it gives us the option of page or case study. Now notice we can't create a settings file anymore because that settings document's already been created. So if you're curious about that, like where did that go? It's because we already have it, and that is a single document. Once you create a single thing, it doesn't give you the option to create another one. But case study and page are repeatable types, so we can create as many as we want. Go ahead and create a case study. I'm going to call this one Nike. You can call it whatever you like, but you only have these images for Nike and Prismic, so I recommend that. UID, like I said, that's going to be the URL slug that we get. So go ahead and name that Nike. That needs to be unique. That's the U for UID. And then I'm going to say Nike, and I'm going to copy the description from here and fill that in just like that. Go ahead and select the logo image right there, and let's just say the Nike logo. All right, and that's all we're going to have for now. That's all we really need right now. We can come back and add some other slices and things later. We can add some rich text in a little bit. But right now, I just want this data to query for. I'm going to hit publish, and then we're also going to do the same thing for Prismic just so we can have several documents to query for. Go ahead and create new, do the same thing. I'm going to say Prismic, and the UID gets entered automatically if you do the title first. That's pretty cool. And I'm going to go back. Let's go Prismic. And headless page builder used Glisten to change the way websites are made. It sure did. The Prismic logo. Cool. Add to page. Save that. And rename it up here too. And hit publish. Cool. So now if we go back to our documents list, we see that we have 2 case studies that we can query. If we open up our Glisten AI repository here, or our VS Code, we have our case studies slice that was automatically generated for us. And what we're going to want to do is, as we pull off the items off of this slice, we want to look at those and see, okay, if there are case studies referenced, we need to fetch that data, because that data is only going to have or the slice is only going to contain an ID that references the case studies. It won't have the title of Nike and the title of Prismic and the description and the logo and all that. So we need to make an extra fetch. But because this is in a React server component, we don't need to worry about a performance hit for that. So because we're going to be fetching inside this component, there's a couple of changes we need to make. First, we want to make this an async function. So put it right after the equal sign, equals async, and then that's fine. But this is saying, hey, that's not what you're returning now. So put this in between angle brackets and put promise at the end. Oh, at the beginning. Having trouble spelling right now. There we go. Cool. So this is saying that this is going to return a promise which resolves to a JSX element. Now, just like we did our data fetching in our or from our settings data in both our header and our footer, we need to do another client request here. So I'm going to say const client equals create client. And once again, you have these 2 options. Choose the @/Prismic.io. That is the local create client that already has all your information there. So now we've created the client, and now we want to grab those case studies. So say const case studies equals await promise.all. And then in there, we're going to have slice.items.map. And that is us going through the items and pulling off each one and saying, hey, give us this case study. So it's going to be an async arrow function. And this is going to give us an item. And we're going to say if is filled content relationship. Oh, we need to import is filled first. Go ahead and do that. And then content relationship will help us out a little bit. And we'll say item.case study. So if there is actually a case study filled here, now we can fetch that case study. And so if that's filled, return await client.get by ID. And then that we're going to type that with content.case study document. Like that, and go ahead and import content if it's not already there, but it should be. Yep, we are set there. So we're going to await that. And in parentheses, we're going to return item.casestudy.id. So we are fetching the, so yeah, I'll remove this typing real quick so you can see what we're actually fetching. So we're using the client to get by ID, specifically that case studies ID. We're just adding that bit there to type it appropriately so that case studies is typed, and that's really, really helpful. We're not using case studies right now, but that's all right. We will in just a sec. So let's go ahead and grab the other components that we need here. Wipe out your boilerplate there. Let's go to that slice. Let's grab our case study slice and grab these two code snippets here. We've got to copy that, and we'll copy that body. And the case study is going to be a little bit different. It says a Prismic Next link. We will be kind of using that, but not in the way that you think. So with case study, because we're doing this fetch, we're not going to be following the snippet that it provides. We are going to be looking at this data instead. Go ahead and import your Prismic rich text, and those should be set. They're not styled yet, but that's all right. Let's go ahead and focus on the case studies first. So we can go ahead and say .mt20, hit tab. We now have a nice little div. I'm going to say grid and gap 16 in there. And then inside that div, we want to map over our case studies. So case studies.map. And inside that, we're going to do an arrow function. And from that, we're going to get case study and index. We'll pass the index as a key on this one. So we're going to say case study just to make sure that it exists. And, in case the fetch came back and it didn't work, we just want to do that quick check. Case study and we're going to do parentheses again, and we're just going to put a div here. All right, give it a key, and that's going to be case study.id. That should be unique. Let me move this up. And then inside there, we can take actually a look at what's on case study. So you go case study and then .data, because that's where the fields that we set up are going to be. So we see we've got company, we've got description, we've got logo image. And then as I showed you in that other tab, we have the meta details here. But company description and logo image is what we want to show on this slice. So that's perfect. So on here, this is going to be an H3 because that's an H2. This is going to be just a regular Prismic rich text, and this is going to be a Prismic Next link. So let's set those up. So back here in our code, we're going to get rid of that. I'm going to close this div just to have it stop yelling at us. Let's go ahead and create an H3. And inside that H3, let's do a Prismic text, just like that. Go ahead and import that. And the field is going to be case study.data.company. Just like that. Now, we need to do Prismic text because, if we remember, that's an H1 over in our case study page type, and we don't want it to be an H1 here. We need to be an H3, so make sure you do it just like that. Let's go ahead and give this H3 class name 4XL, just like that. And then we're going to do the body now. So just make a paragraph, and inside there we can do I actually do Prismic rich text here. That's perfect. And just like that, import that field is equal to case study.data.description, and that should come out just great. All right, and then after that, we want to have our Prismic Next link that points us towards the case study, but also has the company here, because it says read Nike case study. And we're also going to want to use an icon for this little arrow there. So let's go ahead and set that up. We're going to bring in Prismic Next link, import that. We're going to say document is case study. Now, this is a special field on Prismic Next link. It knows what to do with this document field. So we're going to say that we're going to hand it the case study document, and it's going to know what to do with that and create the link for us automatically once we set that up in our router. So I'll show you that in just a little bit. And we're going to add a class name to that. We're going to say after absolute. say after inset -0 and hover is underline. Now, why are we doing this after inset 0? Well, we actually need first to add relative to this div up here. The div that gets this key, that's where we want this link to kind of spread to. So let's go ahead and add some styles on this div up here. So say class name is equal to relative, grid, gap 4, opacity, 85. Transition, opacity, duration 300, hover, cursor, pointer, hover, opacity 100, MD grid calls 2, and MD gap 8, and one more. We have LG grid calls 3. All right, we just added a whole bunch of classes there. What do those do? And especially, why do we have this after inset 0? So we want this link not to be confined just to the actual text there. If we remove, well, actually, we can't see this just yet, but I'll show you here. You see how if I hover over any of this, it becomes a link, and if I click on it, it takes me here. That is the or a proper way to handle links on big items like this, like on a big card. If I wrapped the entire thing in a link, unfortunately on screen readers, the screen reader would read out that the link is Nike, designers of the legendary sports brand, and then also this, when really the only thing that I want that screen reader to read out is read Nike case study. And the rest, I would like it to be clickable, but not read to screen readers as the link. So the way we do that is we give the after pseudo element, we make it take up the entirety of the card, and the bounds of that element are now the bounds of this full div. So as you can see, as I come down here, it stops. And that's a nice little trick to make the whole thing clickable without messing up your accessibility. So that's why we're doing that. And we also have some hover effects in there too. That's where the opacity 85 and then on hover, opacity full come in. Oh, and I have an error here where I need to close that Prismic Next link. So if you followed me to the letter, that is, I actually don't want it to self-close. I want it to be just like that. There we go, because we're going to put some things inside it. That's where we put our read, and then we need to put like Nike case study. And right here, where I just pop some parentheses, we're actually going to bring in Prismic text like that, and we're going to say field is equal to case study.data.company, and self-close that. That's just going to render out a string, so it's going to say read Nike case study, just like that. Now, we have our classes on our Prismic Next link. On our Prismic Rich text here, I actually want to add a little bit of spacing. So go ahead and put a div around that with just max W medium or MD. And that's just going to make sure that this doesn't spread too wide. Now, we've done a lot of styling here, but we don't have anything to look at yet. So let's actually hop into Prismic and not only add that slice, but make sure that we are linking to the Nike and the Prismic docs, the document there. So first we need to make sure that this slice is added to our page type. Not sure if it is Bento. No, we need to go ahead and add it. Select existing case studies. There we go. And now we can review that change and push that to Prismic. So we are now able to use this slice in our homepage. Go ahead and do that. In your homepage, just add it at the bottom here underneath Showcase. And I'm going to say case studies. There we go. And it's at the bottom now. So our heading, what's our heading again? Designers like you love Glisten. So we're trying to sell them on, hey, really popular designers like Nike and Prismic use Glisten, so you should too. In the repeatable zone, we're going to say add item, and the only thing we have to do is choose case study. Link to Prismic page is what we have to do. So Let's go Nike for the first one, and then add another item, and Prismic for the second one. Go ahead and click Save and Publish. Now let's go check out our homepage and see what we're working with. Designers like you love glisten. That's what we expect because we didn't style that element at all. We didn't style that either. And then we have this kind of grid setup where I thought we should see some styles on that heading, but maybe we didn't add those yet. That might be on me. Yeah, we added 4XL, so that should be coming back a little bit different than it is. I'm curious. That's because the class name of 4XL doesn't tell you what it's being applied to. So I need to do text 4XL. There we go. That's definitely what we are expecting now. We see that the layout isn't right. So let's go ahead and fix that. So we want to wrap our H3 all the way down to our Prismic Next link in a div. And we want to give that class a flex. So go ahead and say flex and bring that all the way down. So now we have this flex div that wraps around the H3, the body, and the link. If we go ahead and save that, we still won't get what we want because we need to make this, we need to add a couple styles. So we're gonna say col span 1 and flex col and justify center gap 4. Let's see what change that makes. And there we go. So we see that our text is now stacking like we expect it to, as it is over here. So the text is stacking and we need to bring in our logo image next. So underneath that div, not inside that same div, but underneath it, go ahead and bring in your Prismic Next image. Just like that. And I thought it didn't import, but it's only yelling at me because, hey, you didn't give it the proper properties that we need. So field, we're going to pass that in case study.data.logo image, and you'll know what to do with that. And then I want this to be really high quality, so I'm actually going to pass another prop called quality. I'm going to say that's at 100 because I want it to be really crisp. And then here we're going to actually have a class name and open the curly brackets on this one because we're going to be using CLSX, and this is how we're going to do our styling. CLSX, this is how we're going to do the fact that every other one flips like this. You see how the first one image is on the right, second one image is on the left. We're using CLSX and a little bit of math here to handle that. So first, put some quotes and say rounded XL, and then LG col span 2, and then outside of those quotes, put a comma. I'm going to say index. That is, as we're iterating through each of these items, it's going to start at 0, then be 1. So index modulo, or the percent sign, 2, and put quotes and say MD negative order 1. So what is this? Oh, and make sure you import CLSX. Otherwise, it won't be happy. And I'll explain this in just a sec. I just want to see the effect of this first. There we go. It's saved. And over here on our page, we can see that it is working as we expect. It's a little bit ugly. We didn't apply bounded or anything to this slice just yet. But if index is an even number, then this value will be 0, and this will not be applied. But if index is an odd number, then this will be applied, and it's going to shift the order so that the image comes before the text and it gets moved to the left. Really easy way to have your images and text alternate as you add slices. And this is, infinitely scalable. So let's go ahead and finish these styles on this slice. For section, we're going to say bounded, just like that. Import that, make sure that it got added down there. Cool. We'll see that that should automatically make it look a lot better. Let's take care of our headings now. I'm going to come up here to my heading, and I'm going to change this to a Prismic text. Just a nice, easier way to kind of style your H2. So I'm going to say h2.maxw2xl. Open that up, pop the Prismic text inside, and continue to style. Text balance, gotta have it. Text center, text 5XL, and font medium, MD text 7XL. Now, by this point, you might be saying, well, we're kind of doing a very similar class here for a lot of these. You could definitely refactor this out into its own component. I've done that in previous videos. Some people said that like that refactoring was a little bit time consuming, or they just didn't like that as much. So we're just handling it this way for this class, but or for this course, but totally fine if you want to refactor this out into a like heading component of some sort. Then for the Prismic rich text here, we're going to just wrap this in a div. So we're going to say period mx auto and wrap that around. Continue to style mt6 max wmd text balance text center text slate 300. Always feels weird to say max wmd. Just a funny phrase. So we save that and we see what we like. That's looking really good. Now we get that nice little effect there on the glow. The image is super high quality. Everything's looking good. I think that's it. And this is one that doesn't have any fancy animations at the end. So yeah, we are good on the styling here. Now here's the only problem though. If you click here, nothing happens. It just takes you to this same page. Why is that? I thought we set up a next link, and shouldn't that be taking us to a page? Well, there's a couple things. One, we never actually made a page for these case studies, right? We never did anything to say what that's going to look like. So we need to go ahead and build our case studies page. So I guess I click it on the live site. We see we get Nike, nice little case study, and we get this page. We need to set this page up, so let's do that now. So if we go to our app folder, we see that we have a few pages here. We have our just default homepage. We have UID, which handles things like that features page and any other page that we create with that page type. So we need to create a new folder and page within that folder to handle this new case studies URL path that we want to create. So go ahead and create a new folder, call it case study, just like that, hyphenated. And we're going to create a page.tsx in here, just like that. And my apologies. This will handle if someone goes to just /case study, but we actually want the pattern like we have on our site of case study / Nike. And then we want to use this Nike UID to query Prismic for that page, right? So if someone goes there, we want to go to Prismic and say, hey, do you have a case study with the UID of Nike, and then get that data back. So we need to add another folder here, just like we have above. We want to call it bracket UID, and that's how we handle dynamic routes like this. So go ahead and do that, and we can move this page.tsx file inside there. And yes, I am positive I want to move that. So you should now have case study, UID, page.tsx, and you can confirm it up here. Source, app, case study, UID, page.tsx. Now, normally querying data, getting all this kind of stuff set up for a page can be kind of time consuming. And that's why I have some really great news. If you head to Slice Machine and go to your page types, we're going to go to case study here. And up at the top, we have this little button called page snippet. That does not get enough attention, doesn't get enough love, because this is a really cool little button. This allows us to create this case studies page component from some really great boilerplate. So let's copy this, and we'll talk about it in just a second. I'm not a fan of just telling you to copy paste stuff and be like, don't worry about it, because, you know, if anything, if you need to change something for your project or just do anything on your own, that's not helpful at all. You are then completely stuck and stranded. That's what we call tutorial hell, right? Where you're like, I can make the thing in the tutorial, but if you want me to make anything else, I can't do it. I definitely don't want that for you. So let's talk about this briefly. We have a few functions that we are exporting here. We have our page here, and it might seem very small, but yes, this is the entirety of the page. We're going to expand this a little bit. We also have our metadata. This gets, as you can see, the title and the description from Prismic in that second tab, and creates some metadata for us. And then we have our generate static params, and this is actually what handles the routing there. So remember I said it's going to ask Prismic, hey, do you have anything called Nike or with the UID of Nike or Prismic, right? That's what returns all of the options that we have. So it's going to actually create a client, and it's going to get all of the case studies, and then we're going to return an array of UIDs for Next.js to know, all right, here's all the case studies I have. If any of these come back in the URL, we've got them, and you should build pages based on them. And up here, we have the type for the params, and it's just saying, hey, we're taking in a UID, and you should expect that to be a string. And so once we get the UID, we're actually going to fetch it in our page. So we create our client, and then we go ahead and get by UID a case study with the UID that we're getting in the params. And if it's not found, then we're going to render the 404 page for this site. And then, because it's a Prismic site, we just kind of default to rendering the slice zone, and that should have all your components. For this page in particular, we're actually going to bake in some things that you don't always have to do. Like for our homepage, we aren't adding any new components. It's just the slice zone. But for this one, we are going to actually bake in that Nike header and the star grid and things like that, so that if you go and create a new case study, those are always there. That's not a slice that we're adding. So to do that, first things first, wrap this in some parentheses because we're going to be adding some more elements to it. And we're going to import bounded. Go ahead, hit enter. And I'm going to just real quick move that to wrap around the slice zone. There we go. Now bounded defaults to a section, but because this is more of an article, we're going to say as article, just like that. And that's typed, so you can't just put in anything. It's going to say that's not an HTML element. I'm expecting something real. So as article, then we want to open up a div here, and we're going to say this is going to be a grid. And inside there, we want to import our star grid. And I'm going to say slash, or we're going to close it. Then I want an H1. Or you know what? Yeah. We'll do it this way. We could keep it as Prismic rich text, but I prefer this way of styling these things, especially because we are going to pull in kind of a longer heading. So I'll show you in a sec. So H1 class name is going to be text 7XL. Font medium, just like that. We can close that, and inside there, we're going to do Prismic text, and the field is going to be page.data.company, and we can self-close that, but we are not out of the H1 yet, so still inside the H1. We're going to open a paragraph tag with .textlg. Once again, that just saves time for the class name thing because I don't have to type class name each time. And we're going to hard code case study right there. So back inside the styles of this paragraph, I'm going to say textlg, text yellow 500. Just like that. I think we have all the styles we need on that H1. So let's take a look and see how this is looking. We still can't use this link, and that's okay. But if you go /case study Nike, we should see something here. At least I'm expecting to. There we go. Now our star grid's way over here. It's kind of wild, but we are seeing that heading there. We are seeing the case study underneath it. Now the reason we're doing that, we're doing everything inside this H1 is that way the heading, the H1 heading for this page is not just Nike, but it's Nike case study, because I just think that is more good context for a H1 heading to have. But stylistically, we didn't want to say Nike case study. We kind of like the way that this looks. Now let's go ahead and fix our star grid, as well as the placement of these items and the centering of the text. So back up here where we have grid, let's add a couple more classes. Let's say relative. That's going to fix our star grid. And we're going to say place items center. and text center, just like that. And we should have, that's the final version. This is our version. And it may seem like we have broken our star grid or gotten rid of it, but it's just really small because it is fitting to the parent element. And right now the parent element is as big as the word Nike. So don't worry, we're going to bring that back with the next couple things that we change. We are going to add the description as well as that image. So just after the H1, but still inside that div, we're going to create a paragraph tag with a class of MB4. Open that up, and inside there we can do a Prismic text, and we're going to pass that the field of page.data.description. Great, and we can close that. And inside this paragraph tag, we can continue to style this out and say MT8. I'll give us some space above it. Max width XL, text LG, and text slate 300. And just beyond that, we're going to pull in Prismic next image and pass that the field of page.data.logo image. And class name is rounded LG. Excellent. And once you've got that all typed out, go ahead and hit save. And we see our star grid is looking much better. Our image is coming in, but oh boy, it is getting compressed and it's not looking great. So we're going to toss on that next image another quality of 100. It's not going to, it's going to, be a bit bigger of a file. You can maybe drop this down to like 95 or something, but for this, I think the quality really matters. And as I zoom in, it's not this big of a file, so you're going to see it not looking great, but at its size, it is looking real good. So we are set there. Now we just want to wrap something around our slice zone to give it a bit of centering. So we're going to say .mx auto. And there we go. We're just going to wrap that slice zone, and that should be it. Now, the only thing is, as we work with our rich text slice, it's not going to be too pretty, but let's go ahead and head to the Nike case study yourself and grab some of this lorem ipsum text. And then once you have that, head to the document for the Nike case study and come down here. I'm not sure if we added the rich text. We did. Okay, so we have the rich text, and maybe we can give it a better screenshot or a thumbnail at some point. But for now, just go ahead and choose that and type in your text here. You might not have an image available, and I think that's because as a default, I'm just going to hit save real quick. As a default, the rich text slice that ships with this minimal starter doesn't allow for a few different things. So yes, so I moved pretty quick there. So in your slices and slice machine, go over here to rich text, and we see it as content. Go ahead and edit that, and we're going to come in here and just turn on. I'm just going to turn on the rest. Yeah, I guess I could have just done that, but I'm going to make it a very versatile little rich text field. Going to hit done. It's already saved, and we're going to push that change. I'm okay with it not having a screenshot. And now in our Nike case study, we should be able to hit / and get an image. So go ahead and type that feature image and say select image. I'm going to choose one of these things that feel kind of case study-ish. I'm going to say a designer drawing on paper. Add to page. There we go. It's added to the page. You should be able to click underneath, or maybe, let's see. There we go. You might have to arrow key a little bit. We're working on making that a little bit slicker. But yeah, we can add a little bit more text here to make it feel a little more genuine. And hit save, and let's hit publish. And there we go. So over here in our local host, I'm going to refresh this, and it's just not, doesn't feel as good, right? Like this looks pretty nice. Like this could be a live sites blog post for sure. This isn't that great over here. So what's going on? Here we have the typography plugin from Tailwind doing all the heavy lifting, and it's really, really great. So let's go ahead into our rich text component, or our rich text slice, I should say, and get that set up. So all we're going to do in here is change section to bounded, like that. And then wrapping around this rich text, we're going to say dot prose, and we're going to wrap it in that div. I'm also going to add a couple more things. Remember, you always have to add prose invert if you have a dark background. So prose invert, as well as prose LG, and this allows you to change the size and see how all the things that it brings with it. Like, this is the stuff that I don't want to have to type myself. You see what I mean? This is what prose does for us. It's so nice. So prose LG, and then we're also going to add a color for our gray because we're using slate in a few places instead of just the standard gray. So prose slate. And if we save that, we should come back, and this is the live site, and this is our local site, and that looks so much better. This image is going full width to our bounded box. That's fine, but this looks so much nicer. It's even got like a little bit of a blue tint to the text. And there we go. Just like that, we've got our case study page up and running. The only thing that we need to add to it is the CTA, but we haven't built this slice yet. We can come back and add that later. Now, you might say, okay, now I should be able to click this link and go there. But no, it still doesn't seem to know where that case study is. And that's because we are not actually telling it how we are routing to that page. So down here in our prismic.io.ts, right here, it should be inside your source folder. Close everything, source. There it is. You need to add it to this routes object. So right underneath the page home here, I'm going to create a new object, say type is case study. Oh, it's filling it in for me. And the path is exactly that. Path is going to be /case-study / and you need to put this little colon here. That tells Prismic that, hey, this is a dynamic property, so it's not going to look for actual UID. It's going to use that and go grab the UID from the document. So whatever's here, that's what we want to route to. So now that that's passed to our client config, we can come back to our page, and I think that reloaded on its own, but I'm reloading it anyway. Now the link actually knows about that way of routing. So we're passing the document to Prismic Next Link, and now Prismic Next Link is informed, and it says, oh, okay, you're saying that you want me to go to case study / Nike because that's the UID on that document. We should have a Prismic page, but and we do, but there's just no rich text there. So feel free to do the same to your Prismic case study. I won't walk you through that, but you've got another image in there, and you can add as much lorem ipsum as you'd like. So after all that, we have set up not only a case study slice that has some cool hover effects, that has an alternating image setup, and also has some good accessibility features in that it has the full link, but only shows this text. But also, we've created our second page type. So now you know how to handle things like blog posts and other stuff with Prismic. You know how to link to them. You know how to do a whole lot of stuff. And we use the typography plugin for Tailwind. Like, there was a lot packed into just this section. So definitely pat yourself on the back. You just handled a whole bunch with a seemingly simple slice, but it does a lot. So great job. All right, it's time to build one of the more complex slices on our website. This is what I call the integrations slice. And you can see eventually we're going to have this cool animation, but we also have a few other things that kind of complicate it. This star back here is actually an SVG over top of this background gradient image. So we've got to kind of layer a couple of things on top of one another. This is the logo for Glisten, but all of these other logos are able to be selected in the CMS. So we need to map over an array of icons that we're getting back from Prismic. So there's a few different things here, and the animation is going to be in the end of this course, but let's get into it right now. we're going to start off by going to Slice Machine, heading to Slices, and creating a new one. We're going to call this Integrations. Hit Enter, and it will create our slice for us. Great, now let's check out the fields that we need. Like the other slices, we're going to need a rich text here and a rich text here. And then we're just going to need a select for these icons, and we'll give a few options for the icons. So let's go ahead and add a new rich text field. We'll call this heading. You know the deal by now. We're going H2 only. I'm going to disallow multiple paragraphs. Create a new rich text field, type body. And we're going to disallow pretty much everything except paragraph. You can add back in bold and italic, but I'm disallowing multiple paragraphs. And now in our repeatable zone, we're going to say it's a select. We're going to call that icon. And because it's in the repeatable zone, that's what allows them to choose as many icons as they want. You will recommend to your content team that they choose kind of an even number so that it gets divided evenly. But in the icon field, go ahead and edit that. We don't want options 1 and 2. We want to add some of the logos that we'll be working with. So go ahead and all lowercase type Cloudflare, Cloud F-L-A-R-E, just like that. Type NPM. I'm going to add a few more options. Let's go to 6. I'm going to say GitHub. I'm going to say Figma, Digital, D-I-G-I-T-A-L, Ocean, and Fly for fly.io. Cool. And these are logos that I found within the Font Awesome package that kind of seemed like they would fit for our app. So make sure yours match pretty closely to this, and then go ahead and click Done. And now let's take a look at our slice inside our repository. We have this integration slice. Mine gets a little funny icon because of the name, but don't worry about that. We're going to want to put some things in this integrations folder. We're going to start by grabbing one of the components that we have in our Notion doc. So go ahead and create a new file and call this star background.tsx, just like that. And then head to the Notion doc, and you should see star background.tsx. And we can talk briefly about this, but really it's just an SVG. You don't really need to know too much about this. This was just an export from Figma, and this was turned into a React component by pasting it into SVG to JSX. You paste your SVG in here, and it turns it into a handy React component for you. Taken care of, no worries there. So while you're on the Notion doc, go ahead and grab stylized logo mark as well. And back in your integrations folder, go ahead and create a new file, stylized logo mark.tsx, just like that, and paste it in. And once again, if you're not sure where it goes, this should match up with what you have right here. So go ahead and hit save. We're going to be using both of those in this component, or in this slice. Go ahead and open up that slice, the index.tsx, and we can start by pulling in bounded, just like that. Make sure that auto imports looks good. Put a class on that, and we're going to say relative and overflow hidden, because our SVGs kind of fall over the edge. So if we don't have that, it'll just stretch out. We want to hide what's overflowing. Now here we can wipe out the middle here, and we want to add our star background. And it's okay that it imports it right from // because we're co-locating all of these files here inside the integrations folder. So I know that this isn't going to be moved around too much. No need to do the @components bit. One thing I should point out about star background though is I do have a couple classes on here, so it's a bit more than just pasting it from SVG to JSX, but it's absolutely positioned, so that's why we need relative here. And we are moving it over a little bit. We're shifting it a third up of the way, and we're centering it, but not exactly. So that's what this is doing. So we're using translate and we're using top and left in order to shift it around. Let's head back to it. So we can see what effect that has if we go ahead and simulate it. We're going to need some things inside here because it probably isn't going to take up too much space. But we can see that star background already coming in. Now to get our background, the actual gradient in the back, we want to go ahead and pop open this Prismic course images folder that you should have from the zip file. And we have this integration background file here. Go ahead and drag that into your integrations folder. And I'm just going to rename this so it's just background because it's going to be local to this file. So close out of that. And then here, just before star background, we can go ahead and say image, and we want to import that from next image. I'm going to say source is equal to background, and we need to import that. So up at the top, go ahead and say import background from ./background.jpg, just like that. Now we can finish with our image right here. We can go ahead and close that, but we're going to need to pass it a couple more properties because we're using next image here, and it needs to either have the size of that or the fill property and some other things. So we want to go ahead and add an alt. And because this is decorative, we need to just say close quotes. Screen readers don't need to know what this background is. It's just a gradient. It doesn't add anything, any kind of information to the page. So we're going to say fill. Class name is going to be object cover. And we're going to do outside of that a quality. Let's say about 90. Yeah, let's just go 90. I'm always tempted to boost it up to make it look better, but we need to worry about performance more. So if we reload, we see that coming in the background. Now, it makes sense that it's this small. Our bounded element is giving it a little bit of padding, but there's nothing in here. So let's add some stuff. Go ahead to Slice Machine, grab your code snippets. Go ahead and copy and drop those underneath star background here. Get your Prismic rich text as well as for your body. And then here we're going to loop over these items in just a bit. But if we go ahead and import this, now these are going to get pushed to the back if we don't give them their own positioning. So let's go ahead and type period relative like that. And if we wrap those in that div, they get pushed to the front. So there they are. So now let's go ahead and style these out how we have been doing it for pretty much the entire course. In fact, if we go to our case studies, we could probably grab this H2 as well as this body maybe. And let's go ahead and bring that over to our integrations. Because we're using the same heading and body that should translate, we just need to go ahead and import Prismic text from Prismic React. Let's see how that looks. That's looking pretty good. So I do it all the time, but if you ever want to see how things are adding up, how they're building on top of each other, just go ahead and comment the star background out or comment out some of these classes and see the changes that it actually makes. But for now, let's go ahead and let's build out this next part with each of these logos. First, we need to get some logos. So let's go ahead and we need to do some importing. At the top here, open and import. So we're going to say import. We're going to do curly brackets, and we're going to skip to the end and say from React icons and slash FA6. So that's for font awesome 6. And the reason why we skipped, now it will help us with our import. So we say FA digital ocean. We can just kind of hit enter and we don't have to type out the entire thing. Let's say FA cloud flare. There you go. FA npm, FA GitHub, FA Figma, and FA fly. Just like that. So you should have our 6 imports, and it should match up with the imports or the icons that we selected in our select. Now you also want to import our stylized logo mark. So import stylized logo mark, just like that, and from period slash. And that should be good for our imports for now. Now, let's talk through a little bit of the logic that we're going to go through here. What we need to do is we need to loop through the array that we get back of these icons, but also put our logo in the center and then continue with these icons. So basically, we get an array back of Cloudflare, NPM, GitHub, Figma, DigitalOcean, and Fly. And then we need to say, okay, go to the halfway point, add this logo in, make it very different than the others, and continue with that array. So we're going to be looping over the array and splicing in when it gets to the halfway point. So we're going to come down and we're going to go inside this div. So make sure you're inside the div that is relative. And we're going to create a new div. We're going to say .mt20. Go ahead, open that up and continue to style. So flex col, items center, md flex row, just like that. And then inside that, we want to loop over that slice items. So slice.items.map, just like that. And we're going to pass that an arrow function that implicitly returns, so 2 parentheses. Inside the arrow function, we're going to get item and index. And now we need to create a React fragment because we don't want extra divs and stuff. But to create a React fragment inside of an iterator like this, we need to actually use React.fragment. We can't just use the fancy little fragment syntax. So go ahead and say React, and we need to import that React.fragment. And key is going to just be index. And that's fine because we are, like, the order isn't going to be changing on this. Let me see, did we import the right React? Yep, that's fine. Not sure why it's up, because this didn't get the .fragment. I was wondering why it was yelling at me. There we go. So now we have our fragment set up. Inside of that, we need to check whether or not we have hit the halfway point just yet. So we're going to be using index a bunch in this little bit of code. So go ahead and open curly brackets and say index is equal to math, capital M, math.floor, parentheses, slice.items.length, divided by 2. I'll explain this in a sec. And then outside the parentheses, and we're going to return our stylized logo mark if that's the case. So first open up a fragment. And then inside there, we're going to say stylized logo mark. That doesn't need any classes or anything. That's already on the logo mark. And then div class name. I'm going to say signal line. And that is going to tie up to a CSS class that we have in our global CSS that we can talk about. We're going to say rotate 180 and BG gradient to T, to top. And close that div on itself. And so you should have a fragment, stylized logo mark, a div, and then a closing fragment. Now, if you go ahead and save that, we can actually see that, yeah, we get our stylized logo and we get a line. So that line is essentially going to be what we put in between each of our items. And because we've created this, we're going to make an icon, then a line, icon, then a line, icon, then a line. Then we can say, we're at the halfway point, create an icon and a line, and then we continue through our loop. And we're going to obviously just not put a line at the very end. So we found the halfway point. Let's continue to output our icons. All right, go ahead and type period pulsing. Easy for me to type, icon. And continue to style this out. So we're going to say, it's going to be quite a few styles here, so just get ready. So flex, aspect square, shrink 0, items center, justify center, rounded full, border blue 50/30, so it's going to drop it to 30%, BG blue 50/25, P3 text 3XL, text blue 100, opacity 40, MD text 4XL, and LG text 5XL. So go ahead and hit save. If none of your things shift to the top, pulsing icon should be your first, because that's not an actual Tailwind class. So it's a whole bunch there. We will see the effects once we get some icons inside. So actually, we should see, let's see our simulator. We get one icon, because we are looking at dummy content. So it's just Cloudflare. If we add more items to that group, we will see more and more of these, and see how it's shifting it to either side. We don't have a second line just yet, so we're just getting empty little circles, but we will get those soon. So inside that big div, well, that normal size div with a whole bunch of stuff in it, we are going to output our icon in here. So just like we did before with our gear and our arrows, we want to go up into our integrations and we want to create an icons object. So const icons equal to object, and we're going to match exactly what we have coming back from Prismic. So all lowercase for each of them. If you need to reference it, you can just go over to here and make sure that it matches exactly what you have here. So Cloudflare, and then we're going to say FA Cloudflare, Cloudflare like that, and go ahead and close it. And make sure you get all of them. We might want to go in order from this. So yeah, we'll just go ahead and do that. I'm going to bump Cloudflare down, DigitalOcean, like that. Cloudflare, make sure it's a comma. Cloudflare, NPM, FA, NPM, GitHub, FA, GitHub. If you have Copilot on, it will have taken care of this for you by now. But I know not everyone has that, so I want to show it. I want to show this course exactly how everyone might be experiencing it. So just like that, we have all of our icons that map to icon components. And the great thing about these icon components is that it's going to be tough to actually drill into one of them. But if we look at the output, once we have it up and running, we will see that they go off of the current color. So that's why we're setting the text color here, because that's actually going to set the color of the icon. So let's go ahead and first check for the icon. So item.icon and icons item.icon, just like that. And we should see, if we go back to our simulator, there we go. In the two that we've selected, Cloudflare, GitHub, NPM, Figma, DigitalOcean, and Fly, I think that's all of them. Yep, that's our 6. We have our icons showing up, and you can see that the opacity is dropped because we're kind of waiting on that animation to boost the opacity. If you are going to launch this without going through the animation part of this, go ahead and just bump this up to like a 90% opacity, and it will look pretty good. You can probably tweak some things on this icon as well, but I highly recommend you stick around for the animation because it really makes this component way better. But we see that it is working, and it's working well. Now, just after that div, let's go ahead and create that line. So we're going to say a new div where we have class name, and this one's going to be curly brackets. That's why we didn't start it with a period like we normally do. So we're going to import CLSX, go ahead and open those parentheses, and we're going to say signal line. And just doing that alone should give us some lines. Yeah, there we go, looking pretty good. We'll handle this dangling line in a sec. But in addition to signal line, we also want to put comma, and we need to see, is this past the halfway point or before? And that's actually going to be really important later when we do our animation. Right now, it's not going to make any difference, but this will come in handy later. So index is greater than or equal to math.floor, parentheses slice.items.length divided by 2. So if it is greater than that, we need to, so wait, that's the question. And then if that's the case, rotate 180. And if not, rotate 0. So it essentially have no effect, but it's just clearer to have that. So you won't see any difference here, but later on, it is the reason why that side goes to the left and this side with a different rotation will animate in that way. But as promised, we need to get rid of this last line here. So let's go ahead and, wrapping around the div you just created, we need to have a conditional here. So index is not equal to, so you need to do exclamation mark and then double equals, slice.items.length -1 and do parentheses and move that all the way down underneath that div, fixture length. And yeah, so this will now check to see, is this the last item in the array? If it's not, go ahead and render this div. If it is the last item in the array, don't do anything. So there we go. Nice little check. All right, and last thing we need to do is just fix the fact that this is off to the left. Go ahead and say mx auto in your H2. And there we go. We are set. Honestly, that's looking pretty cool. Like I said, if you don't want to animate it, you can go ahead and boost the opacity here, but the animation will be so worth it. So we can go ahead and close out of this. We can push out. We first want to update that screenshot. So go ahead and grab your slice thumbnails. This one is the integration slice, just like that. And we are going to go to review changes. And we're already there. We can push those changes up to Prismic. And then once we are in Prismic, go to the home page and create this slice at the bottom. Wait for this slice preview to load in. And we want our integrations. Oh, we didn't, see, I forget this all the time. We didn't add this to our page. So go ahead, add slices, select existing, integrations, add, review changes, push changes. And now, before our eyes, we see our integration slice come in. And go ahead and steal this text. And the order that you put these icons in should not matter. But body, we got that there. Repeatable zone, I'm just going to add a few, 6 to be specific. Cloudflare, NPM, GitHub, Figma, DigitalOcean, and last but not least, Fly. So hit save, hit publish, and now at our homepage, we have all these gorgeous slices, and we're going to scroll down, reload the page, reload it one more time, and there we go. Integrations galore. That is looking really, really nice. Well done. And if you want to, we haven't been doing it too much here, but go ahead and check it on mobile. We should be good to go on mobile. This one has a different style compared to the others, in that like it changes pretty dramatically, but at the same time, it's still pretty similar. Yeah, so go ahead and make sure that these are all working on mobile. Maybe we can tweak that because that's not looking too great on that setting. But yeah, always make sure. And then did that lose its styles? Oh, interesting. Okay, let's go ahead and fix that while we are spotting it. So that's our showcase slice. Let's figure out what's going on with our showcase, because that is not how that should look. We probably just have, here's our Prismic text H2. Ah, look, see, it got moved to the front and I didn't spot it. So if you had that typo, then that's why, but you probably didn't have that typo. You probably did it just right. And there you go. It's, while we're here, let's look at the spacing here. Let's see, that image should have some margin on it or something, but let's go ahead and let's make it so that we are actually adding gap to the parent div. So we have this, so that one. So we have this grid, but it doesn't have any gap on it, so that this text here and this image are just kind of smushed together. I would like to handle it with gap, but only on small screens. So I'm going to say maybe gap, let's go 8. And we'll see how that looks. And we go MD gap 0 because we have a very finely tuned larger screen. So that looks pretty good. Yeah, I'm very happy with that. That's looking great. Let's just make sure we didn't screw it up on larger screens. Bring it back out. Oh, we want to change it from being MD to maybe LG. Where was that? I just added that. So LG gap 0. So here we still get the gap. Great. And then on bigger screens, perfect. All right, so once again, that was gap 8 and then LG gap 0 to remove that gap so we don't have additional spacing in here. So that looks much better. And you can go through, if there's any other tweaks that you need to add to this, go for it, right? So we're done our integration slice. The last slice is going to be a pretty quick one. We're just going to go ahead and bang this out. It just needs 3 fields. So let's do that now. All right, last slice. Let's go ahead and bang this one out in record time. Let's go into our page types, and right in our page, we're going to add it there so we don't forget it later. Go ahead and create a new slice. We're going to call this call to action, just like that. Camel case, no spaces, and it's going to create it here. We're going to add, or we're going to jump into it. Let's update the screenshot right now. Let's not waste any time. Call to action, there it is. Drop that in. That's what we're looking for. And go ahead and create a new field. You know we need a heading just like that. What's it going to be? An H2. We are moving fast. We don't need a body for this one. We just need some buttons. So go ahead and create a key text for button text and create a link for the button link. And just like that, we are done with our fields. But before we jump into our actual component, go ahead back to our Notion doc, grab this plain logo.tsx. And as you can see, it is literally just one path. It is a very plain version of our logo. We just need the little white icon here. So grab that and head into your code. And next to the brand new call to action, we're going to add plain logo.tsx. You have so many fancy logos flying around. We need to really clarify that this one's it's pretty plain. It's just you just say plain logo like that. Cool. And then in our, let's go back. Sorry, it's bringing me back. I'm going to close out all of these. In our call to action slice, we're going ahead and we're going to bring in the plain logo just like that. You can close that. Change this section to bounded. Like that. We're going to need to add some class names to this though. So class name, I'm going to say relative, text, balance. So add that so that, oh, actually we can move that to the heading. Let's do that. PY is going to be 32, text center, font medium, and MD PY 40. Now, just before our plain logo, we're going to need to add a glow div. So just type .glow like that. And let's add some more classes in here. It's going to be absolute, negative Z10, aspect square, W full, max width SM, rounded full, BG blue 500 dash 50, sorry, slash, I keep saying dash, slash 50 to drop it to 50% opacity. Blur is, we're going to be in square brackets because we're setting this ourselves. We're really boosting the blur on this one. 160 px, and then make sure you put in filter so that nothing, so that Tailwind knows it needs to add some filters to this. Great. So we should have, let's go check the simulator. We don't fully need to, but let's do it anyway. There we go. We have our nice blur and we have our little icon. That's coming in great. Now we need to make that icon look like it is on a, first off, this div and then the glassy background. So let's go ahead and do that. Wrap your plain logo in a .glass container. Like that, and then add some more styles to this class container div. So rounded LG, BG gradient to B from slate 800 to slate 900, P4, and MD rounded XL like that. And so we should see that's the final version, and this is our version. Not bad, not looking great though. It's because I actually put PY4. That should just be P4 for padding on both sides. There we go, looking a lot better. Now let's go ahead and handle our heading. So drop below that little glass container. We're going to make a div with MT8. And inside that, we're going to put Prismic text like this. I'm going to say field. And you can go ahead and start typing slice.primary. And you'll see heading. So if you don't want to use the code snippets, you don't have to, especially if you know you're not going to use the component that is recommended by default. So inside the MT8, we're also going to put max with XL and text 5XL. This text isn't as big as the other headings on other components. For this, we need to import our button link. Go ahead and make sure that's imported. And say field that we're passing to it is slice.primary.buttonLink. And then we can give this a class name of MT6, so that spaces it above. And then inside there, we want to pass it the button label. So slice.primary.buttonText. And inside there, let's have a fallback just in case and say learn more. like that. All right, let's check how that's looking. Let's refresh our Slice simulator. And there we go, official gain. I love the mock content we get from Prismic. So that's looking really good. Let's go ahead and make sure that's all set, and we can push that. So push those changes. It's already added to our page. Let's check out our Glisten AI homepage and wait for those to load in. We have our integrations and call to action at the very bottom to make sure they're acting. AI-powered insights for designers. Go ahead and add that. Our button text is start now. We're going to link to the features page as always. Start now, choose link type, link to a Prismic page, and go ahead, find that features page, hit save, hit publish, and in just a moment, we should see it over here. There it is, AI-powered insights for designers, looking just like our live site. A little bit different. The size, we might have a stricter way of handling the size. You know what it is? It's actually that we took the text balance out of bounded. I had it on the whole component originally, but let's add it just to text balanced. And let's see what difference that makes. Wait, is it text balance? Oh, text balance. It was tough to tell. Oh, there we go. It shifted because it was recognized. There we go. Looking a lot better. I love the balance. All right, that is our component. It is all set. All right, we are just about ready to deploy our website, but we are seeing that that doesn't look so great on mobile, does it? We never built out our nav bar. We were planning to come back to it, and this is the time when we're going to do it. We want it to look much more like this, where it has a little hamburger button, a menu that pops out, and we have our links here, and that can go away. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to kind of have a couple different elements that either appear or disappear depending on one, whether they're triggered, or also based on the size. So as we get to a certain width, the desktop links are going to come back in. When we get a little bit smaller, we're going to trigger the button to appear again. So let's get into the code. So go ahead and open up the navbar component and find the link that just points to /. Isolate that a little bit, and we're going to put a div around that, say period flex, and wrap that link in it. Give it a little bit of space at the bottom. We're going to put something else here. That's going to be our button for our hamburger. But let's continue to style this div. Go items, center, and justify between, just like that. And then down here, let's put a button. And inside that button, we are going to put MD menu, and we should see, I was hoping that would auto import MD menu. Nope. So we need to go ahead and import this ourselves from our icon package. So come on up here, and we're going to import and curly braces MD menu, comma MD close, and that's going to be from React icons /MD. So that, where did our button go? Here it is. So now we can put MD menu right there. Close that. And underneath it, we want to add a little bit of screen reader only text. So go ahead and put span, class name, SR only, and close that and say open menu, just like that. Now, if we look, it's working, but this button doesn't really do anything yet. It's just a button. It's not going to toggle anything. We don't even have any like JavaScript tied to it. So we're going to say button, we're going to say type, say button. And then we also want to put a class name on this, and that's going to be block, P2 text 3XL, text white, and MD hidden. So that on bigger screens, it gets hidden. There we go. It's looking a lot better already. And as soon as we get a little bit bigger, it goes away. Perfect. Now we want it so that if you click this button, it sets some state. So in order to do that, we need some state. So go ahead to the top and we can import import use state from React like that. And then right here, we're going to say const open set open. That's going to equal use state and we're going to set it to false as our default. Now that we have this state, we can go ahead to our button and we can add a couple things. We're going to first add aria expanded. I'm going to say that that's equal to open. So if open is true, then aria expanded is set to true. And then we also want to set it so that on click equals, and this is an arrow function that gets called when they click. That's going to just set open and set that to true like that. Great. Now we can go test that, but right now this doesn't really do anything besides toggle aria expanded to true. So let's continue to build out this menu. So let's go just outside the div that has flex item center justify between. Go just outside of that. And I'm actually going to hit Control// and put a little comment here because it's going to get a little bit tricky. So go ahead and add a comment, say mobile nav, just like that. It'll be a little bit easier for you to manage. I think down here we can also put desktop nav, like that. So we're now going to build the little div that slides out from the side and contains this button as well as the links. And then when open is set to closed, or sorry, is set to false, that just disappears. So let's build that out now. So create a div, and inside that we're going to say class name, and we're going to make this set to CLSX because we need to be conditional about whether open is true or false. So CLSX, oh, that's CLSX, there we go. And we're going to say fixed, bottom 0, right 0, left 0, top 0. We can also do inset for this, but I think I did this for a reason. I just don't remember offhand. Z40, flex col, items, end, gap. For BG, we're going to put brackets, and we're going to set this to that same value we did before. So it's going to be hashtag 070815, just like that. If you need the value, it's also in our background from before. We just want it to match that same color. We can go PR for padding right 4, PT 14, transition, transform, Tyrion, SITION, transform, like that. Duration 300, ease in out, motion reduce, transition none. So that's colon, transition none, and MD hidden. All right, so let's talk about this a little bit. Make sure you import your CLSX. So this right here, this motion reduce, it makes it so that if someone has this accessibility feature that all the browsers have set to true, where it's prefers reduced motion is set to reduce, then we don't do any kind of like swipe in from the side. It's just going to make this menu appear. So it's a nice little bit of accessibility there. On medium screens and above, this gets hidden regardless, whether or not open is set to true. We don't want it to show up at all. And I think that's about it. Yeah. It's, and so now we need to add the conditional that makes it open. So open, question mark, translate x0. But if it's not open, we want to shift it off the screen. So translate x, and in here we're going to put square brackets, 100%, just like that. All right, so we can go check that out and see how it's looking. Make the screen small enough. And now we get this, but we don't have any way to close it. So we're kind of stuck with it now, but it works. That worked. We can refresh the page and it should go away. Perfect. So we have our div that slides onto the page. Now we just need to put some stuff inside it, right? So we can actually go and grab the button from above, grab that whole thing, and we're just gonna tweak some features on it. So type button, that's true. The classes are partly true, but we need to add a couple to it. So go ahead and add fixed, right 4, top 4, and MB4. Go ahead and save that. Aria expanded, this can stay the same because we still want to say whether or not that is true or false. But on click, instead of set open to true, we're going to set it to false, just like that. Instead of MD menu, we want MD close. And instead of open menu, we want close menu. All right, let's see how that's looking. We have our little hamburger menu, click that, and our X shows up looking great. All right, that part works. Now let's add some links in there. So underneath our button, create a grid div, or a div with class name grid. We're also going to add some more classes to that. Say justify items end and gap 8. Now inside here, we are going to loop over the settings data navigation array. So settings data navigation, and we're going to map over that. And we're going to pass that an arrow function inside that does not implicitly return, because we need to do a check to see if that is a CTA button or not, like we do in our other on desktop. So item, we're getting that in there. We're going to say if item.cta button, and we're going to return a different thing. So return parentheses button link, like that. Key is going to be the item label, and field is going to be item.link. You can go ahead and close that, and then inside the button link, we're going to put item.label. Great. And if it's not that, we can go ahead, go outside of the if, so say return, and we're going to say Prismic next link, because remember, button link is just a fancy Prismic next link, just a one that we styled a little bit more. Key is going to be the same, item.label. We're going to give this a class name of block px3 text 3xl, and first it's going to have an mt of 8. So if it's the first item, we want it to have that margin top, but the rest will not get it. Field is going to be item.link, and on click, we want to make sure that the menu closes. So we're going to set open to false. So we're going to pass an arrow function and say set open to false. And you know what? We probably need this on our button link as well. So go ahead and paste that up here. I didn't have that originally, but that should be there too, because if you click either of these, we don't want that menu to stay open. And now we want to say aria current, which tells the browser, are you on this specific page? Like if we're on the features page, we want accessibility to say that this link matches the current page. So let's go ahead and do that. Aria current, like that. And we need to do a little bit of Next.js magic here. So we're going to pull in a hook that Next.js gives us called use path name. So go ahead and scroll up to where we have our use state. Right after that, go ahead and say const path name is equal to use path name, and we should import that from next navigation and just close with parentheses, call that function like that. So now we have this path name to work with. Come back down to your Prismic next link, and we're doing aria current. So we're going to say if path name dot includes, it's a JavaScript function to see if something's inside a string, parentheses as link. We're going to import this from the Prismic client. This returns a link from a Prismic link that we give it. So item.link. And then we need to type it, so this gets a little funky, as string. That's a TypeScript thing. So if that is true, then we want to say page. And if it's false, we want to say undefined. I know that's a little bit funky. Trust me, I completely agree. That gets pretty funky, but that is how we want to show that this is the current page. That's how we're figuring it out here. And then inside that, so close that with an angle bracket, and inside there we're going to say item.label. After all that, we have quite the link here. And you can go ahead and grab this aria current and bring this up to our button link as well, just to make sure that, we want to know if we're on that page also. So go ahead to your site, check it out, see if it works, and there it is. We're going to go to the features page. It doesn't have much on it, but cool features. There we go. But yes, our mobile nav now works. It's looking good. The only thing I'm seeing, it loses the logo. So we need to actually add a z index property to this link. So go ahead, because not just do we want to show the logo, but that's our ticket home, right? We don't want to lose that. So go ahead and put class name Z50 right on there. And like magic, it's there so that if we click it, we should get taken home. But we also need to add that set open property to that because I'm not losing the menu. So grab that, our on click, bring that to your link so that on click, we also set open to false. So there we go. So you see how it brings us to features. We see cool features. The menu closes, but because it acts as like a PWA, we need to make sure that we don't just route, but we also close and change the state of that menu. Great. Now the best part is our desktop nav is pretty much good to go, except for the fact that it doesn't disappear. And we have some improvements that we want to bring to it that we just added, like the ARIA current. And we don't need to worry about the on click, just mainly the ARIA current. So come on down to here. We're going to say we want hidden, because that's going to be what it is on small screens. And then MD is going to be flex. So we can get rid of this flex right here. Let's see how that changes it. As we shrink it, we see it disappear just like we want. That's looking pretty good, but we can still improve it a little bit. Grab your ARIA current and go ahead and bring that down to your button link. I'll put it after the field, just like that, as well as your Prismic next link. I'll put it after the class name, just like that. And there we go. With a little bit more logic, we have a working mobile nav that is accessible and has everything we really need it to. So without further ado, let's deploy this thing, get it live, get you a nice little subdomain on Vercel, and get it going. All right, so like I said, we've got the base of our site done. We're just missing some animations and some other nice touches. But before we add those, let's get preview set up and deploy the site to Vercel. To do that first, we need to put it on GitHub. If you're using VSCode, you can go ahead and click this source control button, and you can click initialize repository. If you're not using VSCode, you can go through git init in your terminal and take that route. I'm going to show you the VSCode way just because it gives you a nice little GUI. Now we have all these changes, and normally we would have committed a while ago, but just for the sake of this course, let's go ahead and say initial commit, just like that. Go ahead and click commit. And now we can publish branch, but it's going to say, whoa, where do you want to go? Do you want to go to a public or a private repository? You might not have your GitHub linked to your VS Code. And so for that reason, I'm not going to do either of these, but if you do, go ahead and take that shortcut. It's pretty nice to have that all integrated. For me, I'm going to go through GitHub itself, and if you don't have an account, go ahead here and click sign in. Like every other account that we're using for this course, it is a free account. You don't need to pay for anything there, and you can go ahead and click new repository. I'm going to call this Glisten AI, and it is available because it's just, for my own name. I'm going to put this public so that you all can see it. And I don't need to add a README file or anything like that. I can just leave all of the rest empty because I already have a whole bunch of code and stuff to push up to it. So it creates that repository, and then it shows me, hey, if you want to create a brand new repository on the command line, here's what you can do. But you can also push an existing repository from the command line. So that's what we want to do. So go ahead and copy that code and go to your terminal. I'm going to stop my server. And I'm going to paste that code in, and yes, I'm going to paste it anyway. We live dangerously here. Not actually. It's completely safe. But I'm going to reload, and in that repository for Glisten AI, we just pushed all of our code. It's going to have this default README here of Prismic and Next.js minimal TypeScript starter, but you can go ahead and edit that as you please. Right now, I'm not too worried about it. But now that our code is live on GitHub, Vercel now can have access to it. Once again, if you don't have a Vercel account, go ahead and click sign up, and it's at vercel.com. You get a free account. Once you have your account, go ahead and log in and click add new project. And if you don't already have a connection to your GitHub, it will show you a little menu here to connect that up. It's nice and easy, pretty seamless. Once you are connected, go ahead and find your Glisten AI and click import. Because Vercel makes Next.js, it's going to be really easy for them to deploy Next.js. It's just going to be pretty much just a couple more clicks. Don't need to change anything here. No environment variables that we need. Go ahead and click deploy. All right, it's going to take about a minute, and then we will check back in. All right, our site has been deployed. Now we can continue to the dashboard. And you see here, this is the specific deployment of my last commit, but we also have this specific domain, glistenai vercel.app. You will have a different domain because that is now taken, so that's fine. But we see here it is live on the internet. You can go here and visit it. And yeah, this is our site. Those are all the images. This is all the code that we've built. Let's see if our case studies work. There they are, and that loaded so fast. Oh, that's so great. You can go back to the home page, and it's zippy, folks. It is really zippy. Once you deploy it, it gets so speedy. Cool features. We can build that page out eventually, but I'm not too worried about it in the parameters of this course. Great. It's looking really good. Now we have a couple more things to set up. What Vercel did to deploy this site is it followed our code and it queried Prismic for all of this text and these images and everything else. And then it cached those queries. Now, if we change anything back in Prismic, so if I come here and say with super intelligence, and I hit save and I hit publish, I can refresh this until the cows come home, but it's not going to change from being dynamic intelligence because Vercel doesn't know that we need to bust that cache. So we need a way from Prismic of telling it, hey, I've changed something. Please bust the cache, request that data again, and update what needs to be updated. Luckily for us, the starter that we started with comes with a revalidate route, as well as a preview and an exit preview route. But let's focus on the revalidate for now. It's a really simple thing here, but as we hit the /API/revalidate route, we will then bust the Prismic revalidate tag. So that tells Vercel anything that's tagged with Prismic, and down here in our prismic.io.ts, every single query we put through is tagged with Prismic. This is, once again, handled for us, but I want to make sure you understand it. Anything that's tagged with Prismic gets busted and it gets refetched and it will be updated. So let's go ahead and make it so that anytime someone publishes something on Prismic, we go through and we, oh, I got logged out. One sec. I'm going to try that again. All right. So let's make sure, oh, I'll try that one more time. All right, so now we're going to go through and make sure that anytime someone publishes something on Prismic, it will revalidate on Vercel. These are breaking because we don't have our server up and running, but actually we will point it towards our live page in just a few minutes. First, let's, oh, sorry, I'm just going quick. So down here in settings, we want to go back to the document list and then click settings. And then we want webhooks here. And we don't have any webhooks, so it's encouraging us to create a webhook. As you can see, the URL is going to be your domain / your hook URL. So go to your live site, not this one, but that is my live site, and grab your URL. It should be something.vercel.app. And then you're going to add API revalidate. And yes, this is the name field, but I like to have both the URL and the name so that this is very clear what this is doing. So URL should be your app URL, API, revalidate, just like that. And you don't need a secret, don't worry about that. And we're gonna just remove the other options here so that it's only triggered when a document is published or unpublished. We're gonna add that webhook. That should be set up. It's pending because we haven't fired it yet. Let's go to our home page. I'm gonna change super to awesome. To test this, let's hit save, let's hit publish, and let's head to our home page. Let's hit refresh. Let's try that one more time. There we go. I just needed to refresh it twice. And within a few seconds, it was the cache was busted, and we now have awesome intelligence. So we verified that now works. Anytime you want to change something here. Oh, and by the way, that took a couple of seconds. We had to refresh it twice. but that's how quickly you can update your site. We can drag the hero underneath the bento, hit save, and publish. And let's see how many times I need to refresh to get that to work. Once. That was immediate. I didn't edit anything there. That was exactly what you saw. So let's drag that hero back up. I just want to show you how quick this is. In the past, you would need to rebuild your entire site, but with the new app router, it is really that fast. So I'm going to change this back to dynamic intelligence, just because that's the copy we wrote, and we publish that, and it should return to normal. Awesome. So let's do a couple other quality of life things inside of Prismic. So right now we don't have any previews. They're all breaking because localhost 3000 is not running. So once again, grab your URL, your live URL, head to these three dots and grab live preview settings. Swap out the localhost 3000 for glistenai.vercel.app or whatever, like your version of this. Go ahead and hit save. And now these should work, and these will work whether or not your local host is running. That one's just gonna be a little bit long. I think the glow is pushing that one down. Not positive though. Now, if we want to preview the page, we click here, but preview not enabled. Well, we need to do the same thing. We need to head back to our homepage and then head to settings, and we see that we have previews right here. So I still have on my clipboard my domain. I have glistenai.vercel.app. And it shows you, I think I need to get rid of the / there. And then it asks for the preview route. /preview is not what we want. We actually want / API preview. So go ahead, API preview, just like that. Create my preview. Oh, and I forgot to name it. So this is production. And I can even create a development version, and that can be at localhost 3000. So if you wanted to preview it locally, that would work just fine. And I'll say the same thing, API preview, just in case you want those two previews set up. Now I can go back to documents. I can open, let's open, stick with the homepage. I was gonna get fancy, but why bother? Let's change shine to shimmer. And instead of hitting save and unpublish, I think I do need to save, but I'm not going to hit publish, but I'm going to preview the page, and I'm going to choose production. So now it's going to open a version of the live site, and it'll say shimmer instead, but have this little homepage link down here, and I can even have a shareable link that I can send to a friend. Just making sure that you can indeed see this. So I am previewing this, and I can prove that to myself and to others. If I open an incognito window and paste that in, it still says shine on the live site, but I have a little cookie that's added here for this preview that says, hey, actually, you don't want like the published stuff. You want kind of like this offshoot branch, this preview version of the site. So it kind of spins up a dev server kind of instance and requests the data from a different instance of our Prismic repository. So this is a great feature for content teams, for anyone who wants to make sure that their work is perfect before they hit publish and everyone sees it. I am going to close out of this now, and it should change right back to shine. So really, really cool feature. And it was so simple for us to set up because it's already built into the starter that we launched with. Even if it wasn't, you can copy this from the docs at Prismic. This is not a whole lot of code. And then that X we hit there just did this. Really, a lot of the magic is coming from the exit preview and, well, the create preview or whatever's going on from Next.js. So it's very, very handy, but it's that simple to set up, folks. So I'm going to say shine, save, and publish. So now we have a live site. Let's animate it because it's live, but it's boring. So next up, we are doing GSAP animations. Let's get to it. All right, as promised, now that the site is deployed, we are going to be working on these animations that really set your site apart from other sites that might look the same, but don't have this professional animated feel. So as promised, we're getting into it. We're going to start by installing GSAP. GSAP is a wonderful animation platform that it just uses JavaScript to animate anything. And we could spend an entire course just talking about GSAP, but we're going to go to the docs. If you don't have those, you can go ahead into our Notion doc and click GSAP docs, or just search for that. We're going to head to installation, and really it's as easy as npm install GSAP, but we also want to use React with it. So if you head to learning, and there's a whole React page. So if you run into any trouble with using GSAP and React, you can head to this wonderful page with all these docs. There's a whole bunch here. They even have starter templates, all this kind of stuff. There is a wealth of information on GSAP. It's been around for years and years and years. I can't recommend it enough. And even the site is so cool. Look at that. So let's head to installation. We're going to grab npm install GSAP, head to your terminal, run that command just like that. And we're also going to install the React package. So once that installs, go ahead npm install and do @gsap/react. I'm sure it says that in the actual React docs. I just know that by heart by now. So use GSAP hook. Yeah, so you're importing use GSAP from @gsap react. Regular GSAP doesn't have the @ but this package does. Once that's installed, go ahead and start up your dev server once again. Let's go npm run dev and get that running again. Let's head to our code, and we want to start in our hero slice. I'm going to minimize everything and open these up again. Let's get into this hero. Now, I talked about this briefly when we went through the nav bar, but this hero right now as it is defaults to being a React server component. So if we try to run any JavaScript on it, it's not going to work, at least on the client side, because it's not shipping any of the JavaScript that it's running. So what we need to do is we need to create another component that this passes the slice props to, and that component itself will actually be a client component and run our GSAP client side. So we're going to go ahead and create a new component in here called animated content.tsx, like that. Type RFC, and we have a React functional component. At the very top, we need to write in quotes, use client. So now Next.js and React will know that this is a client component, and we can go ahead and grab everything inside bounded from relative all the way down. We're going to, I'm going to cut that, and we're going to just call animated content, just like that. And we can self-close that. We'll pass it props in a minute. But I'm going to come over here, get rid of this div, create some parentheses, and paste everything inside. And it's going, whoa, I don't know any of this stuff. I'm going to go back to index, and we're going to pretty much import, everything just about. So I'm going to grab all of this except for bounded, and I'm going to bring that over to animated content. We can erase React, I'm pretty sure, and then paste all of our imports in. We're not using content just yet, but we will, so go ahead and keep that there. All right, and we're going to just pass the slice straight through. Can't see anything. There we go. Slice equals slice. And then over in our animated content, we need to get the slice, destructure it off of our props, and then we're going to type that. So after the curly brackets, I'm going to say slice content dot hero slice. So now we know what this is going to be. Now, if we go ahead and save this, it shouldn't look any different on our website. So let's come back here, reload this. It'll take a little second. It's the first time it's loaded since we restarted our server. It's compiling /page. And there we go. It looks exactly the same. Now, the only thing is we have a client component, so now we can start using some JavaScript in here. If we check out the GSAP React docs, we see that we have this use GSAP hook. And we can read through here And it basically just says that we have this hook that GSAP has made for us that solves a few React-specific friction points so we can focus on the fun stuff. The TLDR here is that you have to use a use effect or a layout effect, and you need to clean up everything once the component detaches from the DOM, and it's just a whole bunch of stuff that we don't really care about. It's just, but if we don't take care of it, then our app can get bloated. It can have memory leaks, all kinds of stuff that we don't want to worry about. Use GSAP contains all of that stuff, and we just get to make fun animations. So first, what we're going to do in our code is we're not even going to import GSAP just yet. We're going to say const container is equal to use ref, and we're going to say null. And what we're going to do is attach that container ref right here. We're going to say ref is equal to container. And this allows us to scope everything we're doing to whatever's happening within this div. So it just gives our use GSAP hook a nice bit of scope to work within. Now, we can go ahead and import GSAP from GSAP, as well as import, in brackets, use GSAP from @GSAP/React, like that. Now, first thing we have to do is we need to tell GSAP that we're using the use GSAP plugin. This isn't 100% necessary, but it can help us avoid some bugs. So gsap.register plugin, and we're going to say use GSAP, just like that. And then we're going to go ahead and call use GSAP, and inside that, it takes first a function and then an object. So we're going to pass it an arrow function, and then afterwards we can give it an object, and this object is what's going to actually get that scope of the container. So say scope, and see it's typed, so in case you're confused or you forget what it is, and then say container, just like that, to say, hey, only affect things in the container. Now the great part about that is now we can use classes. You could set up a whole bunch of refs for each element that we're going to animate, because remember, we want to animate 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the glow is 5 different things. We could do 5 refs to be really specific, but thanks to scope on the container, we can now add classes to each of these things and just use GSAP to manipulate these classes. So that's what we're going to do. On the H1, I'm going to go here, and I'm going to say hero, and I'm going to do __ heading. It's just a little bit of like old school BEM naming to help give this something that I can target with GSAP. I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm going to go hero __ body, just like that. And as you save, it should stay at the front because Tailwind, that prettier Tailwind thing. On this button link, I'm going to go hero __ button. And then down here on the glass container, I'm going to go hero __ image. And then on this bit of glow here, just on that single div, we're going to say hero _ glow, just like that. So now we have our 5 classes added. It shouldn't change the look of it at all, because those classes don't really do anything on their own, but now we have something to target. So let's go ahead and open up this arrow function that we have inside our use GSAP function. And we are going to say const TL equals gsap.timeline. And we can leave it just like that for now. What we did is we just created a timeline instance that we can now add tweens to. So bear with me. Let's get some code on the page, and then we can talk about what each one's doing. So we're going to call this timeline TL for the timeline that we just created. I'm going to say from to, like that. And the first argument we need to pass is what we are targeting. So we are targeting that hero heading class. So dot hero, in quotes, heading, just like that. Hit a comma, and we're going to pass it 2 objects. First from, and then to. So where we're starting from, and then what we want to animate to. So for the heading, if you notice on the live site, we start kind of shrunk, and it grows out like that. Also comes in with the full opacity. So we want to start with a scale of 0.5. And then here in the 2, we want to say scale 1. And if we just do that, we should see a change. So let's go ahead. Oh, there we go. So you see how it animates in kind of funky so that it stays at scale 1 and then it shrinks and it grows in. It's a little bit funky, and there's a reason for that, because right now the JavaScript is loading in after. So first it's coming in as static HTML and it's visible and it's there. And then the JavaScript kicks in and it goes, hey, you need to be at scale 0.5. And so it makes it that, and then it scales it back up. So it's a little bit weird, right? What we need to do is we need to hide everything and then bring that back with JavaScript. So let's go ahead, and for each of these elements, we're going to add opacity 0 to it. So opacity 0, just like that. I'm just going to copy and paste that to my other elements. Hero button, yep. I'm going to paste that there, and I'm going to put that on both of these, both the hero glow and the hero image. I'm going to save, and we should go back and we should see the hero on reload. Oh wait, no, sorry. We shouldn't see anything because we are not affecting the opacity yet with our animation. So we're only affecting scale. So yeah, it is scaling up somewhere, but it's not actually doing anything that we can see. So not only do we want to affect the scale in our 2, but we want to affect the opacity. Change that to 1. So add opacity 1. This object takes pretty much anything, like any property that you can kind of think of in CSS and then some. So you can animate lots and lots of stuff. So luckily it's typed and you can see everything in here that you might want to play with. There we go. So looking really good, right? It's happening a little bit fast. We will change the duration as a default. It's set to 1. And it's also not the ease that we're looking for, but just getting it on the page for now, it's looking good. So let's copy this a couple more times. I think we have 5 in total. So we have our hero heading, body, button, image, and glow. So I'm going to say body, and then this is button, image, and glow. Now, what do you expect to happen here? Like, do you think they're all going to fire at once? Just think about it in your head. What do you think is going to be the outcome? Let's see. Okay, so they happen one after another. Now, the reason for that is because of this timeline. The timeline has it so that we first put this on the timeline, and then once this animation is complete, then we move on to this one. Once this is complete, then we move on to this one. And this gives you a lot of control, and we can even shift where things happen on the timeline. Like if we want this to happen a second before it normally would, we can do that, and we will later. But this timeline gives us a lot of control. If we wanted everything to run at the same time, we could ignore the timeline. If I just do GSAP on all of these, and they are not on one timeline, they all come in at the exact same time, just like that. So that's why we're using the timeline, because this gives us a lot of fine-tuned control over when things come in and the order in which they come in. So if we want the button, for instance, to take a while coming in, let's say duration 4, right? The image isn't going to come in too soon. It's going to wait for the button to slowly come in, give it its time, and then the image and the glow come in. So just kind of showing you why we're using this timeline, and we're going to get into some really cool stuff with this. So let's work on not only the easing, which is the way something animates in, but also the timing on this, because timing is everything with animation. So we're going to go into the timeline, and we're going to pass it an object. I'm going to say defaults, and this object is going to take an ease, and we're going to say power to in out. Now, GSAP has a bunch of great eases, and if you need to see what each ease does, head to the ease. Actually, I think the ease visualizer. So here it is. You can also just search for GSAP eases, and something like this should come up Let me get rid of this highlight thing because it's completely erasing the word ease there. But you can see what each of these eases does. Like if you think about this ball as your animation, see how it's like a little jarring there. This one allows you to go a little bit further and then come back. So you can tweak a lot of stuff here. Just want to point this out to you. I'm going to kind of tell you what to type from here on out. But if you want to change it at all, if you don't like the choices that I made, go ahead and pick whatever you want. The ease visualizer will tell you exactly what to put into GSAP and how to do that. So we're using power to in out. That is this one. So it gives you a nice like smooth in and a smooth finish, right? So it's gradual in and gradual out. And we're making that our default. We could always override that per item, but for now, I don't think we override that anywhere on this animation. They all share the same kind of an ease. Now, in this to object, in the second object for the hero heading, we're going to go ahead and say duration 1.4 and save that. And then let's check that out over here. Let's see what difference we're seeing. That's pretty nice. You see how that came in like faster? Oh, we got to get rid of that duration. But yeah, they're like really shooting in and then slowing down at the end. But the ease in out makes it slow at the beginning, slow at the end, and we like that. All right, next for the hero body, I'm gonna close this so we have a little more room. We want to add a duration of 1.2, and that's going to be seconds. And then right after the object, we're going to add something called a position parameter. And that basically says, that allows us to change when in the timeline we want this animation to fire. So we're going to put it in quotes and we're going to say minus equals 0.6. So this is going to subtract 0.6 seconds from the point that this would normally finish, which is, from the point where this would normally start, which is when this finishes. And it's going to kind of skip ahead and start 0.6 seconds earlier than it normally would. So let's see if we can tell that effect. So it's pretty subtle. I'm going to get rid of the duration for here. Let's put that to its final result of 1.3. We're going to speed this up a little bit. So I'm going to actually make it happen before this one even starts. So I really increased that position parameter. See how that came in first now? It's kind of like skipping the line. If you do plus equals, it would go the other direction and start later than it ought to. So the button's going to come in, at least it should. Did I break it? Oh, no, sorry. It happened a second later, but the button is still waiting on this to finish. So yeah, the position parameter is just pretty interesting. I'm getting really deep into GSAP stuff now, so I'm going to kind of move a little bit faster because you're probably, I don't know, maybe you're loving this. Let me know in the comments if you want more GSAP. Comment more GSAP, please, and I would be happy to just make a full GSAP website. This stuff's a lot of fun, and we're just scratching the surface. So let's keep moving. Let's make some more progress. So here I set the duration at 1.3. And actually, we need to change a couple of these values. So I was going off the default that we copied from hero heading, but the hero body, we actually don't change the scale on this one. We changed the position. So we want to say Y 20. And then instead of scale, we need to set Y to 0. Let's see that difference. So that one scales in, this one slides in because we affected the Y position. On the button, we actually want a scale of 1.5, so it's going to be a little bit bigger, and then it shrinks down to its normal size. Let's check that out. That one grows in, this one slides up, this one shrinks down, and that one's growing in and doing its thing. So let's move on to the image. Except for the hero button, we want to also shift when it starts. So after the second object, we want to put minus equals 0.8. And then for this, I'm going to go ahead and just space these out a little bit so that this is easier to look at. For the hero image, we want to change it from scale for initial value to Y100, because this is also going to slide up. And we want to change this to Y is 0. And we want this duration to be 1.3. And the position parameter after image is going to be, let me just make sure I'm getting this right, is going to be plus equals 0.3. There you go. I'll say it again. Plus equals 0.3. And last but not least, let's work on this hero glow. The scale is perfect for that. So let's just go for the position parameter, and that's going to be quotes negative equals 1. Go ahead and save all that, and let's see how this looks when we animate it in. Nice. So that looked pretty good. Except this happened a little too fast. So go ahead and add a duration to this of 1.8. So the glow is going to kind of jump the line ahead a little bit, but it's going to slowly animate in. So that's looking really nice, and that's what we're expecting for the live site. Excellent, excellent work there. All right, so one more thing we need to do with our animation here is handle prefers reduced motion. We touched on this a little bit when we were working on our nav bar. If a user in their browser decides that they want reduced motion, we want to respect that and just have this animate in kind of instantly rather than do all these fun animations. So go to the Notion doc, and you can see here we have Josh Como's use prefers reduced motion hook. Go ahead and click that, and we're going to copy this into our code. Go ahead and grab the entire thing and copy, and then in our project, we're going to go in our source folder and create a new folder called hooks. Just like that. And in here, you're going to want to create a new file. And we're going to call this use prefers reduced motion.js. Quite a mouthful, but we want to use the name of the hook. Go to the top, and we're going to import React. React from React, just like that. I don't think it needs anything else. But now in our animated content component, at the top here, just before we register the plugin, we can go ahead and call const prefers reduced motion equals use prefers reduced motion. And we might need to export it if it's not already exporting. Yeah, there we go. So we need to export default. There we go. So put in export default before the use prefers reduced motion. And now if we try to import that, and my auto import isn't picking it up, but we can go ahead and import use prefers reduced motion from @/hooks/use prefers reduced motion. And there we go. If yours worked, great. Mine didn't this time around, so not sure why, but that's all good. Right here at the very top of our use GSAP arrow function that we're returning, we want to say if prefers reduced motion. So if that returns true, we just want to animate our classes in immediately. So we're going to say GSAP.set, and this is just a way to instantly, without animating, instantly change some values with GSAP. Set, and we're going to put quotes, and we're just going to list every one of these separated by commas. So hero.heading, .hero underscore body, comma, .hero underscore button, comma, .hero underscore image, and .hero underscore glow. Just like that. So now each of these are going to instantly be set to opacity 1. Cool. So if they prefer that reduced motion, we're not going to animate. And we can go ahead and check this right now. We don't have prefers reduced motion set to reduce, but if we open our dev tools, we can hit Control or Command Shift P, and we get this cool little run command. And we say prefers reduced motion. So emulate CSS prefers reduced motion. Going to turn that to reduce. And now if we refresh our page, that is, so we see a flaw in our animation reduction there. I didn't return it. So half of it is setting it so that it's visible, but then we didn't return. So we need to make sure that we don't go and play all these things. So let's try this again. If we refresh, there we go. That's exactly what we want. We want to eject out of all these animations, but make sure that our content is visible. So that's great. We can turn that off. Prefers reduce motion. Do not emulate CSS prefers reduce motion. Turn that off. Refresh the page, and we get our animations back. Now, the only gotcha here of using this hook in the way that we are is that if the rare circumstance happens where a user, while they are on your page, toggles that setting and says prefer that they prefer reduced motion, this will not pick up on that. And so any animations that continue, so for instance, like the star grid in the background that kind of sweeps across, will continue until the next page load, and then the JavaScript will see that they've changed that setting. There is a better way, and you can find that here in the Notion doc over on the GreenSock docs, or sorry, the GSAP docs. They have this match media helper that allows you to not only see if they're saying prefers reduced motion, but also if they change it, it's listening for that change, and it will stop or start any animations based on that. That's really great, and that's probably the absolute best way to handle this, but it's also a good amount more code. I know that we're already adding a lot to our site, and I didn't really want to overwhelm you, but if you are dealing with a site where that might be a thing where a user could change a setting as they're on the page and you need to handle that, make sure you read these docs. But for the purposes of building this site and still respecting accessibility, we are going to be using this hook that, yes, this part is listening for the change, but we are responding to it in kind of a static way that once this runs or doesn't, it's kind of over. It's not going to update at all. So just wanted to make you aware of that match media is the way to listen to changes and update those. But for our purposes, we are doing a great job. And there is a little bit of accessibility baked in and a smooth animation. Now, let's work on the star grid background, because right now that's kind of like some of the secret sauce that this one has, that the final version has, that we are still missing, right? That's here you go. This is the true final version. There we go. We need that. So let's do that now. So before we open our star grid, we can go ahead and grab these three lines right here. The GSAP, use prefers reduced motion, because we're going to go to our star grid and kind of do the same thing. Head over to stargrid.tsx. At the top, I'm going to do it very first thing. I'm going to say use client, because remember, anywhere you're using GSAP, you need to make sure you are making that a client component. And then we're going to import those three things. And actually, we need one more. We could have grabbed all four right there. Go ahead and grab use ref, because we also want to scope it just to the star grid. And back to animated content, we can go ahead and grab these three right here: the container, the prefers reduced motion, and GSAP register plugin. And we are going to paste those right before your grid. This is just what, if you want to change the number of rows and everything in your grid, you can go ahead and change those numbers. It looks good as it is though, so we're not going to touch it. And then go ahead after the grid and call use GSAP. And we're going to pass that an arrow function. Open that up, and then at the end, we're going to pass another object with scope. And that's going to be container. But remember, we need to add the container ref onto our star grid. So I'm going to say ref is equal to container, just like that. All right, so first we're going to turn off the opacity directly on the star grid so we can animate it in. Opacity is equal to 0, just like that. And then inside our use GSAP call, we are going to call it gsap.set, and we're going to specify the star grid item, and that's going to be each of the little stars that we see in the grid. And on those, we are going to say opacity 0 to start with, transform origin. That's just going to be which part of the actual shape are we transforming from. So like if you were to spin it, where would that axis be? We're going to say center in quotes, and color is set to hashtag FFF. We're going to set it to white. You can also just type white, but let's use hex codes for this one. Next, we're going to say gsap.set, and we're going to do container. Oh, no, sorry, not in quotes, container.current. So we're using that ref, and we're going to set the opacity to 1. So basically, as this SVG renders in, it's going to be hidden, and then we are going to use GSAP to hide the items inside it. And we're doing it in that order because we want to first have these rendered out. And then we are going to, with GSAP, bring the container back, but the items will still be hidden. So if we go ahead and save that, we should not see anything on our homepage, and that's exactly what we get. The container showing, each item is hidden. So now we can add our animations. Let's go ahead first and make a timeline. So const TL equal to gsap.timeline. Call that as a function. And then let's put a little comment here. I'm going to say entrance animation, because we're going to need 2 animations here. They're going to be very, very similar. But if I show you on the final version, we have one animation that has everything enter in, and then it's going to stick around for a little bit. And then after about 8 seconds, I think it's set to, we have a second animation. And this second one loops and loops and loops. And it's just different from the entrance animation in only a small technical way. So without getting too nitty gritty into this, just kind of take my word for it that we need to do this in an entrance and a loop animation. So first, for the entrance animation, we are going to go ahead and say TL.to, and we're going to say period star grid item, just like that. And we're going to pass that in object. Now we're going to be using something that not a lot of people use with GSAP, but is really, really powerful, especially for these kinds of keyframe animations. We're going to pass a keyframes array. So say keyframes, and we're going to pass that an array, and each object that we pass to this array is what we're going to be looping through. So it can be handy, rather than doing a bunch of timeline.tos, to just have a keyframes array inside of what's called a tween. So for keyframes, our first keyframe is going to be an object here, and we're going to say opacity 0, autocomplete got ahead of me a little bit, and duration 0. So we just want to make sure that for our first keyframe, we are animating in from opacity 0, but it's kind of an immediate thing that doesn't hold us up at all. Second object, we are going to say opacity is 0.4. Ignore the opacity L part. Rotate is going to be plus equals 180. So this is a relative change based on where it currently is. So we're not setting it to 180 degrees. We're saying whatever it is right now, add 180 degrees to it. Then we're going to say color is equal to hashtag FFD057. And that's one of the colors. I believe it's the color in our little AI logo. I'm going to say scale 3. That's what makes it big as it animates in. Duration is going to be 0.6. That's for seconds. And now, before we do the next part, let's just see if we see any change there. So let's check our homepage out. Let's refresh this. And there we go. We see it scale up. It starts at nothing, and it scales up and spins in. Okay, not bad, but we want that cool effect where it starts in the center and it goes out. And what we're going to be doing for that is using the stagger features that GSAP gives us. This is so much trickier without GSAP. Trust me, I tried this with Framer Motion. It was really tough for me to kind of like I had to do it mathematically, and it worked, but it didn't come out this nice. And this is just a built-in feature with GSAP, and you get like this built-in easing where it works so well. So really, it's a great feature that GSAP provides us, and it's as simple as just adding a stagger property to your tween and passing it a couple things. You see, we have the grid here. We tell it how many rows and how many columns we have in our grid, where we want to animate it from. This is a great little playground. Feel free to change yours. So if you want it to animate in from the edges like this, go for it. That's totally on you. If you want it to be completely like, so for null, it's going to animate in from the center star. But if you choose X, it's going to animate in from the entire column. Y, it's going to animate in row by row. There's lots of different things you can do here. You can even animate it randomly. So feel free to play around with the different feature or the different settings that we have. For us, we're going to just stick to the way that I designed it. And we are going to add a stagger property here. We're going to say amount is 2. We're going to say grid is grid, and that is referring to this right here. So that's the rows and columns. And we're going to say from center. Now the amount, if we hover over this, it doesn't say it. I thought it would, but the amount is the total amount of time in seconds that gets split among all of the staggers. So if it's 1 and there's 100 elements that stagger linearly, there would be 0.1 seconds between each one. So the amount is just the amount of time that the entire animation takes. Change this if you want to change the duration of the whole animation. If you want to change just each item's time, that is the each property. So totally up to you. We are using the amount property here. Now, if we save this and check out our animation again, we should see, there it is, ripples in from the center, and it stays because we don't have anything else. We don't tell it to do anything else, but so far, pretty cool. Now, let's make it so that it shrinks down to what we currently have it as, that smaller grid. So we can actually, I think, go ahead and copy this and paste this here, and we can just tweak some of these values. So we're going to drop the opacity down to 0.2. We're going to make the scale 1. I guess I can keep it in the same order. The color is going to be white again. The rotation can stay. It's going to rotate again. And we're going to add a delay of -2. And what this does is it makes it start sooner than it should. So it's kind of like the position parameter from before, so that it doesn't have a delay. It actually goes a little bit faster. If we get rid of this, we will be able to see, and I'm going to change the amount. I'm going to show you that it's going to wait until the entire first animation happens, and then the second one's going to come through. And that's just not nearly as good. So if you have the delay -2, here's what we get instead. We get this like immediate follow. See how it's like immediately following? So it's kind of like one after another. Just a much cooler animation, in my opinion. Yeah, it kind of has like a ripple effect rather than, I don't know what to call the other one, but I don't like it as much. So that is our entrance animation. You did it. That's it. It's as simple as that with stagger and with grid. Like we don't have to do any of that tough math. It's just handled for us. Now let's do the looping animation. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to copy the entrance animation, the entire thing, and I'm going to bring it into the loop animation. Give myself lots of space so I don't mix these up. I'm going to paste it into the loop animation, and there's a few changes I need to make to the loop animation version of it. First off, we can get rid of that beginning because we don't actually want to animate in anymore. We just want to have this wave thing happen again. So that will be our first keyframe. And then inside the object, so we want to have a couple more settings here. We're going to have a delay so that it doesn't happen right after the previous one. Going to have a delay of 8 seconds. Repeat is going to be set to -1, which means just repeat forever. That's basically the shorthand for infinity. Repeat delay is going to be 8 seconds. And like I said, you can change this as you want. If you want lots of these to happen over and over again real fast, you can make that a much shorter number. I'd recommend against it. You don't want it to be too distracting, just a kind of like fun thing that happens occasionally. And beyond that, the rest is good to go. You don't have to change anything else because we want these to be the same as they were on the beginning. You can tweak them if you want, but I'm keeping them the same. I'm saving this, and now I'm going to reload. We should see our animation play to start, and it does this that nice sweeping out. I'll tell you a story for 8 seconds. I can't think of anything. I'm really sorry. Oh man, terrible story. And there we go. Whew, was saved by the animation. So that is looking exactly how we want it. And the cool thing is, because we put that star grid over in our case studies, we should also see it's currently building that page. Remember, that's not going to be as bad when it's deployed because this page will already be built. But yeah, we saw that nice sweep in of the star grid. So looking great. Well done. We have a nice hero that's going to attract a lot of attention, impress a lot of people. Great job. Let's finish that one there. And next up, we're going to work on this cool little animation. Oh, I'm scrolling here like it's going to do anything. We're going to work on this one because this is the final project where it ducks behind. And this is going to be much simpler than you might think. Thankfully, GSAP has a great plugin that's going to make this just a few lines of code. But before we hop into that, let's actually hit our star grid to add some accessibility. We did this prefers reduce motion, but I'm not doing anything with it. So let's fix my incorrect, I just forgot about it, to be honest. But here we go. If parentheses prefers reduce motion, I think I have it on my clipboard. There we go. We're going to say GSAP set container current. I think I have it right here. Yeah, I'm going to copy paste that. And then we're also going to say GSAP set star grid item to opacity 1. No, sorry, to opacity 0.2. We're going to say scale 1. We're going to get rid of the transform origin. We don't really need it. Color, I don't think we need that either, but we can check. And then we need to just return, just like that. And let's see how that looks. Let's check it. We're not going to do this every single time, but I just want to make sure that, in fact, we don't need the things like the color. So reduce, there we go. I'm going to reload, and we shouldn't see it sweep across. It should just be there. Perfect. It's exactly what we expect. Nice, not jarring kind of website. It looks good. So we're going to turn that off. And let's get into our scroll triggered animation now. All right, so we're going to be adding an animation to our showcase slice. And all we need to do really for this one is just worry about this heading. The showcase slice has this heading where, here we go, your glisten, your workflow, and we only need to animate that part. We don't need to turn this entire component into a client component. Just need a little bit of animation on this heading. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a client component that takes children, and we're going to wrap this one bit of text in that component. So inside your showcase, go ahead and make another animated content .tsx, say RFC, hit tab, and now we have this animated content component here. So we want to destructure children off of the props here. So we're going to be passing those through, and we need to type that. So hit colon and then open another object and say children. And this is going to be typed as a react.react node, just like that. All right, so in here, we can come inside this div and just return children like that. Hit save, and back in our showcase, we can wrap this Prismic rich text with animated content. So animated ed content. We want to make sure we do it from the local one, not the hero. So animated content, and we're going to wrap Prismic rich text with that. That should be good right there. Cool. If we hit save, we should see no difference on our homepage because it's returning children. That's perfect. Now, if we go into animated content here, we want to just put use client at the top. And from our first animated content, just make sure you're looking at Showcase and Hero. I'm just using this to speed us up a little bit. I highly recommend always copying and pasting whenever you can. Grab from use ref all the way down to use prefers reduced motion and paste that in here. We're also going to be using one more thing from GSAP. We'll grab that in just a second. You can go ahead and also grab these 3 from right there and paste those. Oh, no, sorry, not in there. Inside the function. I must put it inside the types. Great. And now we also need to import one more thing. Let's try to auto import it here. So scroll trigger, just like that. And we want to import that from GSAP/scroll trigger. So you should have import scroll trigger from GSAP/scroll trigger. Save that. And now on this div, go ahead and put ref. We want to just say container. And now we can use that for our scoping of our animations. Go ahead and use GSAP, pass your arrow function, and scope that object. And we're going to say container. Great. Now before we were animating classes a whole bunch, but because this is actually the div that we want to be animating, we can just use that and pass that to GSAP. We're going to pass the container.current. So GSAP.from to. So we're going to be animating both the beginning and the end of this animation. We're going to say container.current. That's what we're animating, and I'm passing it these 2 objects. And in the first one, we're going to say y is 100, and that's going to push this element down by 100 units. And then in the second one, where we want to animate 2, we want to say y is 0. It's just going to go back to the default of where it expects to be. And we're going to set the ease, and that's going to be in quotes, power 2, and we have nice little finish right here. We'll say in out, like the love autocomplete. We have duration. That's going to be set to 1. That's the default, so it doesn't really need to be there, but it's just nice to be explicit whenever possible. Now, here's where the magic comes in, because right now, if I were to save it, and I did, we would see that on reload, it just kind of triggers in like that, right? So it just plays no matter what. Scrolling doesn't change anything about it. So we want this to respond to my scrolling. So after duration, we want to say scroll trigger, like that, and pass that in object. I'm going to say trigger is container.current, and then I'm going to say, and this is actually what is making it animate, or I'll show you in just a sec with a handy little feature that scroll trigger has. I'm going to say start is top, and then space, bottom, minus equals 40%. And this basically starts the animation when the top of the element hits the bottom of the viewport minus 40%. So that's what that stands for. The top of the element hitting the bottom of the viewport minus 40%. We'll see how that looks. And then toggle actions. This gets a little bit fancy. Toggle actions. We're going to say play, pause, resume, reverse. Now, we can check out the scroll trigger docs in just a second, but we're going to just first make sure that this is working. So that worked as we expected, but as we go back to about 40%, we see that it slides back down. Sorry, I accidentally clicked. Let's try that again. It's hidden, it's hidden, it's hidden, and then we hit about 40% of the window, and there it is. If we get rid of that 40%, it's just going to animate in pretty much as we come over it. So you might not even be able to see it unless you're fast. So yeah, I had to like scroll quick, because as soon as you get there, it's going to start popping out. So that's why we want that 40%. We want our viewers to notice this cool little animation that we have. And I have to reload the page for it to kick in again. There we go. We could change it so that like there's an opacity 0 and we animate that in. If this was above the fold, if we ever expected this to be visible on screen when people came into the site, then we want to make sure that, like our hero, the starting state of it was different But because JavaScript's going to kick in by the time someone scrolls here, it's going to have already moved. So I'm not too worried about it. So it kind of seems like magic right now. So let's go ahead and add markers true. And this is something you don't want to ship to production with that being true. I've done it before. It's not impressive to clients because it adds these helpful little debug tools over on the side. So you can see it's not like a guessing game or magic anymore. You can see exactly where that gets triggered. And if you had a whole animation that you wanted to tween through, that would be where it ends. And you can even have it reset after it ends. You can do all kinds of things. But now you can see exactly when that's going to happen. And that markers feature can be a real lifesaver if you're trying to debug a scroll trigger issue. Now, toggle actions, let's quickly, let me see, where are the docs over here? Scroll trigger, here they are. So scroll trigger, toggle actions, here we go. So on enter, on leave, on enter back, and on leave back. So this is when you first enter, and then when you leave. So when you scroll past that, that would be leave, and then on enter back and on leave back, that's like when you come back into the zone. So we have those set to play. So once you enter it, play. Once you leave it, we don't want you to change it. Once you come back, when you enter again, we want you to play it again and reverse it when you need to. So that's why we have those settings there. Once again, I could spend all day on these animation kinds of things. GSAP is a really robust animation platform, but with just a few lines of code, we have a really slick little animation that's going to impress some people. And last but not least, we want to make sure that if they prefer reduced motion, we're not going to impress them with motion because that's not going to be impressive. They'll be more impressed if we respect their preferences. So if prefers reduced motion, we are just going to say gsap.set heading ref, or sorry, not container to current, or container current y0. And really, we probably don't even need that because that's already the default. But just being explicit about it, just setting it is probably the way to go there. So save that and, get rid of markers. Don't do what I've done before. That's a little silly, getting a DM saying, hey, I think you left your markers on. Don't be that guy, because I'm already that guy. All right, folks, I've saved the most fancy part of the animations for last. We are going to be diving into this cool little timeline now. So this is going to pulse, it's going to get brighter, it's going to increase opacity. Then we're going to have that line go out. That gets brighter or increases opacity. Then that line, and it just ripples out from the center, and it fades out, and it repeats. And it's a nice little like metaphor for integration into Glisten AI. So let's get into it. We have our component over here that's just nice and static right now, but we want to open that up in Visual Studio Code. So head to your integrations folder, open up index.tsx, and we're going to create a new file alongside it. We're going to call it animated content.tsx. This is just the pattern that I've been following. You can do whatever you'd like, but I'm going to go use client, and then inside that an RFC, and create that just like that. So animated content, we are going to go ahead and grab everything that is past the slice primary body. So we see this div here, the one that starts with MT20. Go ahead and grab this entire thing, and we're going to cut it. And we're in its place, we're going to say animated content and do the one that is local. I'm going to close that up and save. And then I'm going to paste this in over here. We're going to get yelled at a bunch because it's going to say, whoa, I don't know what any of this stuff is. That's all right. We need to make sure that it gets the data it needs. So first, we're going to handle the props that it gets. So we're going to say slice, just like the other ones. And we're going to grab slice, or sorry, we're going to type slice. I'm going to type it as content, like that, from Prismic client dot integration slice, just like that. Then what we can do for a nice little shortcut is open up the animated content slice from our hero and grab the last few imports and bring those over to our integrations animated content slice. Go ahead and drop those there. And we can also steal these lines of code because once again, we are pretty much copying this same sort of pattern. And then once you have that, we're going to go ahead and import a few of these things like stylized logo mark. Going to import it there. Icons we will take care of in just a second. We'll copy and paste that over. CLSX, we will import that. And that looks pretty good. Go ahead to your index, your integrations index. And we need to grab icons. And we'll also need to grab their imports as well. But first I'm going to paste that there. And it's going to say we don't know what any of that is. And grab these from Font Awesome icons. Paste that in there. And I think that's pretty much everything for our animated content. That's looking good. Now we just need to pass in slice because animated, this is yelling at us saying, hey, this is expecting slice. So go ahead, say slice is equal to slice. Great. Now we should see a working integrations thing. We should see no change whatsoever, and that's what we're expecting. So now that we have animated content, we have it as a use client, we have our GSAP imported. Let's go ahead and open up right here, use GSAP, call that, and then pass that an arrow function as well as a scope, or sorry, an object with scope. And that's going to be container. We don't have anything referencing that yet, or that's not a ref that we have put on anything yet. So we'll say ref on the parent element. I'm going to say container. Just like that. We're looking good. So go ahead and open up your use GSAP function. And we are going to say const TL equals gsap.timeline and call that and pass it an object. This is the properties for this specific timeline. We want this timeline to repeat. So we want to say repeat -1, and the defaults for this timeline, we want to pass an ease of power 2.inout. Great. So we have three things that we want to animate with this timeline. First, you have our stylized logo mark, which is that logo in the center here. That already has a class on it, if you copied it from the Notion doc, of pulsing logo. So we're going to animate that as pulsing logo. Then we also want to animate each icon as pulsing icon and the signal line as well, signal line. So we have those three classes there that are going to act as our targets for our timeline. So go ahead and say TL for timeline .to, and we're going to target that .pulsing -logo first. And we're going to open that object and say keyframes like that. And we're going to pass that an array. And inside that array, we're going to have an object for our first keyframe. We're going to say filter brightness in quotes, brightness 2, just like that. And it's cool. This handles CSS filter, so we can pass pretty much anything we want on that, just so you know for future GSAP animations you might want to make. Then we're going to say opacity is 1, duration 0.4, and ease is power 2 in, just like that. Next object, we want to then dim it. So this brightens it up and it juices the opacity up to, well, full. And then we want to dim it back down to where it is currently, basically. So we can go ahead and copy these three and say filter brightness 1. Opacity is going to come down to 0.7. And the duration is going to be a little bit slower. It's going to kind of like fade out a little softer. So let's see how that looks. And we should, if you refresh, should see a little flashing like this. Looking good. All right, that's what we're expecting. So now that that's happening, we want to animate next in this timeline. So we want to add another to this TL. So TL.to, and we're going to pass it now the .signal line. And that's going to get an object. Inside there, we're going to say keyframes. We're going to pass that an array, and we're going to be animating the gradient that is on this signal line. So let's check out the CSS real quick. You don't have to open up this file, but I just want to kind of show you what we are changing here. So if we set this height to instead, maybe let's go like 30 pixels, we should see it a little bit bigger. And when we animate that, we can really see the gradient that we are going to be animating here. So for keyframes, we want to start out background position. It's going to start at quotes 0%, 0%, and then close that object. Next object, so the next keyframe we're going to be using is going to be background position. And this one is going to be instead 100%, 100%. So we're going to animate the entire thing through, but we are not done with this object. Go ahead and add a stagger to this, add an object and say from center each, and it's going to be 0.3, just like that. And this is going to have a duration, a duration of 1. So it's going to be inside that second keyframe there. So if we save that, we will see that the timing isn't great. Or here, let's reload so that that takes effect. There we go. We're seeing that big gradient. So that is happening because signal line, let's go to globals. Signal line has this background image where at 50%, we have both transparency. So that basically from 0 to 50, it's transparent. Then immediately at 50, it starts with this solid color, and then it fades out until 70% to be this to be transparent again. So that's why there's like a hard line, and then a nice smooth fade like that. Now, if we change this back to 1.5 pixels, we'll see that it just looks like, I don't know, more of a signal, right? That's why I called it that. But that's the trick. We are just changing the position of the background image. So it starts completely at 0, and then we move to 100, and it looks like it's traveling along this line. Now, the only thing is it's not starting at the right time. So at the end of the object here, after the array, we need to add a position parameter. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's going to be after the close of the object you're passing. So for me, it's after this purple curly bracket. We're going to pass it the position parameter. So quotes negative equals 1.4. And that just happens to be the amount of time where it looked really good for this to pulse and then for that line to shoot out. See, I kind of want to make it feel like that lights up and it sends out a signal. So that's looking pretty good. Now we just need to work in our last bit, the pulsing icon. So tl.to.pulsing icon, like that. We're going to pass that an option, an object. And while I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and say minus equals 2 for the position parameter so I don't get confused for where that needs to go. Great, open up that object, and we are going to say keyframes, like that. I'm going to pass that an array, and we're going to pass that 2 objects. So first one, I'm going to say opacity is 1. I'm going to make it fully opaque. I'm going to say stagger, pass that an object, and say from center each 0.3. And then outside that object, we're going to say duration of 1. After the first keyframe, we're going to make that second object, the second keyframe, and say opacity 0.4, duration 1. And I'm going to just copy this stagger because it's going to be the same. The only thing that really changed is that the opacity fades back down. So let's see how that looks all at once. Pulses, that lights up, that lights up, that lights up. Very cool. Now, the thing that might be kind of throwing you here is why are we doing a stagger, right? So if we don't have this stagger going from the center, this is what it looks like. I'm going to comment that out and reload. Everything fires at once, right? All the lines go at once because it's just, they don't know any better, right? So this makes it so that it starts in the middle and it goes out, out, out. We're just using that stagger parameter to our advantage to make a pretty nice looking little timeline here. So It seems complex, and to be honest, it was a little complex to figure out. But once you get the hang of it, it's not so bad, right? Now, a couple things I want to mention. You might be wondering, why do you have this rotate 180 here? That's so that the gradient, and there it is on mobile, that's so that the gradient knows to flip and go the other way when it's on that side. And then on mobile, we want to make it so that it actually rotates and goes up. So not only do we have some styles here in the CSS that change depending on which breakpoint you're at, but in the desktop version, it has a rotation of 90, and then on mobile and below, we have a rotation of 0. So that's what's handling the responsivity and making it work on mobile. Otherwise, this would kind of just get all wonky and out of place. So that's looking really good. Starts in the center, moves up just like we would expect. Great job. All right, so with that complete, we can go ahead and add all of our changes to a commit, and we can say add GSAP animations. I'm going to say commit, and then I'm going to sync those changes. Once you push those up, that should kick off a new build in your Vercel project. Let's check it out. And right here, we see building, add GSAP animations, and so that should update our launched deployed page. Now, while that's working, let's not waste any time. Let's do a couple other nice housekeeping things. Right now, I don't really love the icon. Well, I do because it's a Prismic icon, but that's not what our custom fancy site deserves. We want to drop a nice new icon in here that represents Glisten. So let's go ahead and do that. Open up the folder that you downloaded, the nice little zip, grab this icon, and you can drop it in there, and it should ask you if you want to replace it. And yeah, we do. So drop that in there, and if you hard reload this page, oh, I didn't even have to do it. Next.js just found that icon in the app directory. Make sure it's there. Make sure it's in this app directory. And it says, okay, I found a file called icon. I'm going to make that your website icon. Next thing I want to do is really fix up the fact that this just says homepage and the metadata isn't so great. If we go into our homepage, check out the SEO metadata, it's, just boilerplate generic stuff. So go ahead and add a nice new meta title, Glisten AI, the design assistant of the future. We also want to change this title to say Glisten AI. And then back here, so I'm jumping around a little bit. Let's say, with Glisten AI, you save hours of time on wireframes, mockups, and final designs. We're going to replace this cool little car image with our official OG image, Glisten AI, the design assistant of the future. We don't need alternative text for this because it's part of the OG image. But you know what? Just in case, I'm actually going to go in and add it just to this in case we use it somewhere else. Who knows, right? It can't hurt. And I'm going to add it here too. Glisten AI, I'm just going to say what this says there. So if I go ahead and save and hit publish, we should see a nice new, let's see, reload it one more time. Glisten AI, there we go. We get that title up there. And if you're to share this with your friends somewhere, they will get the much nicer OG image than those cars that we saw. A couple other tweaks. If we go into our case studies like Nike, right now we don't have any SEO and metadata. So right now we just get localhost 3000. That doesn't look too great, right? That case study is not going to impress anybody. So we can go ahead and type Nike case study. You don't have to do this if you don't want, but it makes your site look a little bit nicer. We're also going to, so we have that there. We also want to add the meta description, Nike case study from glisten.ai. Not the best description, but it's at least something, right? We can hit save and we can publish. And then we also want to change a bit in our code. It would be nice to have a fallback in case we forget to put a meta title there. We don't want to just return that, whatever we had a second ago, the localhost thing. So let's go ahead and put brackets around this as well as these backticks. And we're going to say either use that meta title, or if that doesn't exist, we're going to say as text. We import that from Prismic.io client. We're going to give it the page.data.company, and we're going to add space case study at the end. So it'll just say Nike case study if we don't have anything there. So right now that should be pulling it from Nike case study, but because we didn't put anything in for the Prismic case study, let's check that one out and see if our fallback works. And it does. Perfect. So worst comes to worst, you just get a company case study fallback. So that's a nice way to handle, letting the content team take control, but also not setting them up to fail in case they forget something, right? It happens to everybody. Don't make them look silly. So we're saving that, and we can add the icon and the page tweaks, and say update or nice updates to polish site. Not the best commit message, but between me and you, we're just going to push that up. It's just a site we're working on. So after all of that, we have a live site. Mine is at glisten-ai.vercel.app. You can check it out now. And it has these slick animations. It's got a nice little favicon there. It has an OG image that's going to impress people. Great little scroll animations, case studies, the whole bag, and this cool little integration animation. CTAs, you got everything you need for a fancy linear style website that's really going to wow people. In this course, you learned Next.js, you learned Tailwind, you learned TypeScript, you learned GSAP, you learned Prismic. You have an entire site built with a CMS, with previews and an editor that allows you to see the changes as you make them. It is really impressive what you've been able to stick through and accomplish. You should really, really be proud. Pat yourself on the back, and please send this site to someone and say, check out what I made. Feel free to tweak these images, tweak, anything. This site is yours. Change the colors, do whatever the heck you want with it. But please, please, please don't keep it to yourself. Send this around to people and say, I just learned how to do all this stuff, and point out the cool animations and everything that you did, because this was no small feat, as I'm sure you can tell just by the amount of time you've put into this. So put this in your portfolio, send this around to employers. I just can't say enough. Well done. And thank you for sticking with this course. Thank you for doing this.